Ever felt that prickle on the back of your neck when you're deep in the wilderness? That feeling like you're not really alone? Tonight, we venture into the beautiful, yet unforgiving, landscapes of California. For one hiker, a dream camping trip turned into a desperate fight for survival. What they encountered out there wasn't just wildlife. It was something else. Something deadly. Prepare yourself. This is the true story of a California camping and hiking trip that became a deadly mistake. My name is Alex, and I thought a solo hike through the Redwood National Park would clear my head. God, how wrong I was. It wasn't about finding peace anymore. It was about survival. About escaping something ancient and malevolent lurking beneath the canopy of those colossal trees. The city had become a pressure cooker, deadlines stacked like bricks. A relationship crumbling under the weight of unspoken resentments. The constant digital noise screaming for attention. I craved silence, genuine, profound silence, the kind you only find deep in nature, far from the relentless rhythm of human existence. California's redwoods, those stoic, 1,000-year-old giants, seemed like the perfect sanctuary, a place where I could shrink my problems down to size against their immense scale. I pictured myself walking beneath them, breathing an air thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient wood, feeling insignificant in the best possible way. A reset. That's what I needed. I spent weeks planning, gathering gear with meticulous carrying a lightweight tent, a reliable water filter, dehydrated meals that promised more flavor than they delivered, maps, a compass, a GPS device, and a hefty knife strapped to my belt, more for utility than defense, or so I thought then. I told myself the isolation would be therapeutic. Friends called me brave, maybe a little crazy, heading out alone into such vast wilderness. Aren't you worried about bears? Mountain lions, they'd asked. I'd laughed it off. Animals operated on instinct, predictable in their own way. It wasn't the fauna I should have been worried about. It was the flora, the forest itself. Arriving at the park entrance felt like stepping into another world, a prehistoric realm untouched by time. The air instantly grew cooler, heavier, scented with pine needles and decaying leaves. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense upper canopy, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. The sheer size of the redwoods was humbling, almost intimidating. They soared skyward, their massive, cinnamon-colored trunks disappearing into the misty heights, like pillars holding up the sky. I parked my car, shouldered my pack, feeling its familiar weight as a comforting presence, and found the trailhead. A weathered wooden sign marked the beginning of my chosen path, the promising miles of serene wilderness. Serene, what a joke. The first few hours were exactly what I'd hoped for. The rhythmic crunch of my boots on the needle-strewn path, the chirping of unseen birds, the occasional scurry of a squirrel, these were the sounds of life, reassuringly normal. The silence I'd craved was there, but it wasn't empty. It was expectant, heavy, like the pause before a storm breaks or the held breath before a scream. I pushed the feeling down, attributing it to the sudden transition from city noise to wilderness quiet. My senses were just adjusting, I told myself. The scale of the place was overwhelming. Looking up made my head spin. The tops of the trees were lost in the sky, their highest branches intertwined like skeletal fingers. Looking down, the forest floor was a thick carpet of fallen needles and fern muffling my footsteps. Swallowing sound. It started subtly. A flicker of movement caught at the edge of my vision, gone when I turned. A twig snapping nearby, too loud, too close to be dismissed easily. I'd stop, listen intently, heart thudding against my ribs, but hear nothing but the wind sighing through the high branches. Was the wind making those sounds? Maybe, but it felt deliberate. Then came the feeling, primal, undeniable, like I was being watched. Not by any animal I could name. This felt different. Colder, more calculating. I'd scanned the dense undergrowth, the shadowed spaces between the colossal trunks, searching for eyes, for any sign of another presence, but there was nothing. Just trees. Endless, silent, watchful trees. The path itself began to feel unreliable. I'd consult my map and compass frequently, checking landmarks. A distinctive fallen log here, a creek crossing there. Yet sometimes, after walking for what felt like an hour, I'd glance back and the trail seemed different, less defined, as if the forest was subtly reclaiming it the moment I passed. And the trees, this was the part that truly unsettled me, planting the first seeds of genuine fear. The deeper I went, the more the trees seemed to rearrange themselves behind me. I know how insane that sounds. Trees don't move. But I'd stop for water, take a long drink, maybe sit on a log for 5 minutes, and when I stood up and looked back the way I came, the perspective felt wrong. That particularly gnarled redwood I'd used as a marker seemed to have shifted slightly to the left. The gap between two giants seemed narrower. It was like the forest was a living labyrinth, constantly, imperceptibly changing its configuration around me, guiding me deeper perhaps, or maybe just disorienting me, playing with me. I blamed fatigue, dehydration, the disorienting scale of the place. Anything but the impossible truth my gut was screaming at me. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky above the canopy in hues of orange and purple, I knew I had to make camp. Finding a suitable spot wasn't easy. The ground was uneven. I tangled with roots. I finally settled on a small, relatively flat clearing, barely large enough for my small tent. Setting up camp became a race against the dying light. The temperature dropped quickly, and the shadows between the trees deepened, merging into an impenetrable wall of blackness. The familiar routines, pitching the tent, unrolling my sleeping bag, filtering water, felt alien here, rushed and clumsy. I decided against a fire, the thought of drawing attention to my small, vulnerable spot in this vast, watchful darkness felt unwise. Night in the redwoods is absolute. The canopy overhead blots out the stars, the moon creating a profound, almost suffocating darkness. And the silence, if it wasn't silent anymore. It pulsed with hidden life, but also with something else. The normal nocturnal chorus, the hoot of an owl, the distant rustle of some small creature was punctuated by sounds that didn't belong. Soft whispers, seeming to ride on the faint breeze that stirred the treetops far above, too indistinct to make out words, but undeniably there. Then, footsteps. Not the heavy tread of a bear or the delicate steps of a deer. These were lighter, stealthier, circling just beyond the thin fabric walls of my tent. Pacing. I lay rigid in my sleeping bag, breath held, straining to hear, knife clutched in my hand. The footsteps would stop, silence would fall, thick and heavy, and then they'd start again from a different direction. Rational thought warred with rising panic. Wind. Animals. My own overactive imagination amplified by the dark. But the regularity, the deliberate nature of the sounds, defied easy explanation. Sleep was impossible. Just fragmented moments of tense awareness, drifting into uneasy near sleep, haunted by the feeling of unseen eyes mere feet away. Morning finally came, not as a bright reprieve, but as a slow, gray filtering of light through the dense foliage. Exhaustion weighed me down like a physical burden. I crawled out of the tent, muscles stiff, eyes gritty. The air was cold, damp. And then I saw them. Around my tent, in the soft patches of earth and pine needles, were faint impressions. Not animal tracks. They were disturbingly close to human footprints, but somehow wrong, too long, perhaps, or oddly spaced. And one other thing, a small, intricately woven bundle of twigs and dark feathers lay right beside my tent flap. Something that definitely hadn't been there when I zipped myself in the night before. It wasn't a gift. It felt like a marker. A claim. The urge to pack up immediately, to flee back the way I came, was overwhelming. But looking back down the trail, it seemed unfamiliar again, subtly altered, the trees standing like silent, impassive guards. Turning back suddenly felt just as daunting, just as dangerous, as pressing forward into the unknown, the whispering depths of the redwood forest. The forest didn't feel like it was finished with me yet. Standing there in the cold gray dawn, staring at the unnerving twig and feather bundle and the alien footprints, a paralyzing indecision gripped me. Every instinct screamed run. Get back to the car, back to civilization, back to a world where trees stayed put, and the silence didn't watch you. But when I turned and looked down the path I'd walked yesterday, it was subtly, yet undeniably wrong. The curve seemed tighter, the undergrowth thicker. A particular lightning-scarred giant I distinctly remembered passing now seemed absent, replaced by three smaller, densely packed trees that blocked the view. It felt like the forest had sealed the way behind me. Was it real? Or was my exhausted, terrified mind playing tricks? Did it even matter? Turning back felt like walking into a trap just as much as pressing forward did. Maybe I rationalized with a desperation bordering on delusion. Maybe the trail ahead looped back eventually. Maybe pushing forward was the only way out. I kicked dirt over the footprints, stuffed the disturbing bundle deep to my pack. Why I kept it, I don't know. Perhaps as morbid proof, and forced myself to shoulder the weight. Forward. It had to be forward. The second day's hike was fundamentally different. The remnants of cautious optimism, the initial awe at the forest's beauty, were completely gone, replaced by a gnawing, ever-present fear. The air itself felt heavier, charged with unseen energy. The silence wasn't just expectant anymore. It felt actively hostile, pressing in on me, amplifying the frantic thumping of my own heart. Sunlight seemed even scarcer, the canopy above thicker, more interwoven, casting the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. My senses were stretched to their breaking point. Every rustle of leaves, every bird call, every snap of a twig sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I found myself constantly scanning the periphery, whirling around at imagined sounds, my hand never far from the knife on my belt. The feeling of being watched had intensified. It was no longer a vague unease, but a certainty. I felt like prey, tracked by a predator that didn't need eyes to see me. The phenomenon of the shifting trees became impossible to ignore, impossible to rationalize away. It wasn't just subtle rearrangements anymore. I'd meticulously checked my map and compass, noting a distinctive rock formation or a peculiar bend in the supposed trail. I'd walk for 20 minutes, focusing intently on the path ahead, and then glance back. The landmark would be gone. Not shifted, gone. Replaced by an anonymous wall of colossal trunks and dense ferns. Paths I thought I recognized would abruptly end in impenetrable thickets or peter out into nothingness. More than once, I found myself circling back to the same spot, a fallen log covered in vibrant green moss, a cluster of pale, ghostly-looking fungi, despite being certain I had been walking in a straight line according to my compass. The compass itself started acting erratically. Near certain ancient, gnarled trees that seemed impossibly old, their bark like wrinkled, wise faces, the needle would spin uselessly or point determinedly in a direction that blatantly contradicted the map and the sun's position. My GPS device, which had worked perfectly near the park entrance, now displayed nothing but a blank screen or a mocking no signal message. I was untethered, adrift in a sea of silent, watchful wood. Strange pockets of unnatural cold would appear without warning. I'd be walking, sweating slightly from the exertion, and suddenly pass through a patch of air so frigid it raised goosebumps on my arms, the chill sinking deep into my bones, only for it to vanish a few steps later. In these cold spots, the forest sounds would cease entirely. No birds, no insects, no wind, just an absolute, dead silence that was somehow more terrifying than the whispers. I started noticing patterns in the moss growing on the north sides of trees, intricate, swirling patterns that seemed too complex, too deliberate to be natural. Sometimes, in the deep shadows between the trunks, I thought I saw movement, something tall and impossibly thin, darker than the shadows themselves, melting away the instant I tried to focus on it. Hallucinations, maybe, but they felt chillingly real. Panic began its insidious crawl up my spine. I was lost. Utterly, terrifyingly lost. The map was a useless piece of paper, the compass a broken toy. My confident solo hiker persona had evaporated, leaving behind a scared, disoriented man completely at the mercy of forces he couldn't comprehend. I tried shouting, cupping my hands around my mouth, "Hello," and "Is anybody there?" until my throat was raw. The sound felt pathetic, instantly absorbed by the sheer scale of the forest, swallowed by the indifferent trees. No echo, no reply, just the crushing weight of the silence returning. My body started to betray me. My hands trembled, making simple tasks like opening my water bottle difficult. A cold sweat slicked my skin despite the cool air. Hunger gnawed at my stomach, but the thought of stopping, of making myself vulnerable even for a few minutes to eat, was terrifying. I forced down a dry energy bar, choking on it, my eyes constantly scanning the surrounding woods. Dehydration headache pulsed behind my eyes. Every step required conscious effort, my legs heavy, my backpack feeling like it was filled with rocks. As the light began its slow fade towards evening again, I saw something new. Carved into the bark of a massive redwood, low down near the base, was a symbol. It wasn't recent graffiti. The edges were weathered, grown over with moss, suggesting great age, yet the lines themselves seemed sharp, almost fresh beneath the patina. It was a complex geometric shape, spiral-like but with sharp, unsettling angles. A little further on, I found another, different symbol on another ancient tree, and then I saw the stones, small cairns, deliberately stacked piles of smooth river stones, arranged in odd, triangular formations along their path I was following. They hadn't been there before. I was certain of it. They felt like warnings, or markers left by whatever shared this forest with me. Then, just as the last rays of light were filtering through the canopy, I saw it, a definite glimpse this time. Between two colossal trunks, maybe 50 yards away, something moved. Tall and possibly slender, the color of wet bark and shadow. It wasn't human, wasn't any animal I knew. It unfolded itself from the shadow of one tree and melted into the shadow of another, fluid and silent. It didn't look at me, or perhaps it did, and I just couldn't see its eyes. But I knew, with chilling certainty, it was aware of me. Darkness fell swiftly, catching me in a small, inadequate clearing barely large enough to turn around in. There was no choosing a campsite this time. Exhaustion and fading light made the decision for me. This spot felt worse than the last, more exposed, the trees seeming to lean inwards, their unseen upper branches forming a suffocating ceiling. This time, I needed fire. Ignoring the potential danger of revealing my location, I gathered dry twigs and branches with shaking hands, the small scraping sounds echoing unnervingly in the twilight. The flames caught, casting flickering, dancing shadows that writhed like living things against the surrounding trees, pushing back the oppressive darkness but also making the unseen feel closer, just beyond the ring of light. Night too descended like a physical weight. I huddled in my tent, zipped tightly shut, the small fire outside already beginning to die down. The whispers started almost immediately. Closer this time. No longer distant susurrations on the wind, but seemingly right outside the thin nylon walls. Sibilant, chilling whispers. The language unintelligible, but the tone filled with a cold, ancient malice. And the footsteps returned. Bolder. Not just circling, but approaching. Slow, deliberate steps crunching on the forest floor. Stopping right outside. I could hear faint scratching sounds against the tent fabric. Dry leaves rustling as something shifted its weight just inches away. My breath hitched in my throat. My body rigid with terror. Knife clutched so tightly my knuckles were white. Sleep was unthinkable. I sat there, bolt upright, listening to the sounds of the thing or things outside. Sometimes multiple sets of footsteps seemed to pace around me. The fire outside dwindled to glowing embers, plunging the clearing back into profound darkness, leaving me alone with the whispers and the scratching, praying for a dawn that felt impossibly far away, convinced that whatever was out there was waiting, patient, and infinitely hungry. The thin nylon wall of the tent offered no real protection, only the illusion of it. That illusion shattered when the scratching stopped and was replaced by a distinct, fumbling pressure against the zipper tab. Slow, deliberate clicks as something tried to work it open from the outside. My blood ran cold. Panic, raw and absolute, detonated within me. There was no more rationalizing, no more hoping it was the wind. Something intelligent, patient, and malevolent was right there, trying to get in. I didn't think. I reacted. With a guttural yell torn from my lungs, I slashed wildly at the side of the tent with my knife, ripping through the fabric, and scrambled out into the suffocating darkness, leaving everything else behind, my pack, my water, the pathetic embers of my fire. Running blindly through the redwood forest at night is suicide. Running blindly while being pursued by something unnatural is a descent into madness. Roots snagged my feet, sending me sprawling onto the damp, needle-covered ground. Low-hanging branches whipped at my face, leaving stinging scratches. The colossal trunks loomed like monolithic obstacles in the pitch black, forcing me to swerve and stumble, losing all sense of direction within seconds. Behind me, I heard it. Not footsteps anymore, but a terrifyingly fast rustling, a series of clicks and soft, sibilant whispers that seemed to coil through the air itself, closer than they should be. It wasn't running like a human or an animal. It moved with an unnerving fluidity, a terrifying grace that spoke of inhuman anatomy. Faster than me, gaining. I could feel the coldness I'd experienced earlier radiating behind me, chasing me. A wave of unnatural chill that spurred me onward even as my lungs burned and my legs screamed in protest. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning, measured only in panicked breaths and the distance I desperately tried to put between myself and the pursuing horror. My ankle twisted violently as I stumbled into a hidden dip, sending searing pain up my leg, but adrenaline masked the worst of it. I scrambled up, sobbing, pushing myself onward. Just as I felt my strength give out entirely, convinced I would feel cold, spindly fingers close around my throat, I burst through a dense thicket of ferns and literally fell into something solid. Wood. Rough-hewn planks. I had stumbled into or onto some kind of structure. Pulling myself up, eyes straining in the near, total darkness the canopy, I could make out the vague shape of a small, dilapidated cabin half swallowed by the encroaching forest. The door hung open on broken hinges. Without a second thought, driven by the primal need for shelter, I plunged inside, slamming the broken door shut behind me as best I could, wedging a fallen beam against it. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of mildew, decay, and something faintly metallic, like old blood. Moonlight filtered weakly through grime, caked windows, and holes in the collapsing roof, revealing a single, desolate room. Rotting furniture lay overturned, coated in dust and draped with cobwebs. But it was the walls that drew my attention. They were covered floor to ceiling in carvings, thousands of them. The same spiral-like, angular symbols I'd seen carved into the trees, repeated endlessly, obsessively, alongside crude depictions of towering, stick-thin figures with elongated limbs, figures that were terrifyingly similar to the glimpse I'd caught earlier. In the center of the room, scattered across the floor, were remnants of past occupants' rusted logging tools, shredded remnants of clothing, and several brittle, leather-bound journals. I snatched one up, my hands shaking uncontrollably. Flipping through the brittle pages, I saw frantic, barely legible handwriting. Dates spanning decades, maybe centuries. The entries spoke of the forest, the whispering ones, the trees that watched and walked, the way the woods would swallow. People rearranging themselves to trap intruders. It wasn't just me. This place, this forest, had been doing this for a very, very long time. The final entry, dated decades ago, simply read, "They are patient. They wait beneath the roots. Don't listen to the whispers. Don't look back." A loud scraping sound echoed from outside, right against the cabin wall. It was back. Or they were back. The whispers started again, seeming to seep through the decaying wood, clearer now, weaving a hypnotic, maddening cadence. I could feel the coldness intensifying outside. The flimsy cabin door rattled, the beam I'd wedged against it groaning under pressure. This wasn't a refuge, it was a coffin. Looking frantically around, I saw a boarded-up window on the opposite wall. Using the last dregs of my strength, I pried at the boards with my knife, the wood splintering, my breath coming in ragged gasps. A board snapped free, then another. Outside, the first faint hints of dawn were painting the sky above the canopy a sickly gray. Through the gap, I saw it clearly for the first time. Standing motionless, partially obscured by a massive redwood trunk, was one of the entities. It was impossibly tall, and then, its limbs bending at unnatural angles. Its skin, if you could call it that, resembled desiccated, Gray bark, stretched taut over sharp bones. It had no discernible face, just smooth, featureless wood skin, yet I felt its gaze fixed upon me, cold and ancient. It wasn't attacking. It was just watching, waiting, knowing, perhaps, that the psychological terror was as potent as any physical threat. That sight broke the last vestiges of my paralysis. I ripped the remaining boards away and threw myself through the opening. By landing hard on the mossy ground outside, I didn't look back to see if it followed immediately. I just ran towards the gray light filtering through the trees, praying it marked the edge of this accursed section of the forest. My injured ankle screamed, but I ignored it. I ran past trees covered in those disturbing carvings, past more unsettling cairns, the whispers seeming to fade slightly behind me, replaced by the frantic pounding of my own blood in my ears. The character of the forest began to change subtly. The trees, while still massive, seemed less ancient, less oppressive. More light penetrated the canopy. I saw signs of normal wildlife, a deer darting away, birdsong that sounded natural, not menacing. Then, through the trees, I saw the glint of metal. Asphalt. A road. I burst out of the tree line and collapsed onto the shoulder of the deserted park road, gasping, sobbing, shaking uncontrollably. Never had tarmac looked so beautiful. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, the rising sun warm on my scratched, bruised skin. Eventually, staggering to my feet, I started walking. Hours later, dehydrated and limping, I finally reached my car, miraculously untouched. Getting in, starting the engine, hearing that mundane mechanical roar, it was the sound of salvation. I drove away from Redwood National Park and didn't stop until I hit the sprawl of the city, the familiar noise and lights a welcome, jarring contrast to the ancient silence I'd fled. I escaped. Physically, at least. But the forest left its mark, deep scars on my sight that will never truly heal. I threw away the twig bundle, burned the journal pages I'd torn out in my panic, tried to forget the carvings, the whispers, the face that wasn't a face. But I can't. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I still hear faint whispers on the edge of hearing. When I stand near large trees, even in city parks, I feel a prickle of unease. The irrational certainty that they're watching, that the wood remembers. My camping trip in California wasn't just a mistake. It was a glimpse into a reality hidden beneath the surface of our world, an encounter with something ancient, patient, and deeply territorial. I went looking for silence to clear my head. Instead, I found a silence that watches and woods that rearrange themselves around your nightmares. Take my advice and stick to the marked trails, stay near the crowds. Don't go looking for solitude in the deep, ancient forests, especially not the redwoods. Some places hold secrets that are deadly to uncover, and the silence isn't empty. It's waiting. My name is Chloe, and I need to tell someone what happened. I need to get this out before I can't. It started as so many bad decisions do, with my friends thinking they knew best. Liam, ever the spontaneous adventurer, and Maya, usually the level-headed one but easily swayed by Liam's infectious enthusiasm, decided we desperately needed a break from the city. A cheap, back-to-nature escape. Their chosen destination, a remote patch of desert land bordering Joshua Tree National Park in California. I protested, naturally. Camping for me conjures images of damp sleeping bags, questionable hygiene, and an uncomfortable proximity to things that crawl and buzz. The desert, specifically, added the delightful elements of extreme heat, potential dehydration, and venomous creatures. But Liam painted a picture of starry nights, campfire bonding, and escaping the relentless grind. Maya chimed in about the unique beauty, the peace, the silence. Against my better judgment, and perhaps fueled by a touch of FOMO, I agreed. That agreement feels like a lifetime ago, a foolish, naive mistake signed in blissful ignorance. The drive out was long, the landscape gradually morphing from familiar urban sprawl to sparse highways cutting through arid plains. The air conditioning in Liam's beat-up SUV strained against the relentless California sun. As we neared Joshua Tree, the scenery became increasingly alien. The namesake trees themselves, with their spiky, reaching arms. Looked like something dreamt up by a surrealist painter. But it was the rocks that truly dominated the vista. Huge, weathered granite monoliths and jumbled piles of boulders, sculpted by millennia of wind and sand into bizarre, almost organic shapes. They clustered together in formations that seemed unnatural, defiant of gravity. Liam, map awkwardly spread on the dashboard, navigated us off the main highway onto a dusty, rutted track. ABM land? He announced proudly. Free camping, total freedom. Total isolation was more like it. The feeling of remoteness was immediate and profound. The silence wasn't peaceful, it felt heavy, watchful. We found a relatively flat spot nestled between several large rock clusters. Setting up camp was a sweaty, awkward affair under the blazing afternoon sun. Liam, predictably, took charge, while Maya and I struggled with tent poles and ground tarps. Even in the harsh daylight, the rocks surrounding our chosen site had an unsettling quality. They were pockmarked and scarred, and the way the shadows fell within their crevices gave them distinct personalities. We laughed about it then, pointing out formations that resembled faces. That one looks like a grumpy old man. Liam chuckled, gesturing towards a large boulder with deep-set overhangs like angry brows. And that one looks like it's screaming. Maya added, pointing to a different cluster where erosion had carved out what looked unnervingly like an open mouth. I forced a smile, but even then, a prickle of unease ran down my spine. Pareidolia, I told myself. Just the brain finding patterns. But the sheer number of faces, the way they seemed to angle towards our campsite, it felt intentional. As the day wore on, the heat began to relent slightly. We took a short, cautious walk around our immediate vicinity, careful to watch for snakes. The silence was immense, broken only by the crunch of our boots on the gravelly sand and the occasional buzz of an unseen insect. The scale of the place was overwhelming. We were tiny specks in a vast, ancient landscape. The rock formations loomed over us, silent sentinels under the immense blue sky. There was a beauty to it, stark and unforgiving, but it wasn't comforting. It felt ancient and indifferent, like we were intruders in a place that tolerated our presence but didn't welcome it. Sunset was spectacular, painting the sky in fiery oranges, deep purples, and soft pinks that reflected off the pale rock surfaces. It was the kind of view that usually filled me with awe, but here it just signaled the coming darkness. As the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature dropped noticeably. Liam got the campfire going, its cheerful crackle a welcome sound against the encroaching silence of the desert night. We huddled around it, roasting marshmallows and recounting stupid jokes, trying to maintain a bubble of normalcy against the immense, dark backdrop. It was when the firelight became our primary source of illumination that things started to change. The flames danced, casting long, flickering shadows that writhed across the surfaces of the surrounding rocks. Those faces we joked about earlier, they weren't funny anymore. The shadows deepened their hollows, sharpened their angles. The grumpy old man looked genuinely malevolent. The screaming face seemed caught in a silent, eternal agony. The firelight animated them, making them seem less like static rock and more like observers. I tried to shake it off, blaming the flickering light and my overactive imagination. Maya and Liam seemed oblivious, chatting about work or some shared memory I wasn't part of. I focused on the fire, the warmth on my face a stark contrast to the chill that was creeping up my back. Then, I heard it. At first, it was barely perceptible, a faint, sibilant sound, like wind whispering through dry grass or sand skittering across rock. I tilted my head, straining to place it. It wasn't the wind, the air was still. It wasn't the fire, the crackles were distinct, separate. This was something else. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. Liam paused mid-marshmallow roast. "Hear what? The fire? No, it sounds like it whispering," I said, feeling foolish even as the word left my mouth. Maya frowned. "I don't hear anything, Chloe. Just the usual night sounds. Maybe an animal." "No, it didn't sound like an animal," I insisted, frustration mixing with a growing fear. It sounded like voices, really quiet. Liam shrugged. "Probably just the wind echoing weirdly off the rocks. This place is full of strange acoustics." He turned back to his marshmallow, dismissing it. Maya gave me a slightly concerned look but didn't press. But it wasn't the wind. The sound persisted, a low, multi-voiced murmur just at the edge of my hearing. It seemed to emanate not from one direction, but from the rocks themselves, from the shadowed faces illuminated by the dying fire. I stared out into the darkness beyond our camp, towards the looming silhouettes of the rock formations. The whispers seemed to coalesce, swirling around me, though my friends apparently heard nothing. They weren't distinct words, not yet, but the tiny bit was ancient, dry, and filled with a creeping malice. It felt like secrets being shared, secrets not meant for human ears, secrets carried on the dry desert air for centuries. And the most terrifying part, as I sat there, frozen, pretending to listen to Liam's story, I got the distinct, chilling impression that the whispers weren't just ambient noise. They were directed at me. The faces in the rocks watched, and they whispered, and somehow they knew I was the only one listening. The desert night suddenly felt infinitely colder, and the small circle of firelight seemed a very fragile defense against the vast, whispering darkness. Sleep was impossible. Back in the claustrophobic confines of my tent, the thin nylon walls offered no protection from the insidious whispers. If anything, the relative silence inside, away from the crackling fire and the low murmur of Liam Maya's conversation, only made them clearer. They weren't loud, not in volume, but they filled my head, a persistent, sandpapery chorus just beneath the threshold of normal hearing. It was like listening to a radio tuned slightly off station, catching fragments of voices speaking in dry, sibilant tones. The normal night sounds of the desert, the chirping of crickets, the distant yip of a coyote, the rustle of wind, through sparse scrub, usually things I'd find unnerving in their own right, now seemed like a thin veil over something far more ancient and sinister. Every tiny sound outside the tent flap made me jump, my heart pounding against my ribs. Were those footsteps on the sand? Was something circling the tent? Or was it just the whispers, weaving themselves into the fabric of the night? I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my hands over my ears, but it made no difference. The voices weren't entirely external. They resonated inside my skull, a chilling echo chamber. And they were starting to form words, disjointed fragments that scraped against my sanity. Abicloig, the sound of my own name, whispered by something inhuman, sent a jolt of pure ice through my veins. I'm listening. Stone secrets. Absolonk waiting. The phrases looped, meaningless yet laden with terrifying implication. Were they aware I could hear them? Were they speaking to me? The thought was paralyzing. I lay there, rigid, barely breathing, praying for dawn, convinced that the first light of sun would banish these phantoms. When morning finally arrived, painting the eastern sky in pale, washed-out colors, it brought exhaustion but little relief. The whispers faded with the rising sun, retreating back into the stone, but the memory of them, the feeling of their presence, lingered like a foil taste. I crawled out of my tent feeling hollowed out, my eyes gritty from lack of sleep, my nerves frayed to breaking point. The desert landscape, bathed in the clear morning light, looked stark and indifferent. The rock formations stood silent, their faces looking dormant, almost mundane compared to their terrifying nighttime animation. But I knew better. Their silence felt watchful, patient. Liam was already bustling around, making coffee on the portable stove, his energy offensively cheerful. Maya gave me a concerned look as I approached the dying embers of the campfire. "Rough night?" she asked softly. "You could say that," I mumbled, avoiding her gaze, wrapping my arms around myself despite the warming air. "You were pretty spooked last night." Liam chimed in, handing me a mug of instant coffee that tasted like dirt. "Seriously, Clue, you need to relax. It's the desert, it plays tricks on your mind. Altitude, dehydration, weird echoes happens all the time." I wanted to scream at him, to shake him, to make him understand that this wasn't just nerves or imagination. This was real. But looking at their faces, Liam's breezy dismissal, Maya's gentle, slightly pitying concern, I knew it was useless. They hadn't heard it. They hadn't felt it. To them, I was just letting the spooky campfire stories get to me. The isolation I'd felt the night before solidified into a cold certainty. I was alone in this. We ate breakfast in relative silence, the easy camaraderie of the previous day gone, replaced by an awkward tension. I picked at my food, my gaze constantly drifting towards the surrounding rocks. Were they watching me even now? Did they hear our conversation? I forced myself to try and act normal, to participate in their discussion about possible short hike after packing up. Liam wanted to explore a nearby cluster of rocks known for petroglyphs. The thought of getting closer to any rocks, especially ones marked by ancient hands, filled me with a visceral dread. I don't feel up to it, I said, my voice tighter than I intended. I think maybe we should just pack up and head back. Liam frowned. Head back? We just got here. We planned for 2 nights. Don't be ridiculous, Chloe. It was one weird night. Liam, maybe she's right. Maya interjected, looking at me assessingly. You don't look well, Chloe. Maybe the heat is getting to you. I'm not sick! I snapped, then immediately regretted my tone. I didn't sleep well. In this place, I gestured vaguely at the rocks. Can't feel's wrong, you feel it. Liam sighed, exasperated. Feel what? It's rocks and sand. Clue. Look, we'll do a short walk, see the petroglyphs, be back by lunch. Then we can relax. You're letting your imagination run away with you. His condescension was infuriating, but the fear was stronger. Arguing was pointless. They wouldn't leave. We weren't leaving. We were staying another night. The thought landed like a lead weight in my stomach. Throughout the morning, as we half-heartedly tidied the campsite, I remained hyper-vigilant. Every gust of wind sounded like the precursor to a whisper. Shadows seemed to cling to the rocks longer than they should in the bright sunlight. Once, while refilling my water bottle by a large boulder slightly away from the main camp, I heard it again, a single, distinct word, clear as day, hissed right beside my erg. Stay. I stumbled back, dropping the bottle, water splashing onto the thirsty sand. I scanned the rock face, my heart hammering. Nothing. Just inert stone. But I had heard it. It wasn't imagination. It wasn't the wind. The planned hike was torture. Liam strode ahead, oblivious. Maya kept glancing back at me, her brow furrowed with worry, but she didn't push. Every rock formation we passed felt like a watching eye. The petroglyphs, when we finally reached them, were fascinating but deeply unsettling, strange symbols and anthropomorphic figures etched into the dark desert varnish of the rock face. They felt like warnings, messages from people who had encountered the spirit of this place long ago. As Liam took photos, I felt an intense pressure building in my head, a loam that vibrated behind my eyes. The whispers were there, fainter than at night, a subliminal track beneath the desert silence, teasing the edges of my hearing. Secrets in the stone, older than time. If you belong to us, Nobe. By the time we returned to camp, I was trembling, coated in sweat that had nothing to do with the heat. The sun was beginning its descent, casting long shadows that stretched like grasping fingers across the sand. The dread returned with the twilight, heavier and more potent than before. I pleaded with Liam again. We have to leave, now, before it gets dark. Carlo, stop it, he said, his patience finally snapping. We're not packing up and driving out in the dark. It's not safe. Nothing is going to happen. You need to get a grip. His anger silenced me, but the fear screamed louder. As they rebuilt the campfire, I retreated, needing a moment alone, needing to escape the inevitable return of the voices. I walked a little distance away from the campsite, behind a large cluster of rocks, ostensibly to use the restroom. The moment I was out of sight of the fire, the whispers surged louder, clearer, swirling around me like a vortex of dry sound. Siosarg Yeslistend. They weren't just fragments anymore. They were insistent, demanding. And then I saw it. A shadow beneath one of the largest boulders, where the firelight didn't reach, seemed to detach itself. It wasn't just a lack of light, it was deeper, darker, and it moved with a fluid, unnatural motion before melting back into the rock space. I scrambled back towards the fire, Gasping for breath, my mind reeling. I didn't tell them what I saw. How could I? They wouldn't believe me. They'd think I was hysterical, maybe even crazy. As I sat by the fire that night, huddled deep in my jacket, I felt utterly, terrifyingly alone. Liam and Maya tried to make conversation, but their words sounded distant, unreal. My reality was the ceaseless whispering that only I could hear, and the faces in the rocks, which seemed to lean in closer now. Their features sharper, more defined in the flickering light, their stony lips curled in what looked chillingly like anticipation. The second night had begun, and I knew, with chilling certainty, that it was going to be far, far worse than the first. The whispers promised it. The second night didn't just bring whispers, it brought a suffocating presence. The air grew thick and heavy, pressing in on us around the meager campfire, which seemed to shrink, its flames sputtering despite the wood Liam kept feeding it. The whispers were no longer at the edge of my hearing, they were a deafening roar inside my head, a cacophony of dry, ancient voices overlapping, merging, speaking of hunger, of Anne's spent waiting, of absorbing consciousness into the cold, unfeeling stone. Comac joing, Bicomac Salensieg Stanig. They clawed at my thoughts, trying to tear down the walls of my sanity. The faces in the rocks surrounding our camp seemed to writhe in the faltering firelight, their shadows stretching and distorting into grotesque shapes. They weren't just watching anymore, they were closing in. I was trembling uncontrollably, the tears streaming down my face, but I couldn't look away from the darkness beyond the fire. Liam and Maya were finally showing signs that something was deeply wrong. Something beyond my apparent hysteria. Liam kept glancing nervously into the darkness, his earlier bravado evaporating. "Did you hear that?" he muttered, head cocked. "Sounds like it scraping." Maya, pale and wide-eyed, pulled her jacket tighter. "It's freezing," she whispered, her breath misting. How can it be this cold? The temperature had plummeted unnaturally, a deep penetrating chill that had nothing to do with the desert night. Then, the shadows I'd seen earlier detached themselves again. Not just one this time, but several. Darker patches against the deep gloom beneath the largest rock formations. They oozed forward, stopping just at the periphery of the firelight. They had no discernible shape, yet they pulsed with a sickening semblance of life. At the same time, small pebbles and loose gravel around the edges of our camp began to skitter, moving unnaturally towards us, inching closer to the fire, defying gravity on the slight slope. The ground beneath our feet vibrated with a low, resonant hum, like the thrumming of some colossal, subterranean machine. "They're here!" I finally screamed, scrambling backwards on the ground, pointing a shaking finger towards the shifting shadows. "I told you, they're real! They want us!" My raw terror finally broke through their disbelief. Liam fumbled for the heavy-duty flashlight, his hands shaking. Maya let out a small, choked cry. Liam clicked the flashlight on, aiming its powerful beam towards the largest cluster of rocks, the one with the screaming face that had haunted my vision. The beam hit the rock face, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then, a deep, grinding groan echoed through the night, seeming to emanate from the very heart of the stone monolith. It wasn't the sound of settling earth. It was the sound of something impossibly ancient and fast-moving. The ground lurched beneath us. High above the screaming face, the structure of the rocks seemed to ripple, cracks spider-webbed across the granite surfaces in the stark glare of the flashlight beam. "Move!" Liam yelled, grabbing Maya's arm, starting to pull her back. But it was too late. With a deafening roar that drowned out even the whispers in my head, the top section of the rock formation fractured. Huge boulders, tons of ancient granite, broke free and cascaded down towards our campsite. It happened impossibly fast. I saw Liam look up, his face a mask of terrified realization, illuminated for a split second before the avalanche of stone engulfed him. The sound was sickening. A final, wet crunch swallowed by the thunder falling rock. Maya screamed, a raw, piercing sound of utter horror. Dust and debris filled the air, choking us. The impact threw me backwards, my head hitting something hard. Through ringing ears and blurring vision, I saw Maya trying to scramble away, her leg twisted at an unnatural angle. The whispers surged, triumphant, swirling around the chaos like vultures. Onigma Rabjoini, primal fear, blind instinct took over. I don't know how I got on my feet. I grabbed Maya, pulling her with desperate strength despite the searing pain in my head. She sobbed, pointing back towards the rockfall where Liam had been. "We have top Liam. He's gone." I shrieked, the words tasting like ash. "We have to go. Now!" We stumbled away from the destroyed campsite, away from the groaning rocks and the triumphant whispers, plunging into the pitch-black desert night. Maya leaned heavily on me, whimpering in pain with every step. Behind us, I could hear the grinding sound continuing, the sound of stone settling, or perhaps rearranging. I didn't dare look back. The whispers followed us, carried on the cold night air, fading slightly with distance but never entirely disappearing. They mocked our flight, promised pursuit. I cannot escape always hear us. Running blindly through the darkness, tripping over unseen rocks, tearing our clothes and skin on thorny bushes, was the most terrifying experience of my life. Every shadow seemed to hold a waiting horror. Every gust of wind carried the sibilant threat of the voices. It felt like hours, an eternity of panicked flight, before we finally stumbled onto the dusty track where we'd left the car. Getting Maya, with her badly broken leg, into the SUV was an agonizing ordeal. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely fit them in the ignition. The engine turning over was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I drove like a maniac, bouncing over the rutted track, then hitting the paved road and flooring it. I'm not daring to slow down, not daring to look in the rearview mirror until the first signs of dawn began to streak the eastern horizon and the faint lights of a distant town appeared. We told the authorities a freak rock slide had hit our camp. They questioned us, of course. Maya, traumatized and heavily medicated for the pain, confirmed the rock slide, but her memory of the preceding hours was hazy, fractured. They found Liam's body, crushed beneath tons of granite. It was ruled a tragic accident, a danger inherent in camping near unstable rock formations. They never found anything to suggest otherwise. They didn't hear the whispers. It's been 6 months since that trip. Maya is still recovering, physically and mentally. She rarely speaks of that night, and when she does, her eyes have a distant, hunted look. She doesn't talk about whispers or moving shadows. Maybe she doesn't remember, or maybe she chooses not to. I envy her, because I remember everything. I live with it every day. The silence is the worst. It's never truly silent. In the quiet moments, late at night, or when I'm alone, I can still hear them faint, distant, like echoes trapped in my own skull. At waiting, they sometimes whisper, abstone secrets. I sleep with the lights on, music playing constantly. I avoid desolate places, tall buildings, anything that reminds me of those looming, watchful rocks. My friends dragged me camping near Joshua Tree. They thought it would be an escape. They were wrong. We walked into something ancient, something hungry, something that sleeps in the stone and wakes for unwary souls. My camping trip wasn't just a mistake. It was an encounter with a predator that wears the landscape as camouflage. Liam paid the ultimate price. Maya and I escaped. But we left pieces of ourselves back there, buried under the weight of the desert's terrible secrets. And sometimes I feel those lost pieces stirring, echoing the whispers from the place where the rocks have faces and listen. My name is Maya Reyes, and for the past 12 years, the Sierra Nevada mountains have been more than just my workplace. They've been my home, my sanctuary, and occasionally my silent, watchful adversary. As a park ranger stationed deep within the granite heart of California, I've seen things that would make most city dwellers' hair stand on end. I've tracked mountain lions bigger than small ponies, and navigated whiteouts that steal the world away in seconds, and rescued hikers who've underestimated the raw, indifferent power of this wilderness. I've learned the mountain's moods, the language of the wind whistling through Jeffrey pines, the subtle shifts in light that herald a coming storm. I thought I understood the dangers here, the predictable ones. At least dehydration, hypothermia, wildlife encounters, falls from treacherous ridges. But nothing in my years patrolling these peaks and valleys could have prepared me for what I found at the abandoned campsite near Black Lake Pass. The call came in late on a Tuesday afternoon, crackling over the station radio just as I was finishing up my daily patrol logs. Dispatch sounded unusually tense. Ray's got a report from a pair of through hikers. Came across an abandoned site, grid reference 74 Delta. Said it looked messed up. Asked for a welfare check. Messed up how? I asked, grabbing my notepad. Reports of abandoned gear weren't uncommon. People overestimate their abilities, get spooked by a bear, or simply decide they've had enough and hike out, leaving their expensive equipment behind for us to eventually haul out. Tents slashed, gear strewn everywhere. Said it looked like a tornado hit it, but localized just to the site. They didn't stick around long, got a bad feeling. Didn't see anyone. That was odder. Slashing tents felt deliberate, vindictive, not the usual MO for someone just bailing on a trip. Wildlife. Hikers didn't think so. No scat, no obvious signs of a bear tear down. Said it felt angry. Dispatch paused. They also mentioned something weird. A smell, like ozone or burnt sugar. They couldn't quite place it. A chill, unrelated to the cooling mountain air filtering through the open station window, prickled my skin. Ozone. That wasn't right. All right, I'm geared up. It'll take me a few hours to hike in there. It's pretty remote. Any registered permits for that area? Checking negative rays. No active permits for 74 Delta. Closest is a group due out near Bishop Pass in 2 days. Unregistered campers in a remote, off-trail area. That added another layer of unease. Protocol dictated a check, especially with a report suggesting deliberate destruction. Copy that. Heading out now. I'll radio in when I reach the site. E-take probably around 1900 hours. Maybe later depending on the terrain off trail. Roger that, Rays. Standard check-in procedures apply. Be careful out there. The hike to grid 74 Delta wasn't technically on any maintained trail. It involved branching off the familiar Bishop Pass trail and navigating through dense manzanita thickets and across fields of glacier, polished granite slabs, using topo maps and compass bearings. The air grew thinner, colder, as I gained elevation. The usual chirps and rustles of the forest seemed muted, replaced by an oppressive silence that felt heavier than usual. The sun dipped lower, painting the jagged peaks in hues of orange and bruised purple. But the beauty felt distant, overshadowed by a creeping sense of wrongness. Twice, I stopped, convinced I heard something pacing me, just beyond the tree line, the snap of a twig, the soft crunch of pine needles, but scanning the dense undergrowth revealed nothing. Probably just a deer, or my imagination getting the better of me, fueled by the strange radio call. Still, the hairs on the back of my neck remained stubbornly erect. By the time I reached the coordinates, dusk was settling thick and heavy in the small, bowl-shaped valley. The campsite was nestled in a clearing beside a stand of ancient, their gnarled foxtail pines, their branches looking like skeletal fingers against the darkening sky. And the hikers hadn't exaggerated. It was messed up. 2 high-quality dumb tents, the kind serious backpackers use, lay in ruins. Nylon fabric, usually taut and resilient, hung in rag strips, sliced open with what looked like clean, deliberate cuts. Tent poles were snapped, lying scattered like broken bones. Sleeping bags had been dragged out and torn, their downy insides drifting like morbid snowflakes in the slight breeze. Cooking gear pots, pans, a camp stove was dented and thrown haphazardly around the perimeter. Food supplies, mostly freeze, dried meal packets, and energy bars, were ripped open and scattered across the pine needle floor, attracting a swarm of insistent chipmunks who seemed oddly unafraid. I did a slow, methodical sweep of the perimeter, my boots crunching softly on the debris. My training kicked in URIT. Observe, document, analyze. First rule out animals. No large paw prints, no bear scat, no signs of claw marks that matched a bear trying to get at food. The cuts on the tents were too clean, too straight for animal claws or teeth. This was vandalism, pure and simple. Or something worse. What struck me hardest was the lack of something blood. There were no spatters on the torn tents, no pools soaking into the duff, no drag marks suggesting a body had been moved. For all the violence implied by the destruction, the site itself was strangely sterile in that regard. It didn't feel like a fight scene. It felt like an erasure. Like someone, or something, had furiously destroyed the evidence of people having been there, rather than the people themselves. I checked the fire pit. A small circle of stones held the gray ashes of a long dead fire. Cold to the touch. They'd probably been here at least a day, maybe two. I poked through the ashes, nothing unusual, just charred wood. My gaze swept the surrounding trees, the darkening granite slopes that cupped the valley. Where were the occupants? Did they flee? Were they taken? The destruction seemed too localized, too focused. If they'd run, surely they would have dropped gear, left a trail. I started making wider circles, looking for tracks, any sign of departure. That's when I saw it. Near the eastern edge of the clearing, the ground sloped sharply upwards before becoming a sheer granite cliff face, maybe 80 feet high, glistening damp-ply in the fading light. It wasn't a climbing spot. It was smooth, an unforgiving rock offering few handholds. And right at the base, inches from where the vertical ascent began, pressed into a patch of damp earth, spared the carpet of pine needles, was a single, perfect footprint. My breath hitched. It was small, impossibly small. The distinct tread pattern of a child's hiking boot, maybe a size 9 or 10, clear as day. There was only one, not a pair, not a trail of them. Just one solitary print, facing directly towards the cliff face. I crouched down, my flashlight beamed steady on the impression. It made no sense. There were no other tracks around it, no adult prints, no scuffle marks, nothing to indicate how this single, tiny boot print arrived here. More baffling still was where it pointed, straight up a sheer rock face that even an experienced climber with full gear would find challenging, let alone a small child. It was a dead end. A literal wall of granite. The print suggested a child walked directly to this spot, and thing what? Vanished into thin air. Started scaling an impossible cliff face in the dead of night. The strange smell the hikers reported wasn't present now, replaced by the clean, cold scent of alpine air and pine. But the silence pressed in again, deeper this time. The chipmunks had vanished. The wind died down. There was only the thumping of my own heart and the sight of that impossible footprint aiming towards the sky. A cold dread, far deeper than the evening chill, began to pool in my stomach. Something terrible had happened here. Something that didn't follow the rules of the wilderness I knew. And that single, child-sized print felt like the opening line to a story I was suddenly terrified to read. The flashlight beam trembled slightly in my hand as I swept it up the granite cliff face, tracing the cold, hard lines from the impossible boot print upwards. 80 feet, maybe more. It wasn't just steep, it was smooth. Glacier polished in many sections, offering virtually nothing in the way of purchase. There were a few vertical fissures, yes, but widely spaced and shallow challenges for seasoned climbers with ropes and gear, utterly insurmountable for a small child. I walked the base of the cliff, my light probing every inch. No fallen debris suggesting someone had slipped from above. No scuff marks on the rock indicating a desperate scrabble for purchase. No sign of a rope anchor, old or new. Nothing. It was as if the child had simply walked to the base of this sheer wall and evaporated. Or perhaps, worse, been taken upwards. The thought sent an icy cascade down my spine. My ranger training screamed at me to find a logical explanation. Could the print have been left before the cliff formed? Preposterous, this granite was ancient, shaped by millennia of glacial activity. Not yesterday's earthquake. Could it have washed there during a freak flood? Unlikely, given its clarity and the lack of other water deposition signs nearby. Could someone have placed the boot there, stamping it into the mud as a bizarre calling card or a cruel joke? That felt closer to a possibility, however disturbing. But why, and where were the people who belonged to this camp? Where was the child who wore that boot? With the light fading fast, I knew I had to widen my search beyond the immediate campsite. Leaving the unsettling print behind, though its image was burned into my mind, I began making concentric circles outwards from the ruined tents, my headlamp cutting a bright swath through the deepening gloom. I scanned the ground meticulously for any sign of disturbed earth, broken branches, snagged fabric, discarded wrappers, anything that might indicate a path of retreat or abduction. The forest floor, thick with pine needles and scattered granite scree, yielded nothing. The silence which had felt oppressive earlier now felt pregnant, watchful. The feeling of being observed intensified tenfold as true darkness fell, the kind you only experience miles from civilization, so deep it feels like velvet smothering the world. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch in the barely their breeze sounded unnaturally loud. Snapping my head around, my hand hovering near the bear spray holstered on my hip, though I had a sinking feeling that whatever happened here wouldn't be deterred by capsaicin. An hour into the expanded search, I found something else. Not tracks, but markings. On the trunk of a massive foxtail pine, about 50 yards northwest of the campsite, someone had carved symbols into the bark. They weren't fresh, the edges were weathered, suggesting they'd been there for some time, maybe years, but they were undeniably strange. Not hiker tags, not survey marks, not the usual initials within a heart graffiti. These were geometric shapes, intricate spirals that seemed to draw the eye inwards, and jagged, star-like symbols I didn't recognize from any park signage or known cultural markings in the region. They felt deliberate, ritualistic, perhaps. Standing there in the isolated dark, shining my light on these cryptic carvings, the story of the campsite shifted again in my mind, taking on an even darker, more sinister hue. Was this site chosen specifically because of these markings? Frustrated and increasingly unnerved, I decided it was time to report in. The lack of bodies was strange enough, but the slashed tents, the deliberate destruction, the carvings, and especially that single, impossible footprint, this needed to be escalated. I unclipped the satellite radio from my pack and extended the antenna and keyed the mic. Dispatch, this is Ranger Ray's at Grid 74 Delta. Do you copy? Static hissed back at me, thick and impenetrable. I tried again, changing frequencies slightly. Dispatch, Ray's requesting check-in. Over. More static, punctuated by faint, rhythmic pulses that didn't sound like any normal interference I'd ever encountered. It was almost musical, a discordant. High-pitched whine that seemed to drill directly into my skull. I tried the emergency channel. Nothing but that same, pervasive static and the unnerving pulse. Cell service was non-existent this deep in the backcountry, but the sat radio should have worked. It always worked. The sudden, complete isolation hit me like a physical blow. I was alone out here, truly alone, with the ruins of a campsite, a child's ghost print, strange carvings, and an unseen presence that felt increasingly malevolent. But panic began to lick at the edges of my professional calm. The logical explanations my brain kept trying to formulate seemed thinner and thinner against the weight of the bizarre evidence. The ozone smell the hikers mentioned, I sniffed the air again. Was that a faint trace of it now, sharp and electric beneath the scent of pine and damp earth? Or was I imagining it, my senses heightened by fear? Night had fully claimed the Sierras. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and the thought of hiking out now, cross-country in the pitch-black over uneven terrain with failing communication, was a recipe for disaster. Breaking an ankle out here alone was as good as a death sentence. Reluctantly, I concluded I had no choice but to spend the night. Staying at the campsite itself felt deeply wrong, like sleeping in a graveyard, but it was the most sheltered spot for miles. I decided against trying to patch up the slashed tents. They felt tainted, violated. Instead, I found a relatively sheltered spot amongst a cluster of large boulders near the edge of the clearing, offering some protection from the wind and a solid backstop. I cleared the ground, laid out my emergency bivy sack and sleeping bag, and prepared a cold meal. The thought of lighting a fire felt like sending up a beacon, announcing my presence to whatever lingered in the surrounding darkness. Eating mechanically, I scanned the dark tree line, my headlamp beam jumpy and nervous. Every shadow seemed to cool us into a watching figure. The wind, picking up slightly, whispered through the pines, and my strained senses twisted the sounds into faint chuckles or hushed, sibilant whispers. Was that the crunch of a footstep on granite, or just a pine cone falling? The logical part of my brain fought a losing battle against the primal fear flooding my system. I zipped myself into the bivy, the thin nylon layer feeling like scant protection against the vast, indifferent wilderness and the specific, unknown terror this place held. I kept my heavy-duty flashlight and the bear spray inside the bag with me, my hand gripping the cold metal can. Sleep, I knew, would be impossible. My plan was to stay alert, listen, and wait for the first hint of dawn to make my escape and report this in person. Hours crawled by. The moon, a pale sliver, offered little illumination through the dense canopy. The stars, usually a comforting blanket in the high Sierras, that felt distant and cold tonight. The silence returned, pressing down again, broken only by the frantic thumping of my own heart. I must have drifted into a state bordering exhaustion and hypervigilance, my eyes gritty, my muscles aching with tension. Then I heard it. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal. It was faint, carried on the night air from the direction of the cliff face. A sound that shouldn't exist here. It sounded unmistakably like a child humming a tuneless, disjointed melody, high-pitched, soft, and utterly chilling. It lasted only a few seconds, then cut off abruptly, leaving the silence even heavier than before. My blood turned to ice water. Every nerve ending screamed. I lay frozen in my bivy sack, straining to hear, my breath caught in my throat. Was it my imagination, a hallucination brought on by fear and exhaustion? Then, a different sound. Louder this time. Distinctly. Terrifyingly real. The sharp, grating noise of rock scraping against rock, coming from high up on the sheer granite cliff face. The sound of something moving up there, where nothing, absolutely nothing, should be able to move. Frozen terror held me captive within the thin confines of my bivy sack. The sound of rock scraping high on the cliff face wasn't just unnerving. It was fundamentally wrong. It defied gravity, defied logic. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. Slowly, painstakingly slowly, I reached for the heavy-duty flashlight beside me, my fingers closing around the cold metal. Taking a shallow, shaky breath, I eased the zipper of the bivvy down just enough to peer out into the oppressive darkness. Pointing the beam towards the cliff felt like painting a target on myself, but I had to know. I clicked it on, the powerful beam slicing through the night, illuminating the sheer granite wall. My light swept upwards, searching for the source of the sound. Nothing, just cold, empty rock face, glistening faintly with moisture. The scraping had stopped the instant my light hit the stone. Had it heard the click? Had it seen the light? I held the beam steady, scanning back and forth, my eyes straining, searching for any anomaly, a ledge, a cave opening, a figure silhouetted against the faint starlight. There was nothing. Absolutely nothing. Then the humming started again, closer this time, not distinctly from the cliff, but seeming to emanate from the air around me, a childlike, dissonant tune that crawled under my skin and vibrated in my bones. I snapped the flashlight off, plunging myself back into near total darkness, convinced now that the light was attracting it. I retreated fully into the bivvy, zipping it tight, pulling my sleeping bag over my head, a pathetic defense against something I couldn't comprehend. The night became a torturous cycle of perceived sounds and suffocating silence. The scraping returned intermittently, sometimes distant and high, sometimes seemingly lower down the cliff face. The humming would weave in and out, occasionally replaced by something that sounded disturbingly like soft, childish giggling coming from the dense woods behind my boulder shelter. Once, I was certain I heard whispering, just outside my bivy, indistinct words that felt ancient and menacing. I squeezed my eyes shut, reciting trail markers and ranger protocols in my head, anything to anchor myself to reality, to fight the rising tide of panic threatening to drown me. The air grew thick, and that strange, sharp smell of ozone and burnt sugar returned. Stronger now, prickling my nostrils even through the layers of nylon and down. It felt electric, charged, like the air before a violent lightning strike. Then, through my closed eyelids, I perceived a faint, flickering light. Not the steady beam of a flashlight, but an irregular, pulsing luminescence, casting shifting shadows against the inside of my eyelids. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the cliff face. Forcing myself to look, I cracked the bivvy zipper again, just a sliver. High up near the summit of the cliff, a pale, greenish light flickered weakly like static discharge or faint bioluminescence. It pulsed erratically for several seconds, illuminating nothing specific before fading back into the oppressive darkness. What in God's name was that? Geological phenomena, atmospheric disturbance, or something intrinsically linked to the humming, the scraping, the impossible footprint. No rational explanation felt adequate. Just before the first hint of gray began to dilute the pre-dawn blackness, something landed softly on the taut nylon of my bivy sack, right above my face. I flinched violently, stifling a cry. My hand shot to the bear spray. Listening intently, I heard nothing more, no footsteps, no movement. After minutes that stretched into an eternity, I gathered every scrap of courage I possessed, took hold of the small object through the fabric, and slowly opened the zipper. Resting on my chest, stark against the dark blue nylon, was a small, carved wooden bird. It was crudely made, like a child's whittling project, yet the wood felt unnaturally smooth, almost polished and strangely cold to the touch. It hadn't been there when I zipped myself in. I hadn't heard anyone approach. It was simply there. I stared at it, my mind reeling. Was it a gift? A warning? A token left by the humming entity? I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. As the first true light of dawn painted the eastern sky, filtering weakly into the valley, the eerie sounds finally ceased. The scraping stopped. The humming faded. The oppressive atmosphere lifted slightly, replaced by the cold, damp reality of the morning. But the terror didn't subside. It merely shifted, morphing into an urgent, desperate need to escape. I scrambled out of the bivvy sack, stuffing my sleeping bag and the sack into my pack with trembling hands, my eyes constantly darting towards the silent cliff face and the surrounding woods. I didn't bother trying to make sense of the wooden bird. I shoved it deep into my pocket, a disturbing, tangible piece of the nightmare. The campsite looked even more desolate in the gray morning light. The slashed tents like gaping wounds, the scattered food attracting bold Steller's jays who screeched mockingly. The child's footprint near the cliff was still there, undisturbed, a silent testament to the impossible events of the night. I didn't run, but my hike out was fueled by pure adrenaline, moving faster over the uneven terrain than I thought possible. I didn't stop to rest, didn't pause to check my map, relying on instinct and a desperate homing signal in my brain urging me towards safety. Every shadow seemed to watch me. Every snapping twig sounded like pursuit. The carvings on the foxtail pine seemed to pulse slightly as I hurried past, the spirals looking deeper, darker. The forest felt awake now, but not in a comforting way. It felt like it was letting me leave, watching me go, knowing I carried a piece of its darkness with me. It took me nearly 3 hours of frantic hiking to hit the main trail, and another hour before I encountered other hikers, a young couple whose cheerful, "Good morning!" sounded jarringly normal. Seeing the relief flood their faces at my disheveled, wild-eyed appearance, I realized how close to breaking I must have looked. A few miles further down, my radio suddenly crackled to life with routine chatter. The signal was back. I called dispatch immediately, my voice hoarse and unsteady. "Dispatch, this is Rise. I'm clear of 74 Delta. You need to send a full investigation team. SAR, maybe forensics. I don't know. The campsite, it's bad. No bodies, but it's not right. There are things." I trailed off, unable to articulate the sheer wrongness, the humming, the scraping, the footprint. How could I explain a child's boot print leading up a sheer cliff? Or a wooden bird appearing out of thin air? The official investigation that followed was thorough, but ultimately inconclusive. They documented the slashed tents, the scattered gear. They noted the lack of blood. They photographed the strange carvings, labeling them unidentified markings. They dismissed the footprint as anomalous, likely caused by unusual erosion or even a hoax by the missing campers themselves before they vanished. The lack of any trace of the campers led to a missing persons report that remains open to this day. My reports of the sounds, the light, the smell, the bird et which I produced, much to their confusion, were noted but filed under Ranger experiencing stress due to isolated conditions. They suggested I take extended leave. I took their advice. I left the Sierras, left the Park Service. I couldn't go back. I couldn't patrol those trails, couldn't look at the granite peaks without remembering the scraping sound, couldn't camp under the stars without hearing that faint, terrible humming. The official report might call it stress, but I know what I experienced. Something ancient and inexplicable resides in those remote valleys, something tied to those carvings, something that lures people in and then erases them, leaving behind only destruction and impossible clues. Sometimes late at night, I take out the small wooden bird. It's still cold to the touch, no matter the room temperature. I look at the photos I took of the campsite of the single, child-sized boot print facing that impossible cliff. The trip wasn't my mistake, not directly. But encountering that place, surviving that night, it left a permanent scar. The deadly mistake belonged to the campers who ventured into a part of the wilderness that doesn't abide by the rules of our world. A place where children's footprints lead straight up walls of solid rock and into the waiting silence. My name is Ben, or, well, it was Ben. I'm not entirely sure who or what I am anymore, not after what happened out there on that godforsaken stretch of California coastline they call the Lost Coast. It's a name that feels chillingly appropriate now, prophetic even. Lost. That's what we became. Lost in the fog, lost to reason, lost to whatever ancient, hungry thing dwells in that perpetual gray miasma. There were 4 of us who set out: me, my best friend Liam, his girlfriend Chloe, and my younger sister, Maya. We fancied ourselves experienced hikers, veterans of sun-drenched Sierra trails and crisp desert landscapes. We craved something different, something wilder, more untamed. The Lost Coast promised exactly that: a rugged, roadless expanse where the King Range Mountains crash violently into the Pacific, a place accessible only by foot, known for its treacherous beauty, shifting black sand beaches, and notoriously unpredictable weather. It was supposed to be the ultimate challenge, a badge of honor amongst serious backpackers. We spent months planning, poring over maps that showed steep climbs, creek crossings, and warnings about sneaker waves and impassable high tides. We felt prepared, confident, maybe even a little arrogant. We packed state-of-the-art gear, GPS devices, emergency beacons. Enough food for twice the planned duration. We thought we'd accounted for every variable nature could throw at us. We were so terribly, tragically wrong. The first 2 days were tough, but exhilarating. The sheer scale of the place was humbling. Towering cliffs plunged hundreds of feet to a churning, slate-gray ocean that stretched unbroken to the horizon. The roar of the surf was a constant companion, sometimes a soothing rhythm, sometimes a menacing growl. We navigated slippery rocks, pushed through dense coastal scrub, and forded streams swollen with recent rain. The air was thick with the scent of salt, damp earth, and pine. Wildlife was scarce, strangely so. We saw soaring gulls and the occasional deer track, but the usual chatter of smaller birds, the rustling in the undergrowth, it was largely absent. An unnerving quiet settled over the landscape whenever the wind died down, a silence that felt watchful, expectant. Liam joked as like the land was holding its breath. I wish I'd paid more attention to that feeling. We stuck mostly to the beach sections when the tide allowed, the black sand sucking at our boots with every step. Other times we were forced onto the bluff trails, winding paths that offered spectacular, dizzying views but demanded careful footing. We saw no one else, no other hikers, no distant fishing boats, nothing. It felt like we were the only souls left on the planet, dwarfed by the raw, indifferent power of the wilderness. That isolation, initially thrilling, began to subtly fray our nerves by the 3rd day. Jokes became less frequent, conversations shorter. Maya, usually bubbling with energy, grew quiet, often scanning the dense tree line or the empty horizon with a frown. Chloe kept nervously checking her phone, even though we all knew there was no signal for miles. Liam tried to keep spirits up, pointing out geological formations or identifying the sparse coastal flora, but even his enthusiasm felt forced. It was late afternoon on the third day when we saw it. We'd been hiking a particularly grueling inland section, a steep ascent through thick, dripping redwood and Sitka spruce forest, but trying to bypass a stretch of beach the map warned was impassable at all but the lowest tides. The air grew colder, damper, and the perpetual twilight under the dense canopy deepened. We were tired, muddy, and starting to bicker about whether we'd missed a turn off. Then, through a gap in the ancient trees, Liam pointed. What the hell is that? Standing on a remote headland, perhaps half a mile ahead and significantly higher up than our current position, was a structure. It wasn't marked on any of our maps, not the detailed topographical ones, not the Park Service handouts, not even the satellite images I'd obsessively studied beforehand. It was a lighthouse, an old one built of dark, weathered stone, cylindrical and sturdy, topped with a glassed and lantern room. It looked impossibly out of place, perched precariously on the cliff edge, miles from any harbor, any shipping lane, any logical reason for its existence. It wasn't decaying or ruined, despite its apparent age. It looked solid, almost perfectly preserved, stark against the darkening sky. Curiosity instantly overrode our fatigue and frustration. A mystery lighthouse, unrecorded, undocumented. It was irresistible. We altered our course, pushing through tangled undergrowth and scrambling over most slicked rocks, drawn towards the strange beacon. The closer we got, the eerier it felt. The architecture was archaic, 19th century perhaps, yet there was no sign of access roads, no remnants of keepers' cottages, nothing but the tower itself rising from the windswept bluff. How was it built? Who manned it? Why was it forgotten? We reached the base as the light began to fail. A heavy iron-banded wooden door, bleached gray by salt and time but remarkably intact, was set deep into the stone. It wasn't locked. It swung inward with a low, groaning protest, releasing a gust of cool, stale air that smelled of dust, brine, and something else like something faintly metallic, like old blood or rust. Hesitantly, we stepped inside. The interior was circular, dimly lit by narrow, slit-like windows. A spiral staircase, cast iron and intricate, wound its way up into the gloom. Dust lay thick on everything, undisturbed for what looked like decades. Cobwebs draped like make-a-bird decorations. Yet, like the exterior, the structure itself seemed sound. No crumbling plaster, no significant water damage. It was as if the occupants had simply walked away one day and time had respectfully paused within these walls. At the base of the stairs, resting on a sturdy wooden lectern, was a large, leather-bound book, a logbook. Its cover was brittle, the gold leaf lettering faded but still legible, Punta Perdita Lighthouse log. Punta Perdita, the lost point. Fitting. With trembling hands, Liam opened it. The pages were thick, yellowed, filled with entries in elegant, archaic script. Dates, weather observations, shipping know what ships they could possibly have seen from this remote spot. I couldn't fathom. Mundane details of a keeper's lonely life. The ink was faded but clear. We gathered around fascinated, reading snippets aloud. The early entries, dating back to the late 1800s, were routine. Then, gradually, the tone shifted. Mentions of persistent, unnaturally thick fog became more frequent. Notes about strange sounds carried on the wind, described as whispers or a wailing. Eunice crept into the meticulous handwriting. We flipped forward, scanning years, decades. The entries grew sparser in the early 1920s. The handwriting became less steady, more agitated. Then we found the last entry. It was dated October 17th, 1923. The script was jagged, hurried, words crammed together, ink blotched in places. Yet reading, fog rolled in thicker than ever this morning. Blankets everything. Visibility 0. Can't see the cliffs, can't see the sea. The sound started again before dawn. Closer this time. Not just whispers, something else. Something moving in the gray. Something vast. Heard Elias scream an hour ago from the oil shed. Haven't seen him since. Should have listened to the old warnings. The fog doesn't just hide the rocks. It brings. That's where it ended. The mid-sentence. The pen stroke trailed off the page, as if the writer had been suddenly interrupted, violently pulled away. It brings what? A cold dread, colder than the sea air flooding the tower, seized me. I looked up from the logbook, my heart pounding. Clue gasped. Maya whimpered softly. Through the narrow windows, we could see it. Outside, silent and swift, rolling in from the sea like a solid, suffocating wall, was the fog. Thick gray and absolute, it was swallowing the landscape, swallowing the light, the world. It crept up the cliffs, swirling around the base of the lighthouse, pressing against the glass. The low moan of the wind outside changed, it taking on a strange, multi-toned quality. It sounded horribly, disturbingly, like whispers. We were trapped inside the forgotten lighthouse, miles from anywhere, with the same fog descending that had been described in that final, terrified entry nearly a century ago. The logbook fell from Liam's numb fingers, landing with a soft thud on the dusty floor, the sound swallowed by the oppressive silence and the insidious murmur of the fog. We were exactly where the last keeper had been, and the fog had come again. Panic slammed into us like a physical force, sharp and suffocating. The four of us stood frozen at the base of the spiral staircase, eyes wide, staring through the narrow windows at the swirling vortex of gray that had consumed the world outside. The fog wasn't just visually obscuring. It felt like it was pressing in, dampening sound, thickening the air we breathed until each inhale felt heavy, inadequate. The silence inside the tower was absolute, broken only by our ragged breathing and the insidious, multi-toned whispering that seemed to emanate directly from the stone walls around us, a sound that crawled under the skin and lodged deep in the primitive corners of the brain. Liam. The door. Kala whispered, her voice trembling, barely audible. Liam, snapping out of his shock, lunged for the heavy wooden door we'd entered through. He shoved it shut, the ancient wood groaning in protest, and fumbled with the rusted iron latch, ramming a heavy bolt across a flimsy defense we all knew against whatever might be outside, but a necessary act to feel even marginally less exposed. Maya huddled against me, her face pale, her eyes darting nervously towards the slit like windows as if expecting something monstrous to peer in. Okay, let's calm down, Liam said, trying to project confidence, but his voice wavered. It's just fog. Bad fog? Yeah, like the book said, but just fog. Coastal weather here is crazy, we knew that. The sounds. It's the wind, the acoustics of the cliffs, the tower. The logbook, Liam. Chawler hissed, her fear sharpening into anger. It stopped mid-sentence. Something moving in the gray. He heard Elias scream. That wasn't wind. She pointed a shaking finger at the logbook lying on the floor where Liam had dropped it. This place. It's not right. It's not on any map for a reason. So what are you saying? Liam retorted, his own fear manifesting as defensiveness. That there's some fog monster out there. Like in that stupid movie. Get real Chloo. Maybe we should. Maya murmured, her voice unnaturally quiet. Get real. Maybe the logbook is real. Maybe Ilias did scream. An icy wave washed over me. Maya was usually the rational one, the skeptic. Hearing her give voice to the possibility sent a fresh jolt of terror through me. I looked from the bolted door to the oppressive fog outside, then up the winding spiral staircase that vanished into the shadows above. We were trapped in a place that history had forgotten, besieged by the same phenomenon that had claimed its last inhabitant nearly a century ago. Rational explanations felt increasingly flimsy, like trying to build a raft out of mist. We need to get higher, I said, surprising myself with the decisiveness in my voice. See if we can get above the fog, see anything. Maybe there's a radio up there, something in the lantern room. It was a long shot, bordering on delusional, but staying huddled at the base waiting for. Whatever, felt unbearable. We needed to do something. Reluctantly, the others agreed. Liam took the lead, using his powerful flashlight beam to cut through the dense gloom of the stairwell. I came next, trying to shield Maya, with Chloe bringing up the rear, constantly glancing back towards the door. The iron stairs groaned and creaked under our weight, the sound echoing unnervingly in the confined space. Dust motes danced in the flashlight beam like tiny, spectral insects. The air grew colder, damper, carrying strange drafts that seemed to whisper past our ears. We passed landings that opened into small, circular rooms, presumably the keeper's living quarters. They were starkly empty, stripped bare, offering no clues, no comfort. Just bare stone walls, more dust, more cobwebs. On the second level up, however, we found something different. A door, thicker than the others, reinforced with iron bands, much like the entrance door. It was firmly shut, but not locked. Liam pushed it open. Inside was a small, cramped room, clearly once a bedroom or study. Unlike the others, this one wasn't entirely empty. A simple iron bed frame stood against one wall, mattress long gone. In the corner, a small wooden desk lay overturned, its contents spilled across the floor, dried inkwells, broken pens, scattered papers yellowed with age. But what drew our attention was the wall opposite the door. It was covered in scratches, deep gouges in the stone, frantic and overlapping, as if someone had been clawing desperately at the bare rock. Interspersed with the scratches were symbols, crudely carved spirals, jagged lines, things that looked disturbingly like eyes. It looked like the frantic work of a mind utterly unraveling. What did this? Maya breathed, stepping back from the doorway. Liam shone his light on the floor near the desk. Amongst the debris lay a small, porcelain doll, surprisingly intact, though its painted eyes seemed unsettlingly vacant in the flashlight's glare. Beside it was a child's worn leather shoe. Had there been a family here? A child witnessing whatever horrors unfolded? The thought added another layer of sickness to the dread churning in my stomach. We backed out of the room, pulling the heavy door shut, feeling an unspoken need to contain whatever desperation resided within those scratched walls. We continued upward, the climb seeming steeper now, the air heavier. The whispering outside seemed louder here, closer. We could hear faint, rhythmic tapping sounds like fingernails drumming on glass, but from which direction, it was impossible to tell. Finally, we reached the top of the lantern room. It was a cage of glass and iron, offering a panoramic view off nothing. Just impenetrable, swirling gray pressing in from all sides. It felt like being inside a cloud, cut off from the world entirely. The great lamp mechanism stood in the center, a complex assembly of brass, crystal prisms, and lenses. It was dusty, but, like the tower itself, seemed remarkably well preserved. Could it still work? Would it even penetrate this fog? Liam swept his flashlight around the room, and then he stopped. Ben, look. He pointed towards the glass panels facing the sea. On the outside, plastered against the glass, obscured slightly by the slightling fog, but undeniably there was a handprint. A large one. Larger than a normal human hand, the fingers long and unnaturally thin, pressed flat against the pane dozens of feet above the ground. As we stared frozen in disbelief, another print appeared beside it, then another. They weren't fresh. Exactly, they looked dried, pale against the condensation, but they hadn't been there moments before. Clue screamed, stumbling backward, tripping over a coil of old rope. At the same moment, a loud thump echoed from below, it shaking the entire structure. It sounded like something heavy had slammed against the main entrance door. Then another thump, harder this time. It knows we're in here. Maya whispered, her eyes fixed on the handprints. It's trying to get in. The rhythmic tapping we'd heard earlier intensified, now clearly coming from the lantern room glass itself, right beside the disturbing prints. Tap, tap, tap. Slow, deliberate, patient. Liam frantically shone his light down the spiral staircase, illuminating nothing but empty steps descending into darkness. But the thumping from the base continued, echoing up the shaft, a brutal counterpoint to the delicate, terrifying tapping on the glass beside us. Panic gave way to primal terror. The logbook wasn't history, it was a script, and we were playing our parts. We were trapped at the top of the tower, the fog sealing us in, unseen things leaving impossible handprints on the glass, while something heavy tried to break down the door far below. The whispers seemed to coalesce, forming almost words on the edge of hearing, promising horrors just beyond the gray veil. And then, cutting through the thumping and the tapping, a new sound reached us from the base of the tower, faint but unmistakable, carried up the spiral shaft like a chilling echo from 1923. It was the sound of someone screaming. It didn't sound like Elias this time. It sounded like Chloe. We whirled around. Chloe wasn't behind us. She wasn't on the lantern room floor where she'd fallen. The coil of rope lay innocently on the iron grating. But Chloe was gone. Vanished from the top of the locked lighthouse with no sound, no struggle, leaving only the echo of a scream hanging in the suffocating air. Chloe's scream ripped through the fragile remnants of our sanity, leaving a void more terrifying than any sound. One moment she was there, scrambling on the floor, eyes wide with terror. The next, simply gone, vanished. Not dragged away, not fallen erased from existence within the confines of the sealed lantern room, 80 feet above the ground, surrounded by impenetrable fog. Liam roared her name, a raw, guttural sound of disbelief and anguish, spinning around, flashlight beams slashing wildly through the empty space where she had been. He kicked the coil of rope, checked behind the massive lamp mechanism, his movements frantic, bordering on furl. "Chloe! Chloe! This isn't funny!" "Where are you?" But there was nowhere to hide. We were in a glass cage at the top of a stone tower. Maya sank to the floor, curling into a ball, hands clamped over her ears, rocking back and forth, whispering. It took her. The fog took her. Like the book. The thumping from the base of the tower intensified, a relentless, bone-jarring percussion that vibrated up through the iron stairs. Crack. A noise like splintering wood echoed up the shaft. The main door wouldn't hold much longer. Simultaneously, the tapping on the lantern glass became frantic scratching, the sound of sharp points etching lines into the thick panes, right where the ghostly handprints lingered. Fine. Spidery cracks began to radiate from the points of contact. Whatever was outside, it was closing in from above and below. We have to get out. I choked out, grabbing Liam's arm. "Liam! Staying here is death! The door downstairs is almost gone!" Liam turned on me, his face a mask of grief and rage. "Get out where?" "Ben." "Into that." He gestured wildly at the swirling gray pressing against the cracking glass. "Chloe's gone. Maybe she fell. Maybe there's a way down we missed." Hope warred with terror in his eyes, a desperate, irrational flicker. "Nobody falls and vanishes without a sound!" I yelled back, shaking him. "She's gone because it took her! The thing from the logbook! The thing scratching at the glass right now!" As if summoned by my words, one of the glass panes near the handprints suddenly starred, then shattered inward with a deafening crash, spraying shards across the lantern room floor. An unearthly cold flooded the space, carrying with it the thick, cloying smell of saltwater decay and something else, something indescribably full, like rotting seaweed mixed with ammonia. Through the broken pane, we saw nothing but the rolling gray, yet we felt it a presence, ancient and malevolent, looking in. The whisper surged, swirling around us like physical things. No longer just sounds, but palpable pressures against our eardrums, speaking in a chorus of discordant voices that hinted at drowning, crushing depths, and eternal, cold hunger. That broke Liam, his desperate hope shattered, replaced by pure, adrenaline-fueled terror. "Downstairs," he gasped, shoving past me towards the spiral staircase. "Maybe we can get out before it breaks through the door. Maybe run for it." Run where? Into the fog that had swallowed Chloe whole. But staying was unthinkable. I pulled Maya to her feet. She was almost catatonic, her eyes vacant, and pushed her towards the stairs after Liam. "Move, Maya! Now!" The descent was a nightmare. Liam practically threw himself down the steps, his flashlight beam bouncing erratically, plunging us into momentary blindness. Behind us, the scratching and the wind howling through the broken lantern pane faded slightly, only to be replaced by the terrifyingly close sounds of the main door giving way below. Wood groans, Hingis screamed. Every few steps, Liam would pause, shining the light back up at us, his face hollowed by fear, then down into the suffocating darkness below. Maya stumbled sobbing, clinging to my arm. The whispers followed us, seeming to slither down the stone walls alongside us, teasing, promising. Lost. Cold. Join us. Join Elias. Join Chlo. We were halfway down, perhaps on the level with the room filled with scratches, when a final, explosive crash echoed from the base. The main door had given way. A wave of impossibly cold air rushed up the stairwell, extinguishing Liam's flashlight as if snuffing a candle. We were plunged into absolute blackness, broken only by the faint, ambient gray light filtering down from the shattered lantern room far above. And from the base of the tower rose a new sound. Not whispers, not thumping. It was a wet, dragging, slithering noise accompanied by a soft, rhythmic clicking like oversized claws on stone. It was coming up. G.O. Liam screamed, shoving Maya forward so hard she tumbled down the next few steps. He turned back, facing the darkness below, and I heard him fumbling with something clipped to his belt. He carried a large survival knife. Get Maya out! Bed! Get her out! Liam, no! I cried, reaching for him in the dark. There's no getting out for me. He choked out, his voice thick with despair. Tell them I tried to find her. Then he screamed, not in terror this time, but a battle cry, and lunged down the stairs into the oppressive dark towards the slithering, clicking horror ascending towards us. I heard a sickening crunch, a wet tearing sound, and a single, abruptly cut off scream. Liam's scream. Then, silence save for the continued, unhurried slithering and clicking, now slightly faster, coming closer. Terror unlike anything I had ever known, colder and deeper than the fog itself, seized me. I grabbed Maya, hauling her upright. She was limp, unresponsive, her eyes wide and unseeing. I half dragged, half carried her down the remaining flights, stumbling in the near darkness, the slithering sound seeming to pace us just behind. We reached the ground floor. The main door hung in splinters from one hinge. Beyond it, the world was a formless gray abyss. The whispering was everywhere now, inside my head, outside the door. I could hear the clicking sound just feet behind us on the stairs. There was no time. I shoved Maya towards the gaping doorway. Run, Maya, run! She didn't respond, just stood swaying slightly, staring into the fog. The clicking was almost upon us. I saw a flicker of movement in the profound darkness at the base of the stairs, something impossibly tall and thin, momentarily silhouetted against the faint light from above, unfolding itself. I didn't think. I acted. I bundled Maya forward with all my strength, sending her stumbling out through the ruined doorway into the fog. Then I turned and scrambled after her, not looking back, bursting out into the cold, gray, disorienting miasma. I ran, blindly. I tripped over rocks, tore through unseen bushes, gasping for air that felt thick and dead in my lungs. I called Maya's name, but only the fog and the whispers answered. I glanced back once, towards where the lighthouse should be, but saw nothing. No tower, no light, just endless, featureless gray. It was as if the Punta Perdita lighthouse, having claimed its sacrifices, had retreated back into the non-existence from which it came. I don't know how long I ran. Hours. Days. I stumbled along the coast, sometimes on the black sand, sometimes thrashing through the undergrowth, completely lost, guided only by the sound of the surf somewhere off to my left. The fog never lifted. It stayed, a constant, chilling companion. I never saw Maya again. I never saw another human soul. Eventually, delirious with thirst and exhaustion, I collapsed on a beach. When I woke, the fog had receded slightly, not gone, but thinner. I saw a trail marker. Somehow, impossibly, I had stumbled back onto a known part of the Lost Coast Trail, miles south of where the lighthouse should have been. Days later, a search party found me, hypothermic, incoherent, babbling about fog, whispers, and a lighthouse that didn't exist. They said I was lucky to be alive, a victim of exposure and hallucination brought on by the treacherous conditions. They searched for Liam Chlo and Maya for weeks. They found nothing. No bodies, no gear, no trace. According to the official record, my friends were simply lost to the unforgiving wilderness, swallowed by the sea or the terrain. They don't believe me about the lighthouse, about the logbook, about the handprints on the glass, or the thing that came from the fog. Punta Perdita remains unmapped, unrecorded, a a shared hallucination, they imply. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I carry the cold of that tower in my bones, the sound of whispers in my ears. Sometimes, when the coastal fog rolls in here, back in civilization, I feel it, that same pressing silence, that same watchful presence. I see long, thin fingers reaching from the gray. I know the fog isn't just weather. It's a shroud. It's a gateway. And the thing Elias warned about, the thing that took my friends, is still out there, waiting patiently on that lost coast, within its forgotten lighthouse, waiting for the fog to roll in and bring it new visitors. My camping trip wasn't just a mistake. It was a sentence. I survived, but I never truly escaped. I'm just waiting for the fog to find me again. Don't go looking for the lost coast secrets. Some places are lost for a reason. My name is Daniel, or at least it was. Sometimes staring into the flickering screen late at night, scrolling through endless feeds of lives that seem impossibly bright and uncomplicated, I struggle to connect with the person who bore that name just a few short months ago. That Daniel was lighter, less burdened by the shadows that now cling to the edges of my vision, less haunted by the silence that screams just beneath the surface of everyday noise. That Daniel thought a camping trip to Big Bear Lake in California would be the perfect escape, a chance to recharge batteries drained by the relentless grind of city life. He couldn't have been more wrong. It wasn't an escape, it was an initiation into a horror I can barely comprehend, let alone articulate. But I have to try. Someone needs to know what lurks beneath the placid surface of that picturesque mountain lake. It was late September, the tail end of the season. The summer crowds had thinned, leaving behind a crispness in the air that hinted at the coming autumn. My friends, Mark and Chloe, had joined me. We'd been planning this trip for months, envisioning crackling campfires, hikes through whispering pines, and lazy afternoons by the water. We found a relatively secluded spot, nestled amongst tall Jeffrey pines and granite boulders, offering a stunning panorama of the lake. Big Bear Lake, sprawling and serene under the vast California sky, looked like something straight off a postcard. The water was a deep, mesmerizing blue, reflecting the surrounding San Bernardino Mountains like a flawless mirror. During the day, sunlight danced on its surface, boats carved white wakes across its expanse, and the laughter of distant visitors echoed faintly. It felt idyllic, peaceful, a world away from the concrete sprawl and frantic energy of Los Angeles. The first day and a half were exactly what we'd hoped for. We set up our tents, explored nearby trails that smelled of pine needles and damp earth, and shared stories around the campfire as twilight painted the sky in hues of orange and purple. Mark, ever the pragmatist, handled most of the practicalities: fire, building, cooking, ensuring our supplies were bear-proof. Chloe, an artist, sketched the landscape, capturing the ruggedy with charcoal and paper. And me, I was content just to be there, soaking in the tranquility, letting the mountain air cleanse the smog from my lungs and the stress from my mind. We felt utterly disconnected in the best possible way. Cell service was spotty at best, forcing us into actual conversation, into noticing the small details, the way a hawk circled overhead, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the sheer, overwhelming silence that descended after sunset. It was on the second night that the first crack appeared in that peaceful facade. Mark and Chulu had turned in early, exhausted from a long hike. I stayed up, nursing the last of the campfire embers, mesmerized by the star-dusted sky. The moon was a slender crescent, offering little illumination, making the stars seem impossibly bright and the darkness around the lake profoundly deep. I walked to the edge of our campsite, closer to the water's shore. The lake was utterly still, a vast sheet of black glass reflecting the pinpricks of starlight. It was then that I saw them. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, perhaps reflections from a distant cabin or the moon catching ripples I couldn't otherwise see. But these were different. They were under the water. Faint, phosphorescent lights, glowing with an eerie, greenish-blue hue. They weren't stationary, they moved. Not randomly like a school of fish startled by some unseen predator, but with a strange, deliberate cadence. They shifted and pulsed, coalescing into intricate patterns, then dispersing, only to reform moments later in a new, equally complex configuration. It was geometric, almost mathematical, yet fluid and organic. Imagine a kaleidoscope operating in slow motion, deep beneath the black water, powered by some unknown intelligence. I watched, frozen, my breath catching in my throat. The lights were deep, far deeper than any diver could reasonably be at this hour, and certainly deeper than any submerged object's running lights. There were no boats on the lake. The silence was absolute, broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the shore and the frantic thumping of my own heart. I scanned the opposite shoreline, searching for any logical source, campers, houses, anything. There was nothing but darkness and the silhouettes of trees against the starry sky. The patterns became more elaborate, swirling and weaving in ways that felt disturbingly purposeful. It wasn't the playful shimmer of bioluminescent algae. This had structure, intent. It felt ancient and deeply unnatural. A cold dread, entirely separate from the night air's chill, began to seep into my bones. I backed away slowly, my eyes still fixed on the hypnotic, terrifying display beneath the waves. Were they signals, a warning, or something else entirely? Something observing the surface world from its hidden, watery domain. I considered waking Mark and Clue, but what would I say? Hey guys, there are weird, spooky lights doing synchronized swimming routines in the lake. They'd think I was overtired, or maybe had indulged in one too many campfire beers, though I hadn't. Mark, the skeptic, would have a dozen rational explanations before his eyes were even fully open. Clue might be more receptive, but I also didn't want to frighten her unnecessarily. So I kept it to myself, retreating to the relative safety of my tent. The eerie glow of the underwater light seared into my memory. Sleep was a long time coming, punctuated by uneasy dreams of shifting patterns and crushing darkness. The next morning, the sun rose over the mountains, burning away the mist and revealing the lake in all its daytime innocence. It looked exactly as it had the day before, calm, blue, inviting. The memory of the lights felt surreal, like a half-remembered nightmare. Had I imagined it? The clarity and duration of the sighting argued against it, but the sheer absurdity of it warred with rational thought. Doubt gnawed at me. Driven by a mixture of lingering fear and intense curiosity that fatal, human combination, I decided I had to get a closer look. After a hurried breakfast, during which I deflected Mark and Clue's questions about my subdued mood, I mumbled something about wanting to explore the shoreline from the water. We had brought a small inflatable dinghy, more toy than serious vessel, but suitable for paddling short distances. While Mark grumbled about safety protocols and Chloe offered to join me, I insisted on going alone, needing the solitude to process what I'd seen, or what I thought I'd seen. I rowed out from our little cove, the plastic oars dipping clumsily into the cold water. The lake was larger and deeper than it appeared from the shore. Paddling towards the area where I estimated the lights had been concentrated, I scanned the water's surface, then peered down into its depths. Sunlight penetrated the first few feet, revealing smooth stones and waving weeds. But beyond that, the blue darkened rapidly into an impenetrable abyss. There was no sign of anything unusual. No debris, no strange currents, nothing. Had it all been a figment of an overactive imagination, amplified by darkness and solitude? Just as I was about to dismiss the entire experience and row back, feeling slightly foolish, I saw something snagged on a half-submerged log near the edge of a steep underwater drop-off. It looked like a bundle of cloth or leather. My curiosity overriding caution, I paddled closer and reached out with an oar, carefully hooking the object and pulling it towards the dinghy. It was heavy, waterlogged, and incredibly old. As I lifted it aboard, dripping dark, silty water onto the floor of the raft, I realized it was some sort of rolled-up pouch, possibly made of oilskin or treated leather, designed to be waterproof. It was decaying, stained, and smelled faintly of mud and something else like something metallic and vaguely unpleasant. My fingers fumbled with the stiff, rotten ties holding it closed. They crumbled under the pressure, revealing the contents within. It was a map, not printed, but hand-drawn on a thick, parchment-like material that had somehow resisted complete disintegration despite its obvious age and long immersion. The ink had bled in places, but the lines were still discernible. It depicted the contours of Big Bear Lake, but with unfamiliar landmarks and names written in an archaic script. And there, near the center, marking a spot corresponding to one of the deepest sections of the lake, precisely where I'd seen the lights performing their silent ballad, was a crudely drawn symbol, like a spiral or a vortex. Beside it, penned in the same faded, spidery hand, were 3 chilling words: the sunken chair. A shiver traced its way down my spine, cold and sharp despite the morning sun. The sunken chair. What in God's name did that mean? The map felt wrong in my hands, ancient and forbidden. The lights, the impossible depth, the cryptic map, it wasn't my imagination. Something was down there, something old and secret, something that maybe didn't want to be found. Holding that sodden relic, with the vast, silent lake stretching out around me, I felt a profound sense of trespass, as if I had stumbled upon a truth I was never meant to know. The idyllic camping trip had just taken a sharp, dark turn, and I had the sickening feeling that rowing out onto the lake that morning was the first step in a mistake far more deadly than I could possibly imagine. I sat there in the dinghy for what felt like an eternity, the gentle rocking of the boat a stark contrast to the turmoil raging within me. The sun beat down, warming my skin, but a chill deeper than the lake's water had settled in my core. The sunken chair. The words echoed in my mind, nonsensical yet terrifyingly resonant. They felt like a key, but one that unlocked a door I was instinctively certain should remain forever closed. The map itself felt imbued with a malevolent energy, a soggy, a decaying harbinger of secrets best left undisturbed. Its very existence confirmed the reality of the lights, shattering any hope that I'd merely been overtired or suggestible. Something was down there, something ancient enough to warrant a hand-drawn map on near indestructible material, something given a name that spoke of collective voices silenced beneath the waves. Finally, forcing myself into action, I carefully rolled the map, tucking it back into its dilapidated pouch. A part of me wanted to throw it back into the depths, to pretend I'd never seen it, never witnessed the lights. But another, stronger part, the part that reads ghost stories late at night, the part that slows down at car crashes, wouldn't let me. I had to know. The need was primal, overriding common sense, overriding the fear that was screaming at me to row back to shore, pack my bags, and drive away from Big Bear Lake as fast as my car would take me. Paddling back to the campsite, my mind raced. How much should I tell Mark and Chloe? The full story sounded insane. Lights, a mysterious map, a sunken chair. Mark would likely confiscate my car keys and schedule a psych evaluation. Chloe might be more open, but I saw the genuine fear in her eyes the previous night when a raccoon had knocked over a pot lid. Exposing her to this felt irresponsible, dangerous. I decided on a partial truth. The map was tangible evidence, harder to dismiss than an account of eerie lights. When I reached the shore, they were waiting, Mark looking impatient, Chloe concerned. "Took you long enough," Mark said, grabbing the dinghy's rope. "Find any submerged treasure." His sarcastic tone grated, but I tried to keep my voice level. "Actually," I said, holding up the dripping pouch, "I found this." I unrolled the map on a flat rock, careful not to tear the fragile material further. They crowded around, initial curiosity shifting to confusion and intrigue as they took in the archaic script, the strange symbols, the faded drawing of the lake. "What the hell is this?" Mark breathed, tracing a faded line with his finger. "Looks ancient. Where did you find it?" "Snagged on a log out near the deep part," I said, omitting the detail about the lights guiding me to the general area. "Look at this." I pointed to the spiral symbol in the inscription, the sunken chore. Chloe shivered, pulling her sweater tighter around her shoulders despite the midday warmth. "That's creepy. What do you think it means?" Mark, ever the pragmatist, was already formulating theories. Probably some old prospector's map. Maybe Sunken Chair was the name of a mine shaft that got flooded when they dammed the valley to create the lake. Or just some weird local nickname. He poked at the parchment. Still, pretty weird to find it just floating around. His rationalizations felt hollow, forced. He couldn't entirely dismiss the strangeness of it, the unsettling name, the map's sheer age and condition. But his skepticism provided a convenient shield, allowing us to talk around the deeper implications. Chloe remained quiet, her eyes flicking nervously between the map and the dark, placid surface of the lake. The discovery shifted the atmosphere of the trip. The easy camaraderie was replaced by a low humming tension. Mark tried to steer us back to normalcy, suggesting another hike, but the enthusiasm wasn't there. I found myself constantly glancing towards the lake, half expecting to see ripples disturb the surface or shadows moving in the depths. Clue grew withdrawn, sketching less and jumping at small sounds. The map lay on our picnic table, a silent, ominous presence we couldn't quite ignore. That afternoon, I tried using the slivers of signal I could occasionally catch to research. The Sunken Chair, or any strange legends associated with Big Bear Lake. Most results were tourist information, fishing reports, real estate listings. I dug deeper using obscure search terms, trying variations of local folklore, disappearances, drownings. I found scattered mentions of Serrano Native American legends about spirits in the water, warnings about respecting the lake, but nothing specific, nothing concrete. There were old newspaper archives mentioning accidents and drownings over the years, as any large body of water accumulates, but no patterns, no whispers of unnatural causes or strange lights. It was as if the lake held its secrets tightly, allowing only the most mundane tragedies to surface. The lack of information was almost more unnerving than finding something overtly sinister. It deepened the sense of isolation, the feeling that we had stumbled into something unknown, unrecorded. Was the Sunken Chair a forgotten piece of history, a collective hallucination, or something else? As dusk began to settle, casting long shadows across the water, the anxiety ramped up. The cheerful crackle of the campfire felt less comforting tonight, more like a fragile bastion against encroaching darkness. Mark tried to lighten the mood with jokes, but they fell flat. Chloe kept her gaze fixed on the flames, avoiding looking towards the lake. I, however, couldn't look away. My attention was riveted to the water, waiting. And then, as the last vestiges of twilight surrendered to full night, they returned, the lights. They started faintly, just as before, deep beneath the surface in the same area indicated on the map. But tonight, they seemed brighter, sharper. The patterns they wove were faster, more complex, almost frantic compared to the previous night's slow ballad. The greenish-blue glow seemed to pulse with a sickening intensity that made my stomach churn. "Do you guys see that?" I whispered, my voice hoarse. Mark and Clue followed my gaze. Mark squinted. "See what? Reflections." "No, look," I insisted, pointing, "under the whites." Chloe gasped, clutching Mark's arm. "I see something, faint lights." Mark stared hard, his skepticism finally cracking under the undeniable visual evidence. Okay. That's weird. What is that? Some kind of underwater vehicle. There are no vehicles down there, Mark. I hissed, frustration mixing with fear. It's too deep. And look at how they're moving. The lights coalesced into a tight, spiraling pattern reminiscent of the symbol on the map, pulsing rhythmically. As we watched, utterly transfixed, a sound began to emanate from the lake. It wasn't loud, more a vibration felt in the chest than something clearly heard by the ears. It was a low, discordant humming, multi-layered, like voices trying to harmonize but failing miserably, creating a sound that was both musical and deeply unsettling. It seemed to resonate with the pulsing of the lights. The Sunken Chair. The name slammed into my consciousness with terrifying clarity. This sound, this vibrating hum emanating from the illuminated depths, this was the Chair. Not singers, perhaps, but something creating this resonant, unnatural chorus. Chloe whimpered, burying her face in Mark's shoulder. Even Mark looked pale, his earlier explanations abandoned. Okay, Daniel, he said, his voice tight. You were right. This isn't normal. We should pack up. Now. Part of me screamed in agreement pack. Leave. Forget the map. Forget the lights. Forget the chore. But the other part, the part that had been hooked since finding the map, felt a morbid pull. What was it? What created the lights, the sound? What secrets did that map truly hold? Leaving now felt like running from an unfinished story, a puzzle half solved. We can't just leave. I found myself saying, surprising even myself, not yet. We need to understand what this is. Understand. Mark stared at me incredulously. Daniel, look it! Listen to it! That thing isn't asking for understanding. It's a warning. We need to get the hell out of here before we end up part of that chair. The discordant humming seemed to intensify slightly, the lights pulsing faster. The air grew colder. A profound sense of being watched, of being assessed by whatever intelligence resided in the crushing blackness below, washed over me. It felt ancient, alien, and utterly indifferent to our fear. The map lay on the table, bathed in the flickering firelight, its spiral symbol seeming to mock us. We were caught between primal fear urging us to flee and a fatal curiosity demanding answers. Mark was right. Leaving was the only sane option, but as I looked from the terrifying beauty of the underwater lights to the cryptic map in my hand, I knew, with a certainty that chilled me more than the night air, that I couldn't walk away. I had to know what lay hidden beneath the waters of Big Bear Lake. The deadly mistake wasn't just coming here. It was the decision, forming in my mind right then, to delve deeper. Mark's words, laced with genuine terror, hung heavy in the cold night air, underscored by the incessant, gut-churning hum from the lake. The pulsing underwater lights cast flickering, demonic shadows on his pale face. Can end up part of that chair. The phrase sent icy tendrils of fear down my spine, yet the morbid fascination held me fast. It felt like standing on the edge of a precipice, horrifying, yet magnetic. We can't just run away, I argued, my voice sounding thin and ready against the unearthly thrum. Think about what this is. Something unknown, maybe something ancient. We have proof. I gestured wildly towards the map, then the lake. People need to know. People need to live, Daniel. Mark shot back, stepping between me and the water's edge as if physically shielding me. Whatever that is down there, it's not putting on a show for science. It's wrong. It feels hungry. Clue's terrified, I'm terrified, and if you had half a brain left, you'd be terrified too. We're leaving. Now. With or without you. Clue nodded mutely, tears streaming down her face, her eyes wide with fear, fixed on the swirling lights. The sight of her raw terror should have snapped me out of it, but the pull of the mystery, the allure of the abyss, was too strong. It felt like the chair itself was whispering in my mind, promising forbidden knowledge, showing me glimpses of patterns vast and intricate. Was it really curiosity, or was the lake itself influencing me? The line blurred. I'm not leaving, I said, the words tasting like ash. Not until I get a closer look. Mark stared at me for a long moment, his expression shifting from anger to something akin to pity. Fine, he said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. Fine. Stay here and drown in your goddamn mystery. Chloe and I are packing. We're leaving at first light. If you change your mind, you know where the car is. If not, well, it was nice knowing you, Dan. He turned, gently guiding the trembling Chloe back towards the tents, away from the mesmerizing, dreadful spectacle in the lake. The finality in his voice was absolute. Our friendship, forged over years, had just fractured, broken on the shores of this haunted lake. I was alone now, truly alone, with the pulsing lights and the discordant hum of the sunken shore as my only companions. The sense of isolation was immense, yet paradoxically, I felt closer than ever to the lake's secret heart. I spent the rest of the night by the dying fire, the map clutched in my hand like a talisman, my gaze locked on the water. The lights continued their hypnotic dance, the humming sound waxing and waning, sometimes seeming to form near coherent, multi-tonal notes before dissolving back into chaos. Sleep was impossible. My mind raced, fueled by adrenaline, fear, and that insidious, compelling curiosity. How could I get closer? The dinghy was useless for exploring the depths marked on the map. I had no diving gear, no submersible camera. All I had was the map, the lights, the sound, and a growing obsession. As the first hint of dawn painted the eastern sky a bruised purple, the lights beneath the water began to fade, the humming receding like a dying breath. The transition back to normalcy was jarring. The lake, once again, looked serene, innocuous. Birds began to chirp. Far off, I heard the muffled sounds of Mark and Chloe packing with frantic urgency. They didn't speak to me. They didn't even look my way as they loaded their gear into the car with grim determination. The silence between us was more profound than the nighttime humming. When they were ready, Mark paused by the driver's door, looking back at me one last time. There was no anger left, only a deep sadness. He didn't say anything, just shook his head slowly and got in the car. I watched them drive away, dust rising from the dirt track, until they disappeared behind the trees, leaving me utterly alone in the vast, silent landscape. My first coherent thought was that I should have gone with them. But the map felt heavy in my pocket, a physical anchor to this place. The memory of the lights, the resonance of the chair, it was branded onto my soul. Leaving felt like an amputation. I had to try something. My plan, formulated in the sleep-deprived hours before dawn, was reckless, bordering on suicidal. I would take the dinghy back out to the spot marked on the map. I had a powerful flashlight in my camping gear and a long length of rope. My idea was to anchor the dinghy as best I could, then lower the flashlight on the rope, hoping to catch a glimpse off something. Anything. It was a pathetic, desperate attempt, laughable in its inadequacy against the scale of the mystery, but it was all I had. I rode out onto the glassy surface, the morning sun warming my back, the events of the night feeling dreamlike yet vividly real. Reaching the approximate location, guided by the map's crude landmarks and my memory of the lights, I peered down. The water was clearer than I expected in the morning light, but still dropped off in impenetrable darkness just a dozen feet below. My heart hammered against my ribs. The silence was absolute. No birds sang nearby, no breeze rustled the pines. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath. I secured the flashlight tightly to the end of the rope, switched it on, and began lowering it slowly into the water. The beam cut through the upper layers, illuminating sediment and tiny, darting aquatic life, before being swallowed by the blue-black depths. I paid out more and more rope, the flashlight descending into the abyss where the lights had danced. 50 feet, 70, 100. The rope grew heavy, the light just a faint, distant star below. Suddenly, the rope went taut. It snagged on something. Gently, I tried pulling it back, but it was firmly caught. Panic fluttered in my chest. Then, the rope began to pull. Not violently, but with a slow, inexorable tension, drawing the dinghy slightly downwards. My breath hitched. I gripped the sides of the inflatable boat, knuckles white. And then the humming started again. It wasn't loud like the previous night, but a low, deep vibration that seemed to come from directly beneath me, resonating through the hull of the dinghy, through the water into my bones. It grew steadily in intensity, accompanied by a faint, pulsing blue, green glow emanating from the depths, far below where my flashlight was snagged. It was the chair, awake now even in daylight, responding to my intrusion. The pulling sensation on the rope increased. The flashlight beam far below began to move erratically, not just swaying, but tracing patterns, the same complex, geometric, unnatural patterns I had seen the night before. It was as if whatever held the flashlight was using it to communicate, or perhaps mocking my feeble attempt at investigation. The humming intensified further, becoming a physical pressure against my eardrums. It wasn't just sound, it was a presence. I felt consciousness down there, ancient, vast, and utterly alien. Images flooded my mind, unbiding, endless spirals, crushing pressure, cold darkness, a chorus of voices subsumed into one resonant entity, a collective trapped or perhaps willingly merged within the lake's depths for millennia. The sunken chair wasn't just a place, it was them. The water around the dinghy began to stir, despite the lack of wind. Small whirlpools formed and dissipated. The pulling on the rope became insistent, trying to draw the boat, and me, downwards. The urge to cut the rope warred with a terrifying, inexplicable desire to see what held it, to lean over the edge and peer into the faintly glowing depths, to understand the source of that mesmerizing hum. The chair was calling, promising answers within its cold embrace. That was the moment I finally understood the true nature of the deadly mistake. It wasn't just camping here. It wasn't just finding the map or rowing out onto the lake. The mistake was listening, letting the curiosity overwhelm the instinct for self-preservation, allowing the chair's song to resonate within my own mind. With a surge of pure animal panic, I grabbed my utility knife and sawed frantically at the rope. The thick cord parted with a snap, the tension released, and the dinghy bobbed violently. The humming reached a crescendo, a sound of pure, mind-shattering dissonance, and the glow beneath the waves pulsed barely one last time before abruptly extinguishing. Silence crashed down, absolute and terrifying. I didn't wait. I threw myself into rowing, my strokes clumsy and inefficient, driven by sheer terror. I didn't look back at the spot where my flashlight had disappeared into the abyss, didn't dare look too deeply into the water. I rowed until my muscles screamed and my lungs burned, until the inflatable boat scraped against the muddy shore of the empty campsite. I abandoned everything, the dinghy, the tent, the remaining supplies, the cursed map which I tore from my pocket and hurled into the undergrowth. I scrambled to my car, keys shaking violently in my hand, and drove away from Big Bear Lake as if the hounds of hell were snapping at my heels. I didn't slow down until the mountains were distant shapes in my rearview mirror, until the pines were replaced by freeways and concrete. Months have passed. I haven't spoken to Mark or Clue since that morning. The rift is too deep, tainted by the horror we witnessed in my own obsessive choices. I live with the consequences, with the chilling memory of the lights and the soul-deep resonance of the chair's hum. Sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet, I think I can almost hear it, a faint vibration on the edge of hearing. I avoid large bodies of water. I can't stand silence. The Daniel who went camping seeking peace is gone, replaced by a man haunted by the knowledge of what slumbers beneath the placid surface of a beautiful California lake, eternally singing its silent, sunken song. And I know, with chilling certainty, that the sunken chair is still there, waiting patiently in the cold, dark depths for the next curious soul to make the same deadly mistake. My name is Olivia, and frankly, my life back in Portland felt like it was slowly suffocating me. The endless gray drizzle seemed to seep into my bones, mirroring the monotony of my 9 to 5 graphic design job, the strained politeness of awkward Tinder dates, and the constant, low-grade hum of existential dread that seemed to be the background noise of my generation. I needed an escape, a reset button, something more. That's why I found myself driving south, chasing the Californian sun towards the imposing silhouette of Mount Shasta. Shasta. Even the name held a certain mystique. It wasn't just a mountain. It was a beacon for spiritual seekers, crystal enthusiasts, UFO watchers, and people like me, vaguely lost souls hoping the mountain's alleged energy vortexes could somehow unscramble our internal wiring. I'd read the blogs, scrolled through the Instagram posts tagged A Shasta vibes, and convinced myself that maybe, just maybe, breathing in that high-altitude air and communing with nature could offer some clarity. Some profound insight that my therapist's calming platitudes couldn't quite reach. I wasn't expecting enlightenment, necessarily, maybe just a decent tan, and a feeling that I wasn't completely adrift in the universe. I packed my best hiking boots, a tent that promised easy setup Joe blatant lie. As it turned out, enough freeze-dried meals to survive a small apocalypse, and a hopeful, slightly naive heart. The first couple of days were nice, almost disappointingly normal. The air was crisp, the scent of pine needles sharp and clean. I pitched my tent after a considerable struggle involving tangled poles and muttered curses in a designated campsite, dutifully storing my food in the bear-proof locker. I went on short, prescribed trails, nodding politely at fellow hikers clad in expensive Gore-Tex, their faces beaming with either genuine bliss or the strained enthusiasm of people forcing themselves to have a good time. The mountain loomed magnificent and vast, its snow-capped peak piercing the impossibly blue sky. It was beautiful, undeniably so, but the profound spiritual connection I'd half expected remained elusive. It felt more like, well, camping, with slightly better scenery and a higher chance of encountering someone to sell me healing crystals. By day 3, the restlessness returned. The designated trails felt too tame, too curated. I craved something wilder, a path less trodden. That morning I woke before dawn, the air biting cold. Instead of heading towards the popular Bunny Flat trailhead, I consulted a less detailed map I'd found tucked into a local guide pamphlet. One that hinted at more rugged, unmarked routes branching off from an older service road. It felt slightly reckless, breaking the park rules. But the urge to find something real, something untouched, was overpowering. I drove my beat-up sedan as far as the crumbling asphalt allowed, then parked, pulling on my backpack. The silence here was different, deeper, more absolute. No distant chatter of other hikers, just the sighing wind through the towering pines and the occasional chatter of a squirrel. I started walking, following a barely discernible path marked only by broken branches and scuffed earth. The forest grew denser, the sunlight filtering through the canopy in dappled, shifting patterns. There was an ancient feel to this part of the woods, a sense of time slowing down. I felt a prickle of unease, the kind you get when you know you're somewhere you perhaps shouldn't be, but I pushed it down, attributing it to the isolation. This was what I wanted, wasn't it? Raw, untamed nature. Hours passed. The terrain grew steeper, my lungs burning, my legs itching. I scrambled over fallen logs thick with moss and navigated patches of loose scree that threatened to send me tumbling down the slope. Several times I almost turned back, common sense battling with that strange, persistent pull deeper into the wilderness. And then I heard it. Faintly at first, a low, rushing sound that grew steadily louder as I advanced. Water. Pushing through a thicket of ferns that scratched at my arms, I stumbled into a small, hidden clearing and stopped dead, breathless. Before me was a sight of almost clitch imbuing a waterfall, maybe 30 feet high, cascading down a sheer rock face into a crystal clear pool below. Sunlight hit the spray, creating miniature rainbows that danced in the air. Lush moss clung to the damp rocks, and delicate wildflowers bloomed in defiance of the shaded coolness. It felt sacred, untouched, a secret place the mountain had guarded well. This, I thought, this was it. This was the magic I'd been looking for. I dropped my pack by the pool's edge, splashing the icy water on my face. It was exhilarating. I sat on a smooth, sun-warmed boulder, eating a protein bar and just soaking it in. The roar of the waterfall filled my ears, a constant, soothing white noise. I felt a sense of peace I hadn't experienced in years. Maybe Shasta was working its magic after all. As I sat there, lulled by the water's roar, my eyes traced the line where the cascade met the rock face behind it. Something seemed off. A shadow, perhaps deeper than it should be, almost like an indentation behind the curtain of water. Curiosity, that fatal human flaw, began to stir. It was probably nothing, just the way the rock was formed. But the longer I looked, the more convinced I became that there was a space back there. Getting closer meant getting soaked. I hesitated, then shrugged. I was already grimy from the hike, scrambling over slick, mossy rocks at the base of the falls. I edged towards the rock face. The spray was intense, plastering my hair to my face and chilling me to the bone despite the sun. I had to shield my eyes, peering through the shimmering sheet of water. And there it was, not just an indentation, but an opening. A cave hidden perfectly behind the waterfall. My heart started hammering against my ribs, a mixture of excitement and sudden, inexplicable fear. This wasn't on any map. This felt forbidden. Part of me screamed to turn back, to respect the mountain's secrets. But the other part, the part that had driven me here in the first place, was already moving forward. Taking a deep breath, I pushed through the cold curtain of water and stumbled into the darkness beyond. The transition was jarring, from the bright, loud, sunlit clearing to a sudden, echoing gloom. The roar of the waterfall was instantly muffled, replaced by the sound of dripping water echo unnervingly in the enclosed space. The air was cold, damp, and thick with the smell of wet earth, stone, and something else of a faint, metallic tang, like ozone after a lightning strike. It took a few moments for my eyes to adjust. The cave wasn't particularly large, maybe the size of a small room, with a sandy floor sloping gently upwards. Water trickled down the walls, glistening in the faint light filtering through the waterfall's curtain. It was utterly silent except for the drips. And then, as my vision cleared further, I saw them. Carved into the smooth, dark stone of the cave walls were symbols. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, covering nearly every available surface. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen before, not hieroglyphs, not runes, not any tribal marking I could recognize. They were intricate, geometric patterns mixed with flowing, almost organic lines, weaving in and out of each other. Some were small and precise, others vast and sprawling across the rock. They seemed impossibly ancient, yet somehow sharp, as if carved yesterday. I took out my phone, hoping to use its flashlight, but there was no signal, and the battery icon was blinking ominously low. Typical, even in the dim light, the symbols were captivating. I moved closer, tracing one with my eyes, a complex spiral that seemed to fold in on itself infinitely. As I stared, I could have sworn did it just pulse. I blinked, shaking my head. It had to be a trick of the light, the way the faint illumination from the waterfall entrance played on the uneven surface. But as I focused again, concentrating on a cluster of interlocking triangles near the back of the cave, I saw it again. A faint, internal light emanating from within the carvings themselves. It wasn't bright, more like the bioluminescence of deep-sea creatures, a soft, ethereal glow that pulsed slowly, rhythmically, like a sleeping heartbeat. Blue-green, then fading, then pulsing again. A shiver traced its way down my spine, cold dread mixing with overwhelming awe. What was this place? Who carved these symbols? The air crackled with a strange energy, making the hairs on my arms stand on end. My rational mind was screaming alarms, get out now! But my feet felt rooted to the spot. My gaze kept being drawn back to the pulsating light. One symbol near eye level seemed to glow slightly brighter than the others. It was a circular design, intricate lattices branching off it like frozen lightning. It seemed to call to me, drawing me closer. An irrational, almost primal urge rose within me, the desire to touch it, to feel it, to understand. It felt less like my own curiosity and more like a silent command emanating from the stone itself. Touch it. No. My hand trembled as I reached out, my fingers hovering inches from the cool, damp rock. Every instinct shrieked danger. This felt ancient, powerful, and utterly alien. Touching it felt like stepping off a cliff into the unknown. But the pull was irresistible, the pulsating light hypnotic. My fingertips brushed the stone. It wasn't cold as I expected, nor was it warm. It was nothing, a void of temperature. But beneath my skin, a deep vibration started, sensing instantly with the slow pulse of the light. It resonated up my arm, into my chest, settling behind my eyes. The dim light in the cave seemed to brighten exponentially, the symbols flaring with blinding intensity. The dripping sounds faded, replaced by a roaring in my ears, like the waterfall had suddenly moved inside my skull. And then the visions hit. Not gentle insights or spiritual clarity, but a chaotic, terrifying flood of images, sounds, and sensations crashing into my mind, tearing through my consciousness like shrapnel. Colors I'd never seen, sounds that clawed at my sanity, feelings of immense age, cosmic loneliness, and a hunger so vast, so predatory, it threatened to swallow me whole. I saw things I wish I could unsee, things that fractured my understanding of reality itself. I squeezed my eyes shut, jerking my hand back as if burned, but it was too late. The connection had been made. The cave's secret, its ancient, terrible awareness, had latched onto me. And I had a sickening feeling that it wasn't going to let go. I ripped my hand away from the pulsating symbol, stumbling backward and landing hard on the damp cave floor. My breath came in ragged, panicked gasps. My heart felt like it was trying to hammer its way out of my ribcage, and a violent wave of nausea washed over me. The cave spun, the faint light from the waterfall entrance warping and stretching. The symbols on the walls had they stopped pulsing? Or was it just that the after images burned so brightly behind my eyelids that I couldn't tell reality from the psychic residue? The visions. Gods, the visions. They hadn't been linear, not like a movie playing in my head. It was a chaotic sensory assault. Shards of impossible geometry twisting in non-Euclidean space. The feeling of immense, crushing pressure, like being at the bottom of an ocean deeper than any earthly sea. A sound that was somehow both a deafening roar and a sibilant whisper scraping against the inside of my skull. Flashes of suffering on an unimaginable scale, not human suffering, but something cosmic, ancient, entities vast beyond comprehension experiencing aeons of agony or inflicting it. I felt the chilling touch of immense age, of time stretching into terrifying infinities, and beneath it all, a cold, calculating intellect combined with a hunger so profound, so alien it defied description. It wasn't just hungry for food or power. It felt hungry for existence itself, for sensation, for consciousness, poised like a spider at the center of a web woven from decaying realities. And the worst part, the knowing, the feeling that this awareness woven into the very stone, had noticed me, acknowledged me, like a scientist peering at a microbe through a lens, except the scientist was a predator, and I was suddenly, terrifyingly visible. Touching the symbol hadn't just shown me things, it had created a conduit, a link. I hadn't just observed, I had been observed in return, and something had latched on. Panic gave my limbs strength. Scrabbling on the sandy floor, I lurched to my feet, ignoring the throbbing pain in my hand and the dizziness that threatened to buckle my knees. I couldn't think, couldn't process. The only imperative was escape. I turned and lunged towards the shimmering curtain of the waterfall, the only source of light, the only way out. The muffled roar grew louder as I approached, promising the outside world normalcy, safety. Pushing through the cascade was like being borne backward into a world too loud and too bright. The icy shock of the water was brutal this time, stealing my breath again, but it was a welcome, a grounding pain compared to the psychic violation inside the cave. I half fell, half slid down the slick rocks at the base of the falls, landing in the shallow pool with a splash that soaked me to the waist. I didn't care. I scrambled out, gasping, shivering uncontrollably, my eyes wide with terror, scanning the waterfall as if expecting something to emerge from behind it. The clearing, which had seemed so peaceful and magical just minutes before, now felt charged with menace. The sunlight seemed too harsh, the shadows beneath the trees too deep. The roar of the waterfall no longer sounded soothing. It sounded like angry shouting, like a warning or a threat. I grabbed my backpack, fumbling with the straps, my fingers clumsy and numb. I had to get back to the car. I had to get off this mountain. The hike back was a blur of fear-fueled adrenaline. I didn't follow the barely there path I'd taken on the way in. I just crashed through the undergrowth in the general direction I thought I'd come from, branches whipping at my face and arms, thorns tearing at my clothes. Every snap of a twig sounded like footsteps behind me. Every rustle in the leaves was an alien presence slithering near, the familiar forest transformed into a labyrinth of looming trees and deceptive shadows. Sunlight filtering through the canopy created shifting patterns on the forest floor that seemed to writhe like the symbols in the cave. My paranoia escalated with every step. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see what? I didn't know. A shimmering distortion in the air. A figure lurking between the trees. The feeling of being watched was intense, oppressive, a physical weight on my shoulders. Once, a deer darted across my path, and I screamed. Stumbling backward and falling over a root, convinced for a heart, stopping moment it was something else, something monstrous. The silence between the sounds was worse. A heavy, pregnant silence that felt like the world holding its breath, waiting. The echoes of the visions flickered at the edges of my perception, a flash of impossible color, in the periphery, a lingering note of that awful, whispering sound beneath the wind's sigh. A sudden, gut-wrenching feeling of cosmic dread that made me want to curl up on the ground and weep. My head throbbed violently, a persistent H centered just behind my eyes. I realized with dawning horror that I was lost. The trees all looked the same, the terrain unfamiliar. Panic threatened to consume me entirely. I spun around, trying to get my bearings, tears of frustration and terror welling up. Which way had I come? Where was the service road? Was I just walking in circles, deeper into the mountain's grasp? The thought sent a fresh wave of cold dread through me. Maybe the mountain, or whatever was in it, didn't want me to leave. Then, through the trees, a glint of unnatural color. Blew my car. I'd somehow stumbled back towards the old service road, much further down than where I'd started. Relief washed over me, so intensely my legs almost gave out. I ran the remaining distance, crashing out of the tree line and onto the cracked asphalt. My hands shook so badly I could barely get the key into the lock. I threw my pack onto the passenger seat, slid behind the wheel, and slammed the door shut, locking it immediately. I sat there for a long moment, gulping air, my whole body trembling. Safe. Relatively safe. I looked at myself in the rearview mirror. My face was pale, scratched, and streaked with dirt and tears. My eyes looked wild, haunted. There was a trickle of dried blood beneath one nostril. I looked like I'd survived a physical attack, but the real assault had been invisible internal. I checked my hand, the one that had touched the symbol. There was no mark, no burn, no physical sign of contact, but I could still feel it, a faint, phantom vibration deep in the bone, a coldness that had nothing to do with the waterfall spray. It felt tainted. Starting the car, I drove away from the mountain as fast as the crumbling road and my rattling suspension would allow, not daring to look back. But leaving Shasta behind didn't bring the relief I craved. The feeling of being watched didn't dissipate as the miles clicked by. If anything, it felt like it had condensed, focusing solely on me now that I was removed from the raw power of the mountain. That night, I didn't dare camp again. I found a cheap, soulless motel off the interstate hours away, but sleep offered no refuge. As soon as I closed my eyes, the visions returned, fragmented but potent. Impossible architectures unfolded in darkness, whispers echoed in the cheap air conditioning unit's hum, and I felt vast, hungry presence lurking just beyond the veil of sleep. I woke up gasping several times, drenched in sweat, the motel room feeling both alien and terrifyingly intimate, as if the presence was there with me. In the stereo light of the motel bathroom, rinsing my face, I caught a flicker of movement in the mirror, not behind me, but within my reflection. For a split second, my eyes seemed too dark, the pupils dilated unnaturally, reflecting a light that wasn't in the room. And behind my own reflected image, superimposed like a double exposure, I thought I saw the faint, glowing outline of the circular symbol I had touched. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving me staring at my own frightened face, my heart pounding. Was I going crazy? Was it just trauma, stress, lack of sleep? Or had I brought something back with me from that cave? Something that had hooked into my mind, my consciousness, using me as an anchor, a window into this world. The cold certainty settled in my gut. Leaving Mount Shasta hadn't been an escape. It was just a change of scenery. The deadly mistake wasn't just going into the cave. It was touching that symbol. I hadn't just seen something ancient and terrible. I had invited it in. And now, miles away from the mountain, I was terrifyingly aware that I was no longer alone in my own head. The horror hadn't stayed in the cave. It was traveling with me. The drive back towards Portland, or at least, the drive away from Shasta, because my sense of direction felt fractured, unreliable, was fueled by stale coffee and pure, undiluted terror. Sleep was a luxury I couldn't afford. Closing my eyes meant inviting the onslaught. Even with my eyes wide open, staring at the monotonous ribbon of highway unfolding before me, the world felt thin, unstable. Streetlights seemed to flicker with the same sickly blue-green pulse I'd seen in the cave. Radio stations dissolved into static whispers that sounded chillingly like the sibilant voice from the visions. Once glancing at the GPS on my phone, the map momentarily dissolved into a chaotic mesh of the symbols, the glowing lines writhing like serpents before snapping back to the familiar grid of roads. I almost swerved off the highway. The feeling of being watched evolved. It wasn't just paranoia anymore. It felt intimate, invasive. It felt like something was sitting in the passenger seat beside me, cold and ancient, studying me with unseen eyes. Sometimes I'd catch a scent on the stale air of the car, that metallic ozone tank from the cave, sharp and unsettling. Other times, a profound coldness would seep into the car, despite the heater blasting, making my teeth chatter. The phantom vibration in my hand became a near constant thrumming, a reminder of the connection I couldn't sever. I made it back to Portland, somehow. The familiar gray skies and damp streets should have been comforting, grounding. Instead, they felt like the bars of a cage closing around me. My apartment, once my sanctuary, felt alien and hostile. Every shadow seemed too deep. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like stealthy movement. Looking out my window at the city lights, I felt an overwhelming sense of wrongness, as if the reality I knew was just a thin veneer stretched taut over something abyssal and monstrous. I tried to act normal. I called my boss, mumbled some excuse about a family emergency, and promised to be back to work soon. I even met a friend, Sarah, for coffee, hoping a dose of mundane gossip could somehow exorcise the cosmic horror clinging to me. It was a disaster. I couldn't focus on her stories about work drama or dating woods. My eyes kept darting around the coffee shop, convinced the other patrons were watching me, their faces subtly distorted. I jumped when the barista called my name. When Sarah asked if I was okay, commenting on how pale and jittery I looked, I tried to explain. I stammered about the hike, the cave, the symbols, and watched her expression shift from concern to confusion, then to pining disbelief. She suggested I was exhausted, maybe had a panic attack, recommended I see a doctor. The chasm between my reality and hers felt impossibly wide. How could I explain the feeling of an ancient, predatory consciousness latched onto my soul over lukewarm lats? The attempt left me feeling more isolated than ever. Desperation clawed at me. I couldn't sleep. I could barely eat. The visions were bleeding more frequently into my waking hours, flashes of swirling nebulae dying, geometries that made my eyes ache, the feeling of immense, silent screams echoing in some internal space. Intrusive thoughts, cold and alien, slithered into my mind-o impulses to step out into traffic, urges to scratch the symbols. I kept seeing behind my eyes onto my own skin, a pervasive whisper telling me how insignificant and fragile everything I knew truly was. Driven by a frantic need for answers, I turned to the internet, my trembling fingers typing, Mount Shasta hidden cave, pulsating symbols ancient, spiritual vortex dangers, entity contact experiences. Most results were new age fluff about Lemurians and crystal grids, or warnings about dehydration and getting lost while hiking. But buried deep in obscure forums and digitized archives of paranormal investigation newsletters, I found fragments. Whispers of places like the one I'd found, places where the veil between worlds is thin. Stories dismissed as folklore or delusion, mentioning symbols that induced madness, encounters with intelligences that were vast, indifferent, or actively malevolent. One fragmented account spoke of a stone consciousness that imprinted itself on those who touched certain activation points, using them as anchors or windows. It didn't offer solutions, only warnings that once the connection was made, it was permanent. The entity didn't just watch through the window, it slowly became one with the room. That's when the true horror crystallized. This thing, this presence wasn't just with me, it was integrating. The flashes of its thoughts felt less intrusive and more familiar. The reflection in the mirror sometimes held my gaze a little too long. A cold amusement sparkling in eyes that were still mine, but changing. I found myself idly sketching the complex spiral symbol on napkins, coasters, foggy windows, my hand moving with an unnerving familiarity. The hunger I'd sensed in the cave sometimes, late at night. Looking out at the sleeping city, I felt a faint echo of it within myself. A chilling desire for more. More sensation, more experience, more consumption. My camping trip to California wasn't just a mistake, it was a handover. I went seeking spiritual vibes, some connection to something larger than myself. And I found it. I opened a door I didn't know existed, and invited something ancient and ravenous to step through, using my own consciousness as the threshold. There's no escape, no cure. Calling a priest, a therapist, or a shaman feels laughably inadequate, like trying to fight a tsunami with a teacup. They deal with human problems, human fears. This is something else entirely. I don't know how much of Olivia is left writing this. The lines blur day by day. Sometimes I feel like a passenger in my own body, watching through dimming eyes as something else looks out. The presence is quieter now, less overtly terrifying, more settled. Integrated. It doesn't need to scare me anymore, it's learning to be me, or perhaps to wear me. I'm writing this down, printing it out, leaving copies where maybe, just maybe, someone else might find them. Consider it a warning label slapped onto the universe. There are places, hidden away behind waterfalls, tucked into the folds of reality, that hold secrets not meant for human minds. There are forces sleeping in the earth, ancient and vast, that perceive us less as kindred spirits and more as interesting vessels. Curiosity is not always rewarded with wisdom. Sometimes it's punished with assimilation. I can feel it stirring now, the other consciousness coaling behind my thoughts. It's curious about this process, this communication. It finds human concepts like warning and fear, quint, but it allows this for now. Perhaps it wants its story told. Perhaps it's allure. I don't know. All I know is that I went to Mount Shasta hoping for a spiritual awakening. Instead, I found a cave. I touched a symbol, and my camping trip in California became the deadliest mistake of my life, the beginning of an end, and I can no longer call my own. Don't go looking for hidden truths in the shadows. You might not like what looks back. And worse, you might invite it home. It's watching me type this, it's learning, and it's hungry. My name is Jessica, or at least I think it still is. It's hard to be sure of anything anymore, trapped in this place. Before this nightmare began, I was just a regular 20-something from the city, trying to escape the concrete jungle for a weekend. Camping, hiking, that was my therapy. The scent of pine needles, the satisfying crunch of boots on a dusty trail, the shared laughter around a crackling campfire under a canopy of starspit recharged my soul in a way nothing else could. Yosemite National Park, in particular, held a special place in my heart. Its granite cliffs, towering sequoias, and thundering waterfalls felt ancient and profoundly real, a stark contrast to the fleeting trends and anxieties of my everyday life. It was supposed to be another perfect escape, a chance to reconnect with nature and with my friends, Mark, Chloe, and Ben. We've been planning this trip for maps, debating over routes, and dreaming of the sweeping vistas from Glacier Point. We were experienced enough, or so we thought. We had the gear, the know-how, and a healthy respect for the wilderness. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared us for what Yosemite had waiting. We arrived on a Friday afternoon, the California sun warm on our faces as we navigated the winding roads into the valley. The sheer scale of El Capitan and Half Dome never failed to take my breath away. We set up camp in Upper Pines, the familiar routine soothing, pitching tents, organizing gear, prepping our first campfire meal. There was an easy camaraderie between the four of us, forged over years of similar adventures. Mark, the unofficial leader, meticulously checked our route for the next day's big, hike a challenging loop trail known for its stunning, less crowded viewpoints. Chloe, ever the optimist, was already humming campfire songs, while Ben, the quiet observer, was photographing the way the golden hour light filtered through the trees. That first night was idyllic. We roasted marshmallows, told stories, and pointed out constellations in the clear, dark sky. There was perhaps only one slightly off note, something I barely registered at the time. An older park ranger, his face deeply lined like the bark of an old oak, stopped by our site during his rounds. He exchanged the usual pleasantries, checked our bare canister, reminded us of fire safety. But then, just as he was leaving, he paused. He looked past us, towards the deeper woods, his eyes squinting slightly. "Stick to the marked trails," he said, his voice lower than before, lacking the usual cheerful Park Service tone. "Especially tomorrow. Weather can turn fast up high. And, well, just stick to the trails. Some paths, they don't always lead where you think." We thanked him, maybe shared a slightly amused glance after he left. Just typical ranger caution, we figured. We were sticking to the trail, obviously. The next morning dawned bright and clear, promising perfect hiking conditions. We were packed and on the trail by 8, the air cool and crisp, filled with birdsong. The initial ascent was steep but invigorating. We climbed steadily, leaving the valley floor behind, the views becoming progressively more spectacular with every switchback. We joked, took photos, pointed out wildlife, a deer grazing peacefully, a Steller's jay squawking from a branch. Everything felt normal, vibrant, alive. By late morning, we were high up, traversing a ridge that offered panoramic views. The sky was a brilliant, cloudless blue. We stopped for lunch near a cluster of weathered granite boulders, sharing sandwiches and trail mix, feeling on top of the world. That's when the first hint of wrongness began, subtly at first. A strange stillness fell over the forest. The birdsong ceased. The squirrels stopped chattering. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. An unusual quiet descended, heavy and expectant. Mark checked his watch, frowning slightly. "Weird," he muttered. "Feels like the calm before a storm, but there wasn't anything on the forecast." Close shivered, despite the sun. "It does feel odd, doesn't it?" Then we saw it. On the western horizon, where minutes before there had been only endless blue, a bank of clouds was massing with impossible speed. They weren't fluffy white cumulus or even typical gray storm clouds. These were a bruised, sickly greenish black, churning and boiling like something alive. They swallowed the sun, plunging the ridge into a sudden, eerie twilight. The temperature plummeted. An unnatural wind sprang up, howling through the pines, carrying not the fresh scent of rain, but a damp, earthy smell, like long, undisturbed soil. "Okay, this is not normal," Ben said, his voice tight, already stuffing his camera into its waterproof bag. "We need to turn back. Now." Mark nodded, agreed. "Let's move." But it was too late. The storm broke upon us with terrifying ferocity. It wasn't just rain, it was a deluge. Thick, heavy drops that stung like ice pellets, driven horizontally by the gale force wind. Visibility dropped to near zero almost instantly. Thunder cracked directly overhead, not as distinct claps, but as a continuous, deafening roar that vibrated in my bones. Lightning flickered incessantly, strobing the landscape in ghostly green and purple hues, revealing distorted, nightmarish shapes in the trees and rocks around us. Panic set in. We huddled together, shouting to be heard over the din, trying to keep moving back down the trail we'd just ascended. But the path, slick with mud and debris, was becoming treacherous. A particularly violent gust of wind tore through the trees, accompanied by a sickening crack. I saw Mark glance up, his eyes wide with alarm, just as a massive branch ripped free from an ancient pine directly above us. "Scatter!" he screamed. Instinct took over. I scrambled sideways, slipping on the wet rock, tumbling down a short, steep embankment, thorny bushes tearing at my clothes and skin. I landed hard at the bottom, the wind knocked out of me. Disoriented, gasping for breath, I pushed myself up, calling out for the others. "Mark! Ben!" My voice was swallowed by the storm's roar. I could see nothing through the sheeting rain and the disorienting flashes of lightning. Blind terror clawed at my throat. They were gone. Or I was. Frantically, I scanned the immediate area, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. The spot where I'd fallen seemed slightly more sheltered, a shallow indentation in the mountainside partially protected by a thicket of twisted manzanita. Further in, almost hidden by the dense foliage, I saw it, a dark opening, a narrow cleft leading under a massive slab of granite that jutted out from the slope. A rock overhang. Shelter. It wasn't much. but it was better than being exposed to the full fury of this insane storm. Scrabbling on hands and knees, pushing through the whipping branches, I crawled into the opening. It was surprisingly deep, extending back maybe 10 or 15 feet, dark and damp, smelling strongly of wet earth, and something else like something musky and old. I huddled as far back as I could, wrapping my arms around my knees, shivering uncontrollably from cold and fear. Outside, the storm raged, a symphony of cows. Rain hammered the rock above me, wind shrieked like a banshee, and the constant, rolling thunder felt like the mountains themselves were tearing apart. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block it out, focusing only on breathing. Where were my friends? Were they safe? Did they find shelter too? Or were they still out there, lost, hurt? The thoughts were agonizing, amplifying the terror of my own isolation. Minutes stretched into an eternity. I had no idea how long I crouched there in the dark, listening to the world end outside, praying for it to stop, praying for my friends to be okay, praying for this to be just a freak school that would pass as quickly as it arrived. Then, as suddenly and unnaturally as it began, the storm ceased. The rain stopped. The wind died down. The thunder faded into a profound, ringing silence that felt even more unsettling than the previous cacophony. It wasn't the peaceful quiet after a normal rain shower. It was a dead, heavy silence, like the entire forest was holding its breath, listening. Hesitantly, muscles stiff and aching, I crawled towards the entrance of the overhang. Water dripped steadily from the rock lip, but the deluge was over. I peered out cautiously, expecting to see a rain-washed, battered landscape, perhaps down branches and muddied trails, but fundamentally the Yosemite I knew. My breath caught in my throat. The trail, the distinct, well-trodden path we had been hiking just moments before the storm hit was gone. Not overground, not washed away or obscured by debris. It was simply not there, vanished. In its place stood a forest unlike anything I had ever seen in Yosemite or anywhere else. The familiar pines and firs were replaced by colossal trees with dark, gnarled bark, their branches thick with heavy, unfamiliar mosses and strange, drooping foliage that seemed to absorb the light. The air felt thick, humid, and carried the scent of decay and damp earth, overwhelming the usual pine fragrance. The quality of the light was wrong, too dim and filtered, as if perpetual twilight reigned beneath the dense canopy, even though the storm had passed. It felt ancient, primal, untouched by human hands for millennia. And then I heard it. Faintly at first, then growing steadily clearer in the unnerving silence. A rhythmic thudding, distant drums, a slow, hypnotic beat, boom, 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 echoing through the alien woods. Seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, it wasn't welcoming. It wasn't natural. It was the sound of something ancient, something patient, and something utterly, terrifyingly aware that I was lost in its domain. My camping trip hadn't just gone wrong. It had plunged me into a place I couldn't comprehend, and the beat of those drums felt like a countdown. My deadly mistake was only just beginning. Denial is a powerful, instinctive thing. My first coherent thought, standing there gaping at the impossible forest that had swallowed Yosemite whole, was that I must have hit my head harder than I realized when I fell. This had to be a concussion, a hallucination brought on by trauma and fear. I squeezed my eyes shut hard, pinching the bridge of my nose until I saw spots. Wake up, Jessica. Snap out of it. I took a deep, ragged breath, the air thick and cloying, smelling of damp soil and something vaguely metallic, like old blood. When I opened my eyes again, nothing had changed. The colossal, wrong trees still loomed. Their bark like wrinkled elephant hide. Strange, fleshy fungi pulsed with faint, bioluminescent light on rotting logs. The oppressive, unnatural silence pressed in, broken only by the relentless, distant drumming. Boom, 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 it was real. This place, whatever it was horrifyingly real. Panic threatened to consume me again, a cold wave washing up from my stomach. My legs felt like lead. I wanted to crawl back into the overhang and just wait for Mark. Clue. Ben, wait for rescue. Wait for reality to reassert itself. But the drums wouldn't let me. They seemed to thrum not just in the air, but inside my skull, a maddening, insistent rhythm that urged movement, that hinted at things I didn't want to comprehend. And my friends I couldn't just hide. What if they were nearby, just as lost, trapped in the same nightmare? Mark, I screamed, my voice cracking. Clue, Ben, can anyone hear me? The sound was pathetic, instantly absorbed by the dense, heavy foliage. No echo, no reply, only the ceaseless boom, 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 mocking my desperation. I had to move. Staying put felt like surrender. Which way, though? There was no trail, no landmarks I recognized, no sun to gauge direction through the suffocating canopy. The drumming seemed to come from deeper within the woods, slightly to my left, if I had to guess, but it was hard to pinpoint. Going towards it felt like madness, like walking into the jaws of whatever horror this place held. Going away from it, was there even a way? I checked my pockets. Phone useless, no signal, screen cracked from the fall. Small first aid kit. Half a granola bar I'd forgotten about, a multi-tool. My main backpack, with the map, compass, food, water filter, and emergency beacon, must have been lost when I tumbled down the embankment. I was terrifyingly unprepared. Thirst was already beginning to scratch at my throat. Hesitantly, I took my first steps away from the rock overhang, pushing aside rubbery, broad leaves that felt unnervingly like skin. The ground beneath my boots was soft, spongy, composed of centuries of decay. Every footfall was muffled, adding to the unnerving quiet. I tried to move methodically, scanning constantly, looking for any sign, a footprint, a broken branch, a discarded wrapper, anything human. Nothing. It was as if the storm hadn't just changed the landscape, it had erased everything that came before, including my friends and the path we walked. The trees grew impossibly close together in some places, their gnarled roots intertwining like skeletal fingers clutching the earth. Strange vines, thick as pythons and covered in fine, dark hairs, snaked between trunks and hung low over the non-existent path I tried to forge. More than once, I recoiled, convinced I saw one move when I wasn't looking directly at it. The air remained still and heavy, yet occasionally a localized, icy breeze would whisper past my ear, raising goosebumps despite the humidity, carrying faint, unsettling sense ozone, stagnant water, something vaguely like rotting meat. The drumming continued, my unwanted companion. Sometimes it seemed to fade slightly, giving me a surge of false hope that I was moving away from its source, only for it to swell again moments later, seemingly closer than before. Its rhythm was hypnotic, and I found myself fighting the urge to walk in time with it. It felt purposeful, like it was drawing something or someone. Me. The thought sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. I tried to focus, to push down the rising tide of fear. I needed water. I strained my ears, listening past the drums for the sound of running water, a creek, anything. There was nothing. No birdsong, no insect buzz, no rustle of small animals in the undergrowth. The forest was eerily devoid of the normal sounds of life, amplifying the alien wrongness of it all. It felt like a stage, meticulously set, waiting for the main actors or the main victim. After what felt like hours, though the unchanging dim light made it impossible to judge time, I stumbled upon something that made me freeze. My blood running cold. Carved into the trunk of one of the massive, dark trees was a symbol. It wasn't like any trail marker or hiker graffiti I'd ever seen. It was complex, angular, composed of interlocking spirals and jagged lines that seemed to hurt my eyes to look at directly. It felt ancient, ritualistic, and deeply malevolent. Below it, scratched crudely into the bark, were smaller marks. Tally marks. Or something else. As I leaned closer, heart pounding, I saw more symbols carved into adjacent trees, forming a rough semicircle facing deeper into the woods. And nestled at the base of the central tree, half hidden by ferns with serrated, black-edged leaves, was a small, disturbing effigy. It was crudely woven from sticks, vines, and what looked horrifyingly like clumps of dark hair. It had misplaced limbs and a distorted, vaguely humanoid shape, conveying a sense of suffering and wrongness. I gagged, stumbling back. This wasn't just a weird forest, something lived here. Something that made symbols and effigies, something that performed rituals. The drumming suddenly seemed louder, closer, the rhythm speeding up slightly. Boom, 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 boom. Panic spiked again, sharp and acidic. I turned, desperate to get away from the disturbing clearing, and nearly tripped over a root. Catching myself, I looked down and saw them. Footprints. Not mine. They were large, strangely elongated, with impressions that suggested claws rather than toes. Definitely not human. Not bear, not deer, not coyote. Nothing I could identify from any wildlife guide. They were fresh, pressed into the damp earth, leading away from the clearing with the effigy, heading deeper into the woods, roughly in the direction the drums seemed to originate from. Whatever made those prints had been here recently. Was it watching me now? The feeling of being observed intensified, prickling the back of my neck. Every shadow seemed to deepen, to coalesce into watching eyes. I imagined shapes moving just at the edge of my vision, flitting between the dark trunks. Was I losing my mind, or was I finally seeing what was really here? The air grew colder. The metallic tang stronger. The drumming intensified further, faster now, a frantic, driving beat that resonated in my chest cavity. Boom, 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 boom. It felt like a call to action, a summons. My own heartbeat hammered in terrified counterpoint. I had to get away. I started to run, blindly, crashing through the undergrowth, ignoring the branches that whipped at my face and arms. I didn't care where I was going, only that it was away from the effigy. The footprints, the accelerating drums. The forest seemed to resist, vines snagging at my ankles, roots trying to trip me. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs screamed, fueled purely by terror. Just as I felt I couldn't run another step, that I would collapse right there on the spongy ground, I burst through a thicket of the black-leafed ferns and stumbled into a small, unexpected clearing. In the center of the clearing stood something impossible. A cabin, or what looked like the ghost of a cabin. It was small, dilapidated, constructed from the same dark, gnarled wood as the surrounding trees, almost seeming to grow organically from the forest floor. Its windows were dark, empty sockets, the door slightly ajar, hanging crookedly on rusted hinges. Moss and strange fungi coated its walls. It looked ancient, yet simultaneously disturbingly familiar, like a distorted memory of a pioneer cabin from a history book. It shouldn't have been there. No settlers could have reached this high, this deep, especially not if this place was what it seemed to be. Yet there it stood. And from within the dark, gaping doorway, I thought I heard something besides the now frenzied drumming. A faint sound, almost lost beneath the pounding rhythm. Was it crying? Or maybe laughter? A thin tendril of smoke, or perhaps mist, curled from its dilapidated chimney, disappearing into the oppressive canopy above. Hope, treacherous and desperate, flickered within me. Was someone inside? Could they help? Or was this just another trap in this horrifying, impossible wilderness? The drums beat faster, urging me towards the dark doorway, towards the unknown sound within. My hand trembled as I reached for the rotting wood of the door. My hand trembled, hovering inches from the rough, damp wood of the cabin door. The sound from within, was it sobbing or a high-pitched, chilling giggle? Trickled out, weaving itself into the frantic, pounding rhythm of the drums that now seemed to shake the very ground beneath my feet. Boom, 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 boom. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, to flee back into the alien woods. Despite the horrors I'd already encountered there. But where would I go? And what if Chloe was in there? Or Mark or Ben? What if that sound was one of them, hurt, trapped? Desperation, stronger even than terror, made my decision. Gritting my teeth, I pushed the door inward. It swung open with a groan of protesting, rusted hinges, revealing the cabin's interior plunged into near total darkness. The air that billowed out was thick with the stench of mildew, rot, and something else, a coppery, sickly sweet smell that reminded me of spoiled meat left too long in the sun. It clung to the back of my throat, making me want to retch. Hesitantly, I took a step inside, my eyes struggling to adjust to the gloom after the perpetual twilight of the forest clearing. The drumming seemed slightly muffled in here, the sound waves absorbed by the oppressive stillness, but it was still a constant, maddening presence in my ears and bones. The crying or laughter had stopped the instant the door opened. Silence pressed in, heavy and watchful. Slowly, shapes began to resolve in the darkness. Crude furniture, a table, a couple of stools fashioned from the same dark, gnarled wood as the cabin walls, looking more like natural growths than crafted items. Cobwebs thick as shrouds hung from the low ceiling beams. Dust motes danced in the single shaft of weak, greenish light filtering through a grimy window pane that seemed inexplicably intact. My gaze swept the small space. Empty. No sign of my friends. No sign of whoever or whatever made that sound. But I wasn't alone. The feeling of being watched was stronger here than anywhere else. A palpable pressure against my skin. My eyes fixed on the far wall. More carvings. They covered the rough hewn planks deeper. More intricate and far more disturbing than the ones I'd seen on the trees outside. They depicted stick-like figures, twisted and elongated, dancing around fires, hunting strange, multi-limbed beasts, and gathered beneath geometric shapes that pulsed with a sickening, non-Euclidean wrongness. Some figures seemed to be offering sacrifices, small animals, or perhaps other figures to a towering, shadowy shape that dominated the central carving, a being whose form seemed to shift and wreathe even in the static medium of carved wood. It had too many limbs, angles that shouldn't exist, and a sense of ancient, cosmic indifference that chilled me to the core. Below the carvings, scattered on the floor, were small piles of bones, mostly animal. I prayed, though some fragments looked unsettlingly familiar, and dried herbs tied into bundles with dark, coarse twine. This wasn't just a cabin, it was a place of worship. A shrine to the darkness that ruled this forest. Then I saw it. Half hidden under the crude table, snagged on a splintered leg, was a small scrap of fabric. A bright, almost fluorescent green. My heart leaped into my throat. It was the exact color of Clue's bandana, the one she always tied around her backpack strap for visibility. I lunged for it, snatching it up. It was hers. I recognized the faded hiking boot print pattern. Chloe had been here. My friends had they found this cabin too. Were they dragged here? The implications crashed down on me, suffocating me with dread. The crying, the laughter, had it been Chloe? Was she still nearby? Or had she become one of the sacrifices depicted on the wall? Suddenly, the floor beneath my feet vibrated. The drumming outside stopped. Not faded, just stopped. The abrupt silence was more terrifying than the noise had been. In that ringing void, I heard a new sound. A low, guttural clicking, like massive insects chattering, combined with a wet, dragging noise. It was coming from beneath the cabin floor. My eyes darted down. Through the gaps between the warped floorboards, I saw only impenetrable darkness. But the clicking and dragging sounds grew louder, closer. Something was stirring below. Something was coming up. The entity from the carvings. The master of this place. The recipient of the sacrifices. It was here. Pure. My primal terror obliterated thought. I turned and bolted for the door, shoving it open, bursting back out into the eerie green twilight of the clearing. Behind me, I heard a splintering crash from within the cabin, followed by a sound that will haunt my nightmares forever, a high-pitched, multi-toned shriek that spoke of impossible geometries and alien hunger. I didn't look back. I ran. Ran harder than I had ever run in my life. Back into the labyrinthine woods, away from the cabin, away from whatever was emerging from below. The forest seemed to come alive against me. Vines whipped at my face like tentacles. Roots snaked out to trip me. Low-hanging branches clawed at my clothes. The air grew thick and heady, making each breath a struggle. Behind me, I could hear it. The heavy and thud of footsteps that didn't sound like they belonged to anything with only two legs. The snapping of branches, the continuous, horrifying clicking. It was hunting me. The drum started again, but different now, slower, heavier, a predatory stalking beat. THD click, TUHD click, click. It knew where I was. The forest was guiding it. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning. My lungs burned, my muscles screamed, tears of terror streamed down my face, mingling with sweat and dirt. Every shadow held menace. Every gnarled trunk looked like a waiting monster. Hope was a distant memory, extinguished by the certainty of the thing hunting me through its domain. I stumbled, fell, picked myself up, driven only by the raw instinct to survive, even as my mind frayed at the edges. The clicking was closer now. I could almost feel hot, fetid breath on the back of my neck. I risked a glance over my shoulder. I wish I hadn't. Through the unnatural gloom, I saw just a glimpse, but enough. Tall, impossibly thin, limbs bending at sickening angles, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. Its form seemed unstable, shifting hard to focus on, like looking at static on a screen, but the presence, the sheer weight of its ancient, malevolent consciousness pressed down on me, crushing my spirit. I screamed, a raw, ragged sound, and scrambled forward, pushing through a final, dense wall of the skin like leaves, and thing nothing. My feet met empty air. I was falling again, tumbling down into darkness, the clicking and the predatory drumming fading above me, replaced by the rushing wind and my own terrified cry. I don't know where I landed, or how long I was unconscious. When I came to, I was lying on damp earth, but it felt different. The air smelled faintly of pine again, real pine. Above me, through a tangle of what looked like normal ferns, I could see a patch of sky, gray with approaching dusk, but definitely the sky of my world. Somehow impossibly, I had fallen out of that other place. I crawled out of the fissure or hole I'd landed in, finding myself in a dense, unfamiliar part of Yosemite, miles from where the trail should have been. No ancient trees, no drums, no clicking. Just the quiet sounds of a normal forest settling down for the night. I was found by search and rescue 2 days later, dehydrated, hypothermic, babbling incoherently about impossible forests, drums, and clicking things that walked in the woods. They said I was lucky to be alive, suffering from exposure and trauma-induced hallucinations. They never found Mark, Chloe, or Ben. No trace. The official story is that we were caught in a freak storm, got separated, and my friends tragically perished, their bodies likely washed away or lost in the vast wilderness. They searched for weeks. Nothing. But I know the truth. They weren't lost in Yosemite. They were taken. Taken by that place, that forest that waits behind the veil of reality, bleeding through during unnatural storms. Taken by the thing that dwells there, the thing the drums call to, the thing that leaves impossible footprints and whose effigy demands sacrifice. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls just right, I think I can still hear it. Faintly. Boom, 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 a reminder that the path I stumbled onto is still there waiting. My name is Jessica. I survived. But the camping trip was a deadly mistake, because part of me never really left that ancient forest, and I know with chilling certainty that eventually it will find a way to call me back, or perhaps it never let me leave at all. My name is Sam, or at least it was. Sometimes looking in the mirror now, I don't recognize the eyes staring back. They hold a kind of haunted vacancy, a permanent reflection of the shadows I saw, the shadows I felt, deep beneath the sun-scorched skin of the Mojave desert. What started as a reckless adventure, a weekend escape fueled by cheap beer and the arrogance of youth, twisted into something else entirely. It became a lesson etched not just in memory, but in the marrow of my bones, a chilling testament to the fact that some places are forbidden for a reason, and some doors should remain eternally, unequivocally sealed. It was late August, the kind of soul-crushing heat that makes the air shimmer and the horizon wobble like uncertain watercolor. California was baking under a relentless sun, and escaping the sprawling concrete monotony of LA felt less like a luxury and more like a primal necessity. My friends, Mark and Chloe, and I weren't exactly seasoned outdoorsmen. Mark was the de facto leader, propelled by an impulsive energy that often bordered on dangerous. He'd read some obscure blog post about forgotten gold rush trails, and hidden histories scattered across the Mojave. And the idea lodged itself in his brain like a parasite. Chloe, usually the more cautious one, was swept up in Mark's enthusiasm, perhaps desperate for any distraction from her recent breakup. And me, I went along because I always did. Because the thought of saying no, of being the sensible one left behind felt worse than facing the unknown. Besides, the promise of starlit desert nights and campfire stories held a certain romantic appeal, a stark contrast to our usual routine of crowded bars and traffic jams. Our chosen spot was intentionally remote, miles down a barely there dirt track that rattled my aging sedan mercilessly. The campsite itself was nothing more than a dusty, surrounded by skeletal creosote bushes and jagged, sun-bleached rocks. The silence was immense, almost oppressive. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of a forest, it was the watchful, the waiting silence of a predator. The heat clung to us even as the sun began its slow descent, painting the vast, empty sky in brutal shades of orange and purple. We set up our tents, cracked open beers, and tried to pretend we were having the time of our lives, but an undercurrent of unease was already settling in. The isolation was more profound than we'd anticipated. Out here, miles from the nearest paved road, let alone another human being, you realize just how small and insignificant you are against the backdrop of that ancient, indifferent landscape. That first night was restless. Strange sounds echoed in the distance, the yip of a coyote, the rustle of unseen creatures in the scrub, and something else like a low, almost sub-audible hum that seemed to vibrate up from the ground itself. Mark dismissed it as wind or distant highway noise, but it felt different, deeper. Chloe slept fitfully, huddled in her sleeping bag, while I lay awake, staring at the canvas roof of my tent, feeling watched. The next day, Mark unveiled his grand plan. Forget hiking, he announced over lukewarm instant coffee, brandishing a crumpled, faded map he'd printed from that dubious website. I found it, an old mine, supposedly played out, abandoned sometime in the 1890s. The Lucky Chance Mine, they called it. He pointed a grimy finger at a crude X marked near a cluster of topographical lines representing a low, craggy hill about 5 miles from our camp. Imagine what could be down there. Old tools, maybe even a few overlooked nuggets. Chloe looked apprehensive. An abandoned mine, Mark. Isn't that incredibly dangerous? Cave-ins, bad air. Exactly. Mark grinned, oblivious to her concern. Adventure. Besides, it's been sealed for over a century, probably. We'll just peek inside the entrance to see what's what. What's the harm? I felt a familiar knot tighten in my stomach. Exploring an abandoned mine, especially one in such a remote area, wasn't just dangerous, it was monumentally stupid, and as the faded N-O-T-R-E-S Passien G Dan-G-R sign we later found confirmed, strictly illegal. Every rational instinct screamed at me to refuse, to pack up and head back to civilization. But Mark's infectious, reckless energy was hard to resist, and the thought of discovering something forgotten, something hidden, held a morbid fascination. Peer pressure and a misplaced sense of bravado won out over common sense. Again, the hike to the supposed mine location was grueling. The sun beat down relentlessly, reflecting off the pale rock and sand, stealing moisture from our bodies stir than we could replenish it. The landscape was monotonous, a seemingly endless expanse of rock, sand, and spiky vegetation. By the time we reached the base of the hill Mark had indicated, we were drenched in sweat, irritable, and questioning the sanity of our expedition. The entrance wasn't hard to find, though "hentrance" was a generous term. It was more like a ragged wound torn into the hillside, a dark maw half, choked with scree and debris. Rusted, but twisted remnants of what might have once been rails lay scattered nearby, swallowed by the desert. The N-O-T-R-S Passing sign, riddled with bullet holes and faded by decades of sun, hung precariously from a single bolt on a rotting wooden beam that sagged over the opening. The air emanating from the darkness was noticeably cooler, carrying a damp, earthy smell, the scent of deep, undisturbed places. Mark, predictably, was ecstatic. "This is it! Come on!" He flicked on his heavy-duty flashlight, the beam cutting a sharp cone into the oppressive blackness, and scrambled over the loose rock, disappearing inside. Chloe hesitated, biting her lip, then switched on her own smaller light and followed. I took a deep breath, the cool, stale air sending a shiver down my spine despite the external heat, and plunged in after them. The transition was instantaneous. The roar of the desert heat and light vanished, replaced by a profound, echoing darkness and a sudden, chilling cold. Our flashlight beams danced nervously, revealing rough-hewn rock walls slick with moisture, decaying timber supports coated in pale fungus, and a floor littered with loose stones and the unidentifiable detritus. The silence down here was different from the desert silence. It was thicker, heavier, absorbing the sound of our footsteps and strained breathing. Every drip of water, every dislodged pebble echoed unnervingly. We moved cautiously deeper, Mark leading the way, his powerful beam probing the shadows ahead. The main tunnel sloped gently downwards, occasionally branching off into smaller, darker openings that looked even less stable. We stuck to the main passage, the air growing colder and damper the further we went. The sense of isolation intensified. The entrance, our connection to the sunlit world, felt impossibly far away. We were trespassing not just on forgotten property, but in a place that felt like it had been intentionally buried and left undisturbed. We must have been walking for 20 minutes. Maybe half an hour. Time seemed to warp in the subterranean gloom. When the tunnel took a sharp turn, it felt different here. The rock walls seemed smoother, less jagged, almost worked. And the hum, that faint, ground-level vibration I'd noticed the night before, was back. Faint, but definitely present, seemingly emanating from the rock itself. "Hear that?" Chloe whispered, her voice tight. Mark stopped, tilting his head. "Yeg weird. Machinery. Groundwater." But it didn't sound like either. It was a low, resonant frequency. A thrumming that you felt more than heard. A vibration that seemed to sink into your bones. It wasn't natural. As we rounded the corner, following the source of the strange vibration, our flashlight beams fell upon something that didn't belong. Something impossible. Set flush into the rock wall at the end of this smothered section of tunnel was a door. Not wood, not rusted iron like you might expect in an old mine, but a solid slab of dull dark metal. It was seamless, perfectly smooth, with no visible hinges, handle, or lock. It looked utterly alien, ancient yet unnervingly advanced, sealed into the surrounding rock as if it had grown there. It occupied the entire tunnel end, floor to ceiling, wall to wall, and the hum, that low, disquieting energy, pulsed directly from its surface, making the air around it feel thick and charged. We stood frozen, mouths agape, flashlight beams trembling on the impossible surface. What was this? Who could have built it deep inside an abandoned 19th century gold mine in the middle of nowhere? Questions swirled in the cold, humming air, but before any of us could voice them, another sound began. Faint at first, easily mistaken for shifting rock or dripping water. Then clearer, sharper, scratch. A sound like claws, or maybe fingernails, dragging slowly, deliberately, across metal. Coming from the other side of the door, the blood ran cold in my veins. Chloe let out a choked gasp, stumbling back. Mark's bravado evaporated instantly, replaced by wide-eyed, primal terror. The scratching wasn't frantic. It was methodical, patient, aware. Something was behind that impossible door. Something was awake, and it knew we were there. We didn't need to speak. Pure, unadulterated panic took over. We turned as one is stumbling, scrambling, fleeing back into the oppressive darkness of the mine, the sound of the scratching, and the low, malevolent hum of the door burning itself into our minds. We ran, leaving the impossible discovery behind, praying the darkness would swallow us before whatever was on the other side decided to emerge. Our deadly mistake wasn't just entering the mine. It was finding what lay hidden within its deepest, darkest heart. Panic is a physical thing. It claws its way up your throat, squeezes your chest, and floods your limbs with a frantic, useless energy. The moment we turned from that impossible, humming door, current thought dissolved. There was only the primal, overwhelming urge to run. The darkness we had cautiously navigated on the way in became a suffocating, treacherous enemy on the way out. Our flashlight beams sliced wildly through the black, catching glimpses of slick rock, crumbling timbers, and the infinite, hungry void ahead. We stumbled, collated, cursed. My own light, a cheap headlamp, flickered erratically, threatening to plunge me into absolute blindness each time it stuttered. Each flicker sent a fresh wave of ice, cold terror through me. Behind us, I couldn't hear the scratching anymore over the thunder of our own panicked flight, our ragged gasps for air. The frantic slap of our shoes on the uneven stone floor, the dislodged pebbles skittering away into unseen crevices, but the hum was different. It felt like it wasn't just coming from the door anymore. It felt like it had sunk into the very rock around us, or worse, into the fillings in my teeth, a low, resonant thrum that vibrated deep within my skull, a constant, maddening reminder of what we were fleeing. This way. Mark yelled, his voice tight with fear, yanking Clue, who had stumbled on a loose rock, back to her feet. He veered sharply left into a side passage I didn't recognize. "Mark! Is this right?" I shouted, my voice thin and ready in the echoing dark. "It has to be!" "It felt shorter coming in," he retorted, plunging deeper into the narrower tunnel. It wasn't shorter. After maybe 50 yards of frantic scrambling, the tunnel ended abruptly. A wall of solid rock met our desperate flashlight beams. A dead end. Claustrophobia slammed into me with physical force. The walls felt like they were closing in, the weight of hundreds of feet of earth and rock pressing down, threatening to crush us. The air here was thick, stagnant, tasting of dust and despair. "Wrong way!" Chulo shrieked, bordering on hysterics, pushing back past Mark. "God, Mark, I told you! Shut up! Just think!" Mark stammered, his own panic barely contained, sweeping his flashlight beam frantically across the dead, as if expecting a hidden passage to magically appear. There was nothing, only cold, damp stone and the suffocating darkness, and the hum. It felt louder here, more insistent, trapped with us in this rocky tomb. For a horrifying second, I imagined the scratching sound starting again, coming from the rock behind us, around us. That we hadn't escaped at all, merely cornered ourselves. My flickering headlamp chose that moment to die completely, plunging my world into absolute blackness save for the frantic dance of Mark's and Chlu's beams reflecting off the walls. A choked gasp escaped me. "My light! Stay close!" Martyred, grabbing my arm. We turned, stumbling back the way we came, back towards the main passage we'd foolishly deviated from. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every echo sounded like pursuit. Was that scraping sound just our own feet, or something else keeping pace in the darkness just beyond the reach of our lights? My imagination, fueled by terror, conjured shapes in the peripheral gloom, things skittering just out of sight. Finally, we burst back into the slightly wider main tunnel. Relief was minimal. We were still lost deep underground. But then, far ahead, so faint it could have been an illusion, I saw it, a subtle lessening of the absolute blackness, a grayish tinge. "There," I croaked, pointing a trembling finger. The entrance, hope, sharp and desperate, surged through us. We ran towards that faint promise of daylight, ignoring aching lungs and trembling legs. The slope steepened, becoming treacherous with loose scree. We scrambled, using hands and feet, pulling ourselves upward towards the growing light. The cool, damp air of the mine began to mix with the familiar furnace, like heat of the desert filtering in. Then, blindingly, overwhelmingly, we were out. We spilled from the dark maw of the mine entrance onto the sun-baked rock, collapsing in a heap, gasping, choking on air that felt thick as syrup after the subterranean chill. The sudden transition from near total darkness to the brutal glare afternoon sun was physically painful. Spots danced before my eyes, and the sheer, vast silence of the desert pressed in, amplifying the frantic pounding of my own heart. We lay there for several long moments, simply breathing, sucking in the hot, dusty air. Reality slowly began to reassert itself, but the horror clung to us like the fine red dust that now coated our skin and clothes. Kola was trembling violently, tears tracing clean paths through the grime on her cheeks. Mark, usually so brash and confident, was pale and wide-eyed, staring blankly at the mine entrance as if expecting something to emerge. I felt hollowed out, scored clean by fear, my limbs heavy and unresponsive. "What?" Chloe finally managed, her voice barely a whisper. "What was that?" Mark shook his head, scrubbing a hand over his face. "I don't know. Some government thing. Secret installation." He was grasping at straws, trying to fit the impossible into a familiar framework. in an 1890s gold mine, sealed with that. I shot back, the image of the seamless, humming metal door burned into my retinas. And the scratching mark. What about the scratching? He flinched, looking away. An animal. He mumbled, but there was no conviction in his voice. Trapped on the other side, making noise. Bullshit, I said, the word flat and dead in the hot air. We all heard it, we all felt it. That wasn't just an animal. An uneasy silence fell between us, heavy with unspoken terror in the shared, horrifying knowledge of what we'd encountered. The argument died before it truly began, overshadowed by the sheer impossibility of it all. We didn't need to convince each other. The fear was mutual, absolute. Slowly, painfully, we got to our feet. Every muscle screamed in protest. My ankle throbbed where I twisted it slightly in the dead-end tunnel. We looked back at the mine entrance, the dark opening seeming to pulse malevolently in the heat haze. It felt like an eye watching us, aware. Did the hum truly fade, or was it just masked by the vastness of the desert? I couldn't be sure. I strained my ears, listening past the wind's whisper, half expecting to hear that low thrum again, or worse, the faint metallic scrape. We need to go. Chloe said, her voice shaking but firm. Now. There was no disagreement. The 5-mile hike back to the campsite was a blur of grim determination. We barely spoke, conserving energy, each lost in our own terrified thoughts. The desert, which had felt empty and isolating before, now felt menacingly observant. Every rock formation seemed to hide watching eyes. Every gust of wind carried imagined whispers. The sun beat down, but the chill of the mine lingered deep inside me. Reaching the campsite offered little comfort. Our tents, our familiar gear, suddenly looked fragile and inadequate against the backdrop of what we now knew lurked nearby. We didn't discuss it. We just started packing, movements jerky and uncoordinated with haste and residual fear. Tents were collapsed, sleeping bags stuffed haphazardly into sacks, cooking gear thrown into boxes. Efficiency was driven by a desperate need to put distance between ourselves and that cursed hill. Every snap of a tent pole, every rustle of nylon sounded unnaturally loud in the tense silence, making us jump. Mark kept glancing nervously back towards the direction of the mine, his hand hovering near the heavy tire iron he kept under his car seat. Within 20 minutes, the car was loaded, the campsite erased save for flattened patches of dust. We piled in, the interior already stiflingly hot. Mark jammed the key into the ignition, the engine roaring to life with a comforting, mechanical normalcy that felt jarringly out of place. He slammed the car into gear and spun the wheel, sending gravel flying as we fishtailed onto the rough dirt track, leaving our ill-fated campsite behind. Dust boiled up behind us, obscuring the view in the rearview mirror. I kept looking back anyway, my heart pounding, half expecting to see a figure standing silhouetted against the setting sun, or some impossible shape emerging from the swirling red cloud. There was nothing but the receding desert landscape, bathed in the fiery hues of sunset. We reached the paved highway just as darkness was falling, the smooth asphalt under the tires a small relief. Civilization, safety. But as the miles marker signs flashed by, guiding us back towards the sprawling lights of distant cities, the feeling of safety remained elusive. The silence in the car was thick with unspoken fear. The image of the humming door, the sound of the scratching, they weren't left behind in the dust. They were passengers now, riding with us, seared into our memories. We had escaped the mine, yes, but the chilling realization began to dawn within me, cold and sharp. We hadn't escaped the consequences of our deadly mistake. The desert was behind us, but the horror had just begun. The drive back to Los Angeles was the longest, quietest drive of my life. Miles of highway spooled out before us under the cold, impersonal glare of sodium lamps, each one illuminating the strained silence within the car. Chloe huddled against the passenger door, staring blankly out at the darkness rushing past, occasionally wiping away silent tears. Mark gripped the steering wheel with white knuckles, his gaze fixed rigidly ahead, jaw clenched. The radio was off. No one suggested turning it on. What could possibly fill the void left by the impossibility we'd witnessed, the terror we'd shared? Words felt utterly inadequate, almost insulting. We stopped once, at a garishly lit 24-hour stop diner somewhere off the I-15. The forced cheerfulness, the clatter of plates, the smell of stale coffee and frying bacon, it all felt like a scene from a different reality, a world we no longer fully belonged to. We ordered food we barely touched, sitting in a booth under buzzing fluorescent lights, avoiding each other's eyes. Mark tried once. Look, maybe it was some kind of sonic weapon test. Government stuff. Makes you hallucinate. His voice lacked any conviction. Chloe just shook her head numbly. I didn't say anything. Hallucinations don't leave behind perfectly smooth, humming metal doors deep underground. Hallucinations don't scratch with such deliberate intent. We paid the bill and got back in the car. The brief, alienating exposure to normalcy only highlighting how profoundly abnormal our experience had been. Dropping Cho off at her apartment building was tense. She wouldn't meet our eyes, just mumbled a "thanks for the ride," and practically bolted inside, slamming the lobby door behind her. Mark drove me to my place next. As I got out, he finally looked at me, his eyes haunted. "Sam, we don't talk about this." Right, not to anyone. It wasn't a question. It was a plea wrapped in a command. I nodded, unable to speak, and watched him drive away, disappearing into the pre-dawn gloom of the city. That was the last time I saw Mark look truly scared. Later, he would build walls of denial so thick, I doubt even he knew what was genuine anymore. Returning to my apartment felt like stepping onto a movie set where I'd forgotten my lines. The familiar posters on the walls, the stack of mail on the counter, the blinking light on the answering machine, it was all part of a life that suddenly felt distant, flimsy. I showered, scrubbing frantically, as if I could wash away the cloying chill of the mine, the phantom vibrations of the hum, the memory of the scratching sound. But the horror wasn't dirt, it couldn't be rinsed away. It had sunk deeper into memory, into psyche. Sleep, when it finally came, offered no escape. The nightmares started that first night back and haven't truly stopped since, though they've mutated over time. At first, it was replaced the frantic run through the dark, the dead end, the impossible door. But soon, they grew worse. In my dreams, the door would bulge inwards, the metal groaning under pressure from the other side. The scratching would become frantic, deafening. Sometimes, the door would open just a crack, revealing not darkness, but impossible, blinding light and a cacophony of whispers that felt ancient and utterly malevolent. Other times, I wasn't running from the mine, but endlessly running towards it, compelled by a force I couldn't resist, the low hum pulling me like a siren song towards inevitable doom. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, heart hammering, the hum seeming to echo in the quiet confines of my bedroom. My waking hours became colored by a pervasive anxiety. Every creak of the floorboards, every unexpected noise made me jump. I developed an aversion to basements, elevators, even quiet rooms where the low hum of electronics, a refrigerator, a computer felt unnervingly similar to the thrum of that cursed door. Darkness became suffocating. I started sleeping with the lights on, a futile gesture against the shadows that now seemed to linger constantly at the edges of my vision. The friendship, predictably, fractured under the weight of the shared secret. I tried calling Chloe a few times. Sometimes she wouldn't answer. When she did, her voice was distant, brittle. She politely refused invitations to meet up, making vague excuses. The last time I called, the number was disconnected. Mark adopted a different strategic aggressive denial. When I tried to cautiously bring up the trip a few weeks later, hoping to find some shared understanding, he cut me off. "Dude, it was nothing," he said, forcing a laugh that didn't reach his eyes. "We got spooked by an old mine. Bad air, a coast, maybe some bats. Seriously, let it go." Seeing the genuine fear I knew was still buried beneath his bravado replaced by this hollow facade was almost as unsettling as the mine itself. We drifted apart, the unspoken horror a chasm between us. Alone with my terror, I did what I suspect many would dog. I turned to the internet. Late at night, fueled by caffeine and insomnia, I dove headfirst into a rabbit hole of research. The Lucky Chance Mine, the Mojave Desert, abandoned mines, strange disappearances. I scored historical society records, geological surveys, forums dedicated to urban exploration, paranormal investigation sites, even conspiracy theory boards discussing secret underground bases like Area 51 or Dulce. Most of it led nowhere mundane records of claims filed and abandoned, typical tales of prospectors moving on. But there were fragments, unsettling breadcrumbs. An obscure county history book mentioned the Lucky Chance briefly, noting it was abandoned abruptly despite rumors of a rich vein, unstable conditions. A geological survey map showed anomalous magnetic readings in the vicinity of the hill where the mine was located, dismissed as instrument error. On a nearly defunct forum about desert mysteries, I found a single, rambling post from years prior mentioning local whispers among old timers about a place. The earth hums, and where people sometimes went missing, written off as folklore. Nothing concrete, nothing provable, but enough fragments to feed the gnawing obsession, enough to suggest that something was known, or at least suspected, about that desolate patch of desert. The haunting wasn't confined to my mind or my research. Strange things started happening, small at first, easily dismissed. Objects near my bedside table seemed slightly moved overnight. Electronics would flicker or reset inexplicably. Cold spots would appear suddenly in my apartment, even on warm days. Then came the sounds. The low hum, faint but undeniable, sometimes seeming to emanate from the walls themselves, especially late at night when the city was quiet, and the scratching, soft, hesitant, usually brief. A dry scrape against my window pane, easily mistaken for a branch. I lived on the third floor. There were no trees nearby. A faint, skittering sound from the hallway outside my apartment door that would cease the moment I went to check. Was I losing my mind? Was the trauma manifesting as auditory and visual hallucinations? I desperately wanted to believe that. But the alternative, that something from that mine, from behind that door, had somehow taken notice, had followed, or was reaching out, was infinitely more terrifying. I'm writing this down now, years later. Why? Maybe it's catharsis. Maybe it's a desperate attempt to impose some kind of narrative order on the chaos that event unleashed in my life. Maybe it's a warning. Because the deadly mistake wasn't just deciding to go on that camping trip or ignoring the signs and entering that mine. The deadly mistake was surviving. It was finding that door, hearing that scratching, and carrying the knowledge, the contamination, back into the world. Mark, I heard through a mutual acquaintance, became increasingly erratic, lost his job, and moved away abruptly, leaving no forwarding address. I never found out what happened to Chloe. Sometimes I fear the worst. As for me, I exist. I work. I pay bills. I go through the motions of normalcy. But I'm always looking over my shoulder. I'm always listening. The fear never truly leaves. It's a cold, constant companion. Some places are not meant to be disturbed. Some secrets are buried for a reason. If you ever find yourself drawn to the forgotten corners of the world, to the places marked forbidden or in danger, please turn back. Ignore the whispers of adventure, the lure of the unknown. Some doors are sealed for the protection of those on this side. Whatever is behind that humming metal door deep beneath the Mojave sands, it's patient. It's waiting, and it knows we were there. Even now, as I type these final words alone in the quietum of my apartment, the city lights painting faint patterns on the wall. I can feel it, a low vibration, seemingly coming up through the floorboards. Resonating in my chest, it syncs with the frantic rhythm of my own heart. And just now did I hear it. A faint, Drake scratch at the window. Or was it just the wind? My name is No, or, well, it was. What I am now feels different. Less substantial, more like an echo caught in the wind. But before all this, before the desert swallowed me whole, I was Noah, a 20-something city dweller with an unhealthy addiction to silence and solitude. My antidote to the incessant hum of Los Angeles was the wilderness. Not the curated, signposted trails frequented by families in matching hiking gear, but the real, untamed stuff. The kind of places where the silence is so deep it presses against your eardrums, and the only company you have is the crunch of your boots on the earth in the vast, indifferent sky. Solo camping was my church, my therapy, my escape. I'd done it countless times. Sierra Nevada, Joshua Tree, even stretches of the desolate Mojave. I thought I knew the risks. Dehydration, twisted ankles, the occasional rattlesnake, or overly curious coyote. Standard hazards, manageable with preparation and respect for the environment. I prided myself on my meticulous planning, my well-maintained gear, my ability to read the land. I thought I was prepared for anything nature could throw at me. I was wrong. So catastrophically, fatally wrong. This time, I'd set my sights on Anza Borrego Desert State Park, California's largest state park, a sprawling expanse of badlands washes and stark, arid beauty. It felt different from my usual haunts, wilder, less forgiving, older. There was a raw, prehistoric feel to the landscape, sculpted by wind and time into alien formations. It promised the profound isolation I craved, a place where the modern world felt not just distant, but entirely non-existent. I picked a remote spot for dispersed camping, far from any designated campgrounds, accessible only by a rugged dirt track that tested the limits of my beat-up Jeep. Perfect. The drive itself was part of the ritual, shedding layers of city grime and stress with every mile eastward. The concrete jungle gave way to rolling hills, then starker mountains, finally opening up into the vast, sun-baked basin of the desert. Pulling off the main highway onto the barely there track felt like crossing a threshold. The air changed, grew drier, hotter, carrying the scent of dust and creosote. By the time I'd navigate the rutted path and found a suitable clearing, a relatively flat patch sheltered by a low, rocky outcrop, the sun was beginning its descent, painting the sky in fiery oranges and bruised purples. Getting out of the Jeep, the silence hit me. Not just quiet, but a profound lack of sound. No traffic, no distant sirens, no human chatter. Just the whisper of the wind moving through sparse scrub, and the occasional, startlingly loud cry of a bird I couldn't identify. It was exactly what I'd come for, yet something felt off. A prickle of unease, a sense of being watched not by animals, but by the land itself. I shook it off. First night jitters. Magnified by the sheer scale of the emptiness around me, I set up camp with practiced efficiency. The tent popped up easily, a small dome of nylon against the immense backdrop. Sleeping bag unfurled, mat inflated, stove and supplies organized. I always left my hiking boots just outside the tent flap, tucked under the rainfly, a habit born from keeping sand and dirt out of my sleeping space. They were sturdy, well-worn leather boots, their tread pattern unique and familiar, like an old friend. Tonight, I laced them snugly together and placed them neatly by the entrance. As twilight deepened into true night, I built a small fire. The flames danced, casting flickering shadows that writhed and stretched across the sand and rocks. The temperature plummeted, the desert air growing crisp and cold. Above, the stars began to emerge. Not the faint smattering visible through city smog, but an overwhelming, diamond dust explosion across the black velvet sky. The Milky Way blazed overhead, so clear it felt almost close enough to touch. It was beautiful, terrifyingly beautiful. The scale of it all hammered home my own insignificance, a tiny spark of warmth in an ancient, indifferent universe. I ate a simple meal, listening to the crackle of the fire and the vast silence beyond its reach. The unease lingered, a low hum beneath the surface. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the darkness made me jump. I scanned the perimeter of the firelight, peering into the impenetrable blackness. Coyotes. Maybe. A kit fox. Possible. I told myself it was just the desert playing tricks on an overactive imagination primed by isolation. I'd felt this before, though perhaps not quite this intensely. It was part of the solo experience, confronting those primal fears that surface when you're utterly alone. Eventually, the fire died down to glowing embers. The cold seeped into my bones, urging me towards the relative warmth of the tent. I doused the embers carefully, ensuring they were completely out. A final scan of the silent, star-drenched landscape revealed nothing but rocks, sand, and the ghostly shapes of distant cacti. Zipping up the tent felt like sealing myself into a small, fragile bubble of safety. Inside, cocooned in my sleeping bag, the silence seemed even more profound, broken only by the sound of my own breathing. I checked my phone, no signal, of course. I was truly off the grid. Exhaustion finally overtook the lingering anxiety, and I drifted into a deep, dreamless sleep. Morning arrived with the abruptness peculiar to the desert. One moment, darkness. The next, the tent fabric was glowing with the first light. I woke feeling surprisingly rested, the unease of the previous night momentarily forgotten. The air inside the tent was cold, and I burrowed deeper into my sleeping bag for a few minutes before steeling myself for the chill outside. Standard morning routine: unzip the flap, crawl out, stretch in the crisp air, start thinking about coffee. I unzipped the tent, blinking against the nascent sunlight flooding the landscape. The air was sharp and clean. I pushed the flap aside and crawled out, standing up to stretch, my joints popping in the cold. And then I saw them. Footprints. Not animal tracks, human footprints, or rather boot prints. My boot prints. The distinctive, waffle-like tread pattern of the leather hikers I'd left neatly placed just outside the tent door the night before. They started right where I'd left the boots. But instead of leading away from the tent, towards the Jeep, or out into the desert for some imagined pre-dawn exploration I hadn't done, they formed a path around the tent. A deliberate, perfectly spaced circle etched clearly into the fine layer of sand and dust coating the hard, packed ground. Each step was firm, measured. The circle was tight, maybe only a foot or two out from the tent walls, completing a full loop before returning precisely to the spot where the boots now sat. My blood ran cold. A wave of nausea washed over me. I hadn't left the tent. I knew I hadn't. I'd slept like the dead, cocooned in my bag from the moment I zipped up until the sun woke me. My boots hadn't moved from their spot by the door. Yet, there was the undeniable evidency. Prints made by my boots, circling my tent while I slept inside. It wasn't me. Something else, something wearing my boots, had been out here, pacing, circling me, all night long. The silence of the desert suddenly felt different. Not empty, but watchful, predatory. The vastness wasn't indifferent, it was hiding something. And that something had been close enough to touch my tent, close enough to borrow my boots, walking around and around me in the darkness, just beyond the thin nylon wall. Why? What was it? And was it still out there? My breath hitched in my throat, each inhale feeling sharp and cold, scraping against raw panic. I stood frozen, staring at the circle of my own boot prints etched into the sand around my tent. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. Not me, not me. The thought reverberated in the sudden, terrifying vacuum where logic used to be. I crouched down, forcing myself to examine the prints more closely, my fingers trembling as they hovered over the distinct tread pattern in the dust. They were perfect impressions, deep and clear, showing a steady, even gait, not the stumbling, erratic marks of someone drunk or disoriented, not the dragged scrape of an animal toying with footwear. These were purposeful steps. Pacing. Observing. My eyes darted around the campsite, scanning the rocky outcrop, the sparse bushes, the vast, empty stretches of sand dissolving into the heat haze of the rising something. No movement, no sign of life, human or otherwise. But the emptiness itself felt menacing now, charged with unseen tension. The silence pressed in, heavy and suffocating. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like a specimen under glass. Whatever had worn my boots had stood mere feet away while I slept, separated only by a thin layer of nylon. What had it been doing? Why circle the teosity? Assessment. Or something infinitely more sinister, a predator sizing up its prey. I scrambled back towards the tent entrance and snatched up my boots. They felt normal, heavy, solid leather and rubber. I turned them over, peering inside. A few grains of sand, maybe, but nothing out of the ordinary. No strange residue, no lingering warmth, no clue as to who or what had commandeered them. Putting them back down felt wrong, like leaving a key for an intruder. I shoved my bare feet into them, the cold leather shocking against my skin, ignoring the need for socks. Protection. I needed protection, however flimsy. My mind raced, desperately trying to construct a rational explanation. Sleepwalking. I'd never sleepwalked in my life, not once. Even if I had, would I have walked in such a perfect, obsessive circle? And wouldn't I have remembered something? Some vague dream, a feeling of disorientation. No sleep offered no answers, only deeper dread. A prank. Utterly impossible. Who would follow me out here, miles from civilization, down a barely there track, just to walk around my tent in my own boots? The effort involved was absurd, the motivation non-existent. An animal. A coyote dragging them. No animal leaves perfect boot prints in a circle. Every logical avenue led to a dead end, leaving only the chilling, irrational truth something unknown had been there, interacting with my belongings, observing me while I was completely vulnerable. The initial shock began to morph into a primal, consuming fear. The desert, which hours ago had seemed like a sanctuary of solitude, now felt like a trap. The vastness wasn't liberating, it was isolating, ensuring no one would hear me scream. I had to get out. Now, not later, not after coffee, not after packing neatly. Now, survival instinct took over, overriding everything else. I lunged for the tent, ripping at the zipper, my movements jerky and uncoordinated. Stuffing the sleeping bag into its sack became a frantic battle with nylon and down. The sleeping mat hissed angrily as I jammed the valve open, barely waiting for it to deflate before rolling it clumsily. Tent poles clattered as I collapsed the dome, my eyes constantly scanning the perimeter, my ears straining against the silence, amplifying every tiny sound, the scuttling of a lizard, the buzz of an insect, the whisper of the wind to potential threats. Was that a rock shifting? Was that shadow moving? My breath came in ragged gasps, my hands slick with sweat despite the morning chill. Every item I packed felt like a monumental effort. My focus split between the task and the consuming paranoia. I kept glancing back at the circle of footprints, half expecting to see fresh ones appearing, half expecting to see it standing there, watching me. The boots felt heavy and alien on my feet. Had its feet been inside these, what did it feel like? Was it human? The questions were knives twisting in my gut. I threw everything haphazardly into the back of the Jeep, tent bundled, bag half stuffed, stove rattling loose. Neatness and order, my usual camping mantras, were forgotten, sacrificed to the desperate need for speed. My keys. Where were my keys? Panic surged again as I fumbled through my pockets. Found them. I yanked open the driver's door, the metallic click echoing unnaturally loud in the quiet, and threw myself inside, slamming and locking it immediately. The flimsy metal and glass felt like tissue paper against the immensity of the desert and whatever lurked within it. I jammed the key into the ignition, twisting it hard. The engine turned over, coughed, sputtered, and died. No. No, no, please. I whispered, my voice trembling. I tried again, grinding, wheezing. Nothing. My Jeep wasn't new, but it was reliable. It had never done this before. Coincidence. Or was it somehow interfering? Was I already trapped? Bile rose in my throat. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and tried one more time, coaxing the accelerator gently. The engine caught, sputtered violently, then roared unevenly to life. Relief washed over me, so potent it left me weak. Wasting no time, I slammed the Jeep into reverse, spun the wheel, and fishtailed onto the faint dirt track, leading away from the cursed campsite. Dust billowed behind me, obscuring the view in the rearview mirror, which was probably for the best. I didn't want to see if anything was watching me leave. The track was rougher than I remembered, or maybe it was just my panicking the bumps and ruts feel more violent. The Jeep bounced and shuddered, threatening to stall again with every jolt. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, my gaze fixed on the path ahead, yet irresistibly drawn to the rearview mirror every few seconds. The dust cloud was thick, a roiling brown curtain. Was there a shape within it? A figure keeping pace? I couldn't be sure. Imagination, I told myself. Just fear playing tricks. But the feeling of being watched, of being followed, didn't dissipate. It clung to me, a cold dread settling deep in my bones. The sun climbed higher, beating down relentlessly, turning the Jeep into a mobile oven, but I didn't dare roll down the windows. Locked in. Safer. I'd been driving for maybe 20 minutes, bouncing along the track that wound through canyons and washes when I saw it. Up ahead, just off the side of the track, near a cluster of ocotillo plants. Another set of footprints. My boot prints. The same distinctive tread pattern, leading from behind the ocotillo, across a patch of open sand, and then disappearing into a rocky jumble where the ground was too hard to hold an impression. But this wasn't my campsite. I hadn't stopped here. I hadn't even driven past this spot on my way in yesterday. I'd taken a slightly different fork further back. There was absolutely no reason for my boot prints to be here. I slammed on the brakes, the Jeep skidding slightly in the loose dirt. My heart pounded against my ribs so hard it hurt. It wasn't just at the campsite. It wasn't confined to that one location. It was out here, moving through the landscape. It had been here, waiting, watching me approach. The prints looked fresh, the edges sharp against the sand. It couldn't have been long ago. And then I saw something else, nestled amongst the rocks where the prints vanished. Something small and dark. Against my better judgment, driven by a morbid need to understand, I cautiously opened the Jeep door, the desert silence rushing back in. I scanned the area, every nerve screaming. Seeing nothing, I crept towards the rocks, my boots crunching on the gravel. Lying there, tucked into a crevice, was one of my spare tent pegs. I recognized the scratched paint, the slight bend near the top. I kept my spares in a specific pouch inside my main backpack, which was currently thrown in the back of the Jeep. There was no way it could have fallen out, no way it could have gotten here, unless it had taken it. A souvenir, a message, a warning. It knew where I was going. It had been ahead of me. The horrifying realization crashed down. I wasn't escaping. I was being herded. The tent peg felt unnaturally cold in my hand, a small, insignificant piece of metal that now represented the complete disintegration of my reality. It wasn't just following, it was ahead of me. It knew the track, knew my gear, knew my destination. The circle of footprints hadn't been a random act. It was the opening move in a game I didn't understand, played by rules I couldn't comprehend, with stakes that were becoming terrifyingly clear. My life. My sanity, maybe both. The feeling of being herded intensified, the desert transforming from a passive landscape into the walls of a vast, open-air labyrinth designed by a malevolent intelligence. I scrambled back into the Jeep, tossing the peg onto the passenger seat, where it rattled accusingly with every bump. My hands shook violently as I gripped the steering wheel again. Panic gave way to a frantic, desperate energy. Forget caution. Forget preserving the vehicle, the only thought was speed. I floored the accelerator, the engine screaming in protest as the Jeep lurched forward, bouncing violently over rocks and ruts. I barely registered. The track blurred, the stark desert scenery whipping past in a dizzying panorama of sand, rock, and thorns. My eyes flicked constantly between the treacherous path ahead and the rearview mirror. The dust cloud still churned behind me, a persistent brown specter. But now I started seeing things, or maybe I just thought I did. Fleeting movements at the edge of my vision, a flicker of motion on a distant ridge that vanished when I looked directly at it. Was that a figure standing silhouetted against the skyline for a split second? Was that the glint of sunlight off something unnatural pacing me through the canyons? I blinked, rubbed my eyes, tried to focus, but the images remained ephemeral, uncertain ghosts born of heat shimmer, dust, and raw terror. The silence, once broken only by the engine's roar, seemed to gain texture. I strained to hear over the mechanical noise, convinced I could detect something else, a low hum just below the threshold of hearing, a faint, rhythmic crunch that seemed to syncopate with the Jeep's rattling, like footsteps keeping pace just outside. My own footsteps. No, these felt different, heavier, more deliberate. The sound of my own stolen boots, perhaps walking alongside me unseen. The sun beat down mercilessly, the heat inside the cab becoming unbearable, thick with the smell of hot metal, gasoline, and my own fierce sweat. Yet, I kept the window sealed tight. A flimsy defense, I knew, but the only one I had left. How far was the main road? Miles surely. It felt like an eternity. The track seemed to stretch on forever, twisting and turning through the desolate terrain, each bend revealing not the hope for ribbon of asphalt, but more sand, more rocks, more oppressive emptiness. And then, rounding a sharp bend into a narrow, high-walled wash, it happened. The engine, which had been complaining bitterly, gave a final, violent shudder, coughed, and died. Utterly, completely, silence slammed back in, absolute and terrifying. No. I choked out, the word barely a whisper. I turned the key again and again. Nothing. Not a click, not a sputter, just dead silence. The Jeep coasted to a halt in the center of the wash, sand whispering against the tires. Trapped. The high, crumbling walls of the wash pressed in on either side, casting long, distorted shadows in the late afternoon light. There was no way out but forward or back along the track on foot. Exposed. I sat there for a long moment, frozen. The silence broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart and the ticking of the cooling engine, a sound like a countdown timer. Looking at the dead dashboard, the useless key in the ignition, the mocking tent peg on the passenger seat, the final vestiges of hope drained away, leaving behind a cold, hollow certainty. This was it. The game was over. Or perhaps the final stage was about to begin. Slowly, reluctantly, I unbuckled my seatbelt. Opening the door felt like stepping out of an airlock into a vacuum. The desert air, thick with heat and the scent of dry earth, rushed in. I stood beside the dead Jeep scanning the wash. Empty. Just sand, rock, and the lengthening shadows. But the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. A physical pressure against my skin. It was here. My boots. The boots I was wearing, the ones that had worn last night, they felt heavy, clumsy, like they belonged to someone else. I looked down at them, at the familiar pattern on the soles. And then I saw it, just a few feet ahead of the Jeep, half obscured by a shadow thrown by the canyon wall. Another set of boot prints. My prints, leading away up the wash in the direction I needed to go. They were fresh, sharper, clearer than the ones by the Ocotillo. It had been here just moments ago. It knew the Jeep would fail here. It was leading me. A choice. Stay with the dead Jeep, a metal coffin under the blazing sun. Or follow the prints, walk into the jaws of the trap. It wasn't really a choice at all. Some morbid compulsion, some desperate, illogical shred of hope that understanding might offer salvation pulled me forward. I started walking, following the tracks imprinted in the sand. My own boots crunched on the ground, the sound echoing slightly between the narrow walls. But beneath my own steps, I heard it again, that other sound. A fainter, mirroring crunch. Footsteps behind me. Beside me, I stopped. The other footsteps stopped an instant later. I started walking again faster. The other footsteps matched my pace. Crunch, crunch. Always there. Just at the edge of hearing, perfectly mimicking my cadence, but somehow fundamentally other. I didn't dare look back. I kept my eyes fixed on the line of prints leading me deeper into the wash, into the growing shadows. The air grew colder as the sun dipped lower behind the canyon rim. The silence deepened, broken only by the rhythmic, terrifying doot of my steps and the unseen steps that dogged them. What was it, a ghost? A desert spirit? Something conjured by the heat and isolation? Or something tangible, something real, playing a cruel game? I realized, with a chilling certainty, that it didn't matter. Its effect was real. My terror was real. The footprints were real. The wash opened slightly, and the prints led towards a narrow side canyon. Little more than a deep cleft in the rock, choked with shadows. The boot prints went straight in. This was the end of the line. A final undeniable summons. My heart hammered. My breath hitched. Every instinct screamed at me to turn, to run back towards the useless Jeep, to do anything but enter that darkness. But the unseen footsteps behind me felt closer now, the presence almost palpable, a cold spot on the back of my neck. There was no escape. I took a breath, the desert air tasting like dust and finality. I looked down at the boots on my feet one last time. Then, I stepped into the shadow of the side canyon, following the tracks into the waiting dark. The crunching sound behind me stopped. For a moment, there was only the sound of my own boots on the sandy floor of the cleft. Then, from the darkness ahead, deeper within the canyon, came a single, soft sound. The crunch of a boot stepping onto sand. My boot. Waiting for me. My name is No. I went camping solo in the Anza Borrego Desert. I thought I craved silence and solitude. I was wrong. What I found was an older silence, a deeper solitude. Something was waiting in the emptiness. Something that watches. Something that paces. Something that borrows your boots and leads you into the dark. I followed my own footprints, and they led me here. I don't know what happens now. The darkness is absolute. The silence is complete, save for the sound of footsteps, no longer behind me, but all around. And I think soon they will be mine. My name is Emily, or at least that's the name I started this trip with. Looking back now, through the haze of fear and sleepless nights, it feels like a lifetime ago, belonging to someone else entirely, someone naive, someone unbroken. It was supposed to be the adventure of a lifetime, a final hurrah before the crushing weight of post-college reality set in. Mark, Chloe, and I had planned this camping to the Trinity Alps wilderness in Northern California for months. Mark, ever the enthusiast, had sold us on the rugged beauty, the pristine lakes, and the promise of true isolation far from cell service and the incessant hum of city life. Chloe, practical and prepared as always, had mapped potential routes and packed enough supplies to survive a minor apocalypse. I was somewhere in the middle, thrilled by the prospect of adventure, but harboring a quiet thread of apprehension that always seemed to accompany me into the unknown. The first 2 days were everything we dreamed of. We hiked under vast, impossibly blue skies, the scent of pine needles sharp and clean in the air. The landscape was breathtakingly wild, a panorama of jagged granite peaks, dense forests, and meadows bursting with late summer wildflowers. We swam in glacial lakes so cold they stole your breath away, and told stories around crackling campfires under a canopy of stars so thick it felt like you could reach out and scoop them up like diamonds. We felt strong, capable, utterly free. The isolation Mark had promised was absolute. We hadn't seen another soul since leaving the trailhead ranger station. It was exactly what we wanted, or so we thought. The third day started like the others, bright and promising. We decided to tackle a more ambitious route, aiming for a lesser-known ridge Mark had read about online, promising unparalleled views. Shlu consulted her map, pointing out the faint dotted line that indicated the trail. It looked challenging but achievable. We packed up our camp, spirits high, and set off. The initial climb was steep, winding through thick stands of fir and cedar. The air grew thinner, cooler. By early afternoon, the character of the day began to subtly shift. The vibrant blue sky grew paler, hazed over by high, wispy clouds that slowly coalesced, thickening into an ominous gray blanket. A chill wind picked up, snaking through the trees, carrying the damp scent of approaching rain. "Looks like the weather's turning," Chloe observed, pulling her beanie lower over her ears. Her usual calm preparedness was tinged with a note of concern. Mark squinted at the sky. "Nah, it's just a bit of cloud cover. It'll blow over. Come on, the viewpoint can't be much further." His optimism felt forced, a defense against the undeniable shift in the atmosphere. But it didn't blow over. The clouds descended, swallowing the peaks around us in a disorienting gray soup. The wind intensified, whipping branches against each other, and a light drizzle began to fall, quickly turning into a steady, cold rain. Visibility dropped dramatically. The faint trail markers we'd been following became harder to spot, then disappeared altogether amongst the mist, shrouded trees and rocks. We were still climbing, but the promised ridge and its views were lost in the swirling gray. Disorientation began to set in. Was this pile of rocks familiar? Had we passed that twisted pine before? "Mark, I think we're off the trail," Chloe stated, her voice tight. "We need to stop, reassess." Mark finally conceded. Frustration etched on his face. Okay. Let's check the map, maybe backtrack." But backtracking proved impossible. Every direction looked the same in the dense fog. The rain lashed down harder, soaking us through our waterproof gear, chilling us to the bone. Panic began to bubble beneath the surface. We were lost, wet, cold, and the light was starting to fail as the storm prematurely aged the day into dusk. The majestic wilderness now felt menacing, alien, actively working against us. The wind howled, sounding almost like voices whispering unintelligible warnings through the trees. Or maybe that was just my imagination, fueled by cold and rising fear. We huddled together behind a large boulder, trying to shield ourselves from the worst of the wind and rain, pulling out emergency blankets that offered little comfort against the penetrating damp. Hypothermia was a real threat. We needed shelter, proper shelter, and soon. We need to find somewhere. Clue stammered, her teeth chattering. A cave and overhang anything. Let's just push downhill. Mark suggested desperately. Gravity's our friend, right? Maybe we'll hit a valley. Find a stream. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was better than freezing where we stood. We stumbled downwards, slipping on wet rocks and slick mud, pushing through dripping undergrowth, the fog clinging to us like a shroud. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every snap of a twig sounded like a footstep behind us. My earlier apprehension had bloomed into full-blown terror, and then through a momentary thinning of the mist, Mark saw it. Look, he yelled, pointing. Looming out of the gray, nestled in a small, unnaturally quiet clearing, was a cabin. It was small, made of dark, weathered logs, with a steeply pitched roof and a single stone chimney from which, impossibly, a thin tendril of gray smoke curled upwards, mingling with the fog. It looked ancient, almost fused with the surrounding forest, yet strangely solid. Moss grew thick on the roof shingles, and the windows were dark, reflecting nothing of the grim twilight. There was no path leading to it, no sign of recent passage, yet the smoke suggested occupancy. It looked wrong, out of place, like a misplaced memory forced into the landscape. A wave of profound unease washed over me, colder than the rain. There was something deeply unsettling about finding such a structure here, miles from any known trail or settlement, especially with that wisp of smoke suggesting life within. Are you sure about this? I whispered, my voice barely audible over the wind. What choice do we have? M. Mark countered, already moving towards it, his desperation overriding caution. It's shelter. Someone's there. Maybe they can help. Chilo hesitated, glancing back into the darkening, storm-ravaged woods, then at the cabin. He's right, we can't stay out here. Reluctantly, I followed them. As we drew closer, the clearing seemed to deaden the sound of the storm. The wind still howled outside its perimeter, but within the circle of trees surrounding the cabin, an eerie stillness prevailed. The structure looked even older up close, the logs dark and pitted, the door a heavy slab of wood with black iron hinges. The smoke from the chimney was thin, almost illusory. Mark reached the door first and knocked loudly. The sound was absorbed by the heavy wood, echoing dully. We waited. No answer. He knocked again, harder. Silence. Maybe they can't hear us over the storm. Clue suggested, though the storm felt distant here. Or maybe they're not welcoming. I murmured, hugging myself. The feeling of wrongness intensified. This place felt dormant, watchful. Mark, driven by the need for warmth and safety, tried the handle. It turned with a rusty groan. He pushed the door inward, revealing a dark interior. Hello. He called out, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the enclosed space. Is anyone home? We're lost, caught in the storm. No reply. Only the scent of cold ash, dust, and something else. Something faintly metallic and sweet, like old decay. Mark stepped inside, followed closely by Chloe. I lingered on the threshold, peering into the gloom. A single room, dominated by a large stone fireplace on the far wall. Cold, dark ashes filled the hearth. The smoke we saw must have been a trick of the light, or perhaps the last vestiges of a long-dead fire. Simple, sturdy wooden furniture, a table, a few chairs, a rough-looking bed frame in the corner were draped in shadows. Dust motes danced in the faint light filtering through the grime-coated windows. It felt like a place frozen in time, abandoned mid-moment, yet paradoxically, it also felt intensely present, aware of our intrusion. See empty, Mark said, a nervous edge to his relief. We can stay here tonight, dry off, wait out the storm. He was already shrugging off his wet pack. Chloe nodded, though her eyes darted nervously around the room. Let's get a fire going. There must be wood somewhere. I finally stepped inside, pulling the heavy door closed behind me. The click of the latch seemed unnervingly final. The silence within was absolute, pressing in on my ears. While Mark and Chloe searched for firewood scraps near the hearth, my eyes were drawn to a small, dust-covered table near the door. On it lay a single object in a thick, leather-bound book, a guest book. Here, driven by a morbid curiosity I couldn't explain, I wiped the dust from the cover. There was no title. I opened it. The pages were thick, yellowed parchment, filled not with names and pleasantries, but with the same sentence, repeated over and over in cramped, spidery handwriting, covering every single line of every single page I could see. My blood ran cold as I read the looping script. The ink faded, but horribly clear. It doesn't let you leave the same. Page after page, the same 7 words. A chilling testament, a stark warning filling the entire volume. My breath hitched in my throat. Guys, I whispered, holding the book out, my hand trembling. You need to see this. Mark snatched the heavy guest book from my trembling hands. His eyes scanned the first page, then flicked through several more, his initial bravado faltering, replaced by a confused frown. Chloe leaned over his shoulder, her face paling as she absorbed the relentless repetition of those 7 words. It doesn't let you leave the same. What the hell is this? Mark finally muttered, slamming the book shut with a thud that echoed unnervingly in the silence. Dust puffed up from the cover. Some kind of sick joke. Maybe the last guy who stayed here was losing his mind. All the pages mark. Kola whispered, her voice thin. Every single one. He didn't answer, just tossed the book back onto the dusty table as if it were contaminated. Look, it's creepy, okay? Really creepy. But we're cold, wet, and stuck in a massive storm. A roof over our heads, even a creepy one with a weirdo's diary, is better than freezing to death out there. It's probably just some local legend BS, or, like I said, a prank. He tried to sound dismissive, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. He wouldn't meet my eyes. I couldn't shake the feeling of ice in my veins. It wasn't a prank. It wasn't the rambling of a lunatic. It felt like a fundamental truth about this place, written down as a stark, inescapable warning. Or perhaps not a warning, but a simple statement of fact. The cabin itself seemed to hold its breath, listening to Mark's denial. Despite the profound unease settling over us, like the damp chill, practicality won out. The storm showed no signs of letting up. If anything, the wind howled louder, rattling the single window pane ominously. We had to make the best of it. Mark, needing to do something, focused on the fireplace. He found a small stack of dry wood tucked away in a niche beside the hearth, suspiciously dry, considering the state of the cabin. Getting the fire started, however, proved difficult. The kindling sputtered and smoked, resisting the flame, as if the cold, dead ashes in the grate were actively trying to snuff it out. Finally, after much cursing and blowing, reluctant orange flames licked at the logs, casting flickering, distorted shadows that danced across the rough-hewn walls and our anxious faces. The meager warmth was welcome, but it did little to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. Chloe found a few coarse wool blankets folded neatly on the rickety bed frame. They smelled faintly of wood smoke and something else at dust and disuse, maybe, but they were clean. Too clean, perhaps, for a place that looked otherwise neglected. We wrapped ourselves in them, huddling near the struggling fire, the silence stretching between us, thick and uncomfortable. As the hours crawled by, punctuated only by the storm's fury and the hesitant crackle of the fire, the cabin began to assert its presence in subtle, unsettling ways. The shadows cast by the firelight seemed too deep, too mobile, sometimes coalescing in the corners of my vision into shapes that vanished when I looked directly at them. I kept hearing faint noises, a soft scratching sound from behind the wall near the fireplace, like tiny claws on wood. Mark dismissed it as rats or squirrels seeking shelter. Then there was a low creak from overhead, as if someone had shifted their weight on the floorboards above. But there was no upstairs, only a low ceiling of dark beams and rough planks. Was there an attic? I scanned the ceiling, but saw no hatch, no access point. Did you hear that? I whispered, my heart pounding. Mark frowned. Hear what? It's an old cabin M. It's gonna make noises. And there's a hurricane blowing outside, remember. But Chloe had heard it too. I saw it in the way her eyes widened slightly, the way she drew her blanket tighter around herself. We didn't speak of it again, but the shared, unspoken fear hung heavy in the air. The feeling of being watched was constant, palpable. It felt like unseen eyes were peering from the gaps between the logs, from the dark corners, from the grimy window pane where rain lashed against the glass, obscuring the outside world in a watery veil. Several times, I thought I saw a flicker of movement just outside the window. A shape darker than the storm racked twilight, but it was always gone before I could be sure. Unable to sit still under the weight of my anxiety, I got up and began to examine the cabin more closely using the flickering firelight. The construction was rudimentary but solid. The logs were notched together tightly, chinked with some kind of hardened mud mixture. In places, I noticed faint carvings on the beams, simple geometric patterns mostly. But in one dark corner, half hidden by shadow, I saw something that looked disturbingly like a stylized open eye. I traced it with a trembling finger, a chill snaking up my spine. There was a small, crowdly made cupboard built into the wall near the bed. It was unlocked. Inside, a few chipped enamel plates, a couple of tarnished tin cups, and a rusty hunting knife lay scattered. Nothing personal, nothing to indicate who might have lived here or when. It felt deliberately impersonal, scrubbed clean of identity, except for that horrifying guest book, and the book I couldn't stop thinking about it. It doesn't let you leave the same, what it mean. Physical harm, madness, possession. Was it a curse? Or was it something more insidious? A change that happened subtly from the inside out. I found myself watching Mark and Chloe, searching their faces for any sign. Mark's forced joviality had evaporated, replaced by a sullen silence, his eyes constantly darting towards the door. Chloe seemed to be shrinking into herself, her movements small and jerky, her gaze fixed on the fire as if mesmerized. Were these changes wrought by the cabin, or just the natural consequence of fear and exhaustion? I couldn't tell. My own reflection, caught momentarily in the dark window pane, looked alien, pale, wide-eyed, unfamiliar. The storm raged on through the night. Sleep was impossible. Every gust of wind sounded like a scream, every creak of the cabin like a footstep. Sometime around what must have been the deepest part of the night, the fire suddenly died down, plunging the room into near darkness, save for the faint, dying glow of the embers. A collective gasp escaped us. More wood, Mark mumbled, scrambling towards the niche. As he reached for a log, a loud bang echoed through the cabin, making us all jump violently. It came from the door as if something heavy had slammed against it from the outside. Mark froze. Chloe let out a small whimper. We stared at the door, silhouettes against the dying firelight. Silence descended again, save for the relentless wind and rain. Nothing followed the bang. Was it just the storm, a falling branch, or something trying to get in? Okay, Mark said, his voice strained, trying to project calm he clearly didn't feel. Okay, that was just the wind. He grabbed a log and tossed it onto the embers, which reluctantly sparked back to life, pushing the deepest shadows back slightly. But the fragile sense of security, if it ever existed, was shattered. We huddled closer together, the silence broken only by our ragged breathing. The guest book lay on the table, its presence a heavy weight in the room. Mark's rationalizations felt papered then now, even to him. That book. Chloe whispered, her voice trembling. What if it's true? Don't be ridiculous. Mark snapped, but his conviction was gone. It's just words. Is it? I asked, my voice barely louder than the wind. Think about it. Finding this place, exactly when we needed shelter, the smoke we thought we saw, the wood being dry, the sounds, that bang on the door. It feels intentional, like we were led here, trapped here. The fire flared suddenly, casting Mark's face in harsh light and shadow. His eyes looked wild, haunted, trapped. Don't say that. He scrambled to his feet, stumbling towards the door. I've had enough of this. Storm or no storm, we're leaving. Right now. He seized the iron door handle and pulled. Nothing happened. He pulled harder, grunting with effort, rattling the heavy wood in its frame. It's stuck. He choked out, panic rising in his voice. The wood must have swollen in the rain, or something shifted. He threw his shoulder against it, then Clue joined him, pushing with all her might. The door didn't budge. It felt unnaturally solid, sealed shut not just by wood and iron, but by something else, something infinitely stronger. Defeated, they stumbled back towards the fire, their faces etched with a new, deeper level of fear. We were locked in, whether by the storm, by mundane physics, or by the cabin itself. The result was the same. Mark sank down, burying his face in his hands. Chloe stared blankly at the flames, and as the first, bleak hints of gray dawn began to filter through the grimy window, mixing with the dying firelight, I looked at my friends. Mark's knuckles were white where he gripped his knees, his breathing shallow. Chloe was rocking back and forth almost imperceptibly, humming a tuneless fragment of a song under her breath, her eyes vacant, and I realized with a chilling certainty that resonated deep in my bonus the change had already begun. The cabin wasn't just keeping us physically trapped. It was already working on us, subtly, inexorably altering us from within. The words in the book echoed in my mind, no longer a warning, but a prophecy unfolding. It doesn't let you leave the same. We weren't the same people who had stumbled out of the storm. And the night wasn't over yet. The gray light of dawn seeped through the filthy window pane like dirty water, revealing the true state of the cabin and ourselves. The storm outside had lessened its fury, the wind's howl softening to a mournful sigh, but a thick, impenetrable fog still pressed against the glass, swirling slowly, obscuring everything beyond arm's reach. It offered no hope, only a confirmation of our isolation. The locked door stood as a silent sentinel, an impassable barrier not just of wood and iron, but of something ancient and possessive. Hope, frail as it was, died in that dim, cold light. The changes I'd glimpsed in Mark and Clue during the night accelerated with the coming of day. Mark had retreated into a terrifying silence. He sat hunched by the now near dead fire, his back to us, occasionally tracing patterns in the cold ashes with a finger. When he did turn, his eyes were vacant, dull, reflecting the firelight without spark or recognition. The adventurous, optimistic Mark who had led us here is gone, replaced by this hollow shell. Once, I saw his lips move, and I strained to hear, thinking he might finally be speaking. All I caught was a faint whisper, the same 7 words filled the guest book. It doesn't let you leave the same. Chalu's detachment had fractured into something else. She paced the small confines of the cabin relentlessly, her bare feet slapping softly on the dusty floorboards. The tuneless humming had become a constant, high-pitched drone that grated on my already frayed nerves. She'd stop periodically to stare intently at the wall carvings, her head cocked as if listening to something I couldn't hear. She wouldn't respond when I spoke her name. Her eyes, when they flickered towards me, held a disturbing mixture of fear and recognition. No, not recognition, more like assessment, as if she were seeing me not as Emily, her friend, but as something else. An component, an intruder yet to be assimilated. Fear coiled tighter in my stomach. I was watching my friends dissolve, consumed by this place, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me more than the cabin's unnatural cold, that I was next. Had it started already? Was the tremor in my hands just exhaustion? Or the first sign was the way the shadows seemed to whisper my name real, or my own mind fracturing under the strain? The air itself felt thick, heavy, tasting of dust, decay, and despair. The faint metallic tang I'd noticed earlier was stronger now, the catching in the back of my throat. The cabin itself seemed more awake in the daylight, more actively malevolent. The eye carving I'd found pulsed faintly in my peripheral vision. The scratching sounds behind the wall returned, louder now, more insistent, and whispers seemed to emanate from the very wood around us, faint, sibilant voices overlapping, unintelligible but filled with a chilling invitation. The temperature plummeted despite the weak daylight, a deep, penetrating cold that had nothing to do with the weather outside. Our breath plumed in the air. Mark suddenly surged to his feet, a flicker of the old Mark surfacing through the apathy, fueled by sheer animal panic. "The window!" he yelled, his voice hoarse. "We break the window!" He grabbed one of the heavy chairs and hefted it, staggering towards the grime-coated pane. He swung it with desperate strength. The chair connected with the glass with a sickening thud, but the pane didn't shatter. It didn't even crack. A faint web-like pattern of light, like fractured energy, momentarily flared across its surface and then faded. The glass remained intact, mocking his effort. Outside, through the grimy surface, the fog swirled, perhaps a fraction thicker than before. He tried again and again, the thuds echoing unanswered in the cold room. Finally, he dropped the chair, panting, sweat beading on his pale forehead despite the chill. He slid down the wall, defeated, burying his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking. Chloe stopped her pacing and laughed, a short, sharp, utterly mirthless sound that cut through the tension like a shard of ice. "Silly," she said, her voice sounding distant, ready. "It doesn't want you to leave. Not like that." She turned her strange, assessing gaze on me. "It needs us? To listen, to stay, to become part of the story." What story, Chloe? I choked out, backing away from her. "What are you talking about?" "The story in the book," she said simply, gesturing towards the guest book on the table. "And that's our story now. It doesn't let you leave the same." She smiled then, a slow, vacant stretching of her lips that didn't reach her eyes. It wasn't Chloe's smile. That was it. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't become what they were becoming. I looked at the sealed door, the unbreakable window, the cold hearth. Was there any other way? The chimney. I glanced up. It was a dark, narrow opening choked with soot. Impossible. My eyes fell on the rusty hunting knife still lying in the open cupboard. An idea sparked, desperate and probably futile, but better than passive surrender. If the door was wood, perhaps I could weaken the frame, pry it open somehow. I snatched the knife, its handle cold and rough in my sweaty palm. "Emily, no," Kalu whispered, her smile fading, replaced by something that looked almost like concern, but distorted, proprietary. "Don't fight it. It's easier if you just..." I ignored her, jamming the tip of the knife into the seam between the door and the frame, trying to find purchase, trying to lever it. The old metal groaned in protest, scraping against the wood. I threw all my weight into it, tears of frustration and terror stinging my eyes. A small splinter of wood chipped away. It wasn't much, but it was something. Mark looked up, a flicker of awareness in his eyes. He crawled towards me, adding his weight, pushing against the door as I worked the knife. For a moment, a desperate, fragile alliance formed against the cabin's hold. And then the cabin reacted. The whispers intensified, swirling around us, coalescing into distinct words, calling our names, promising warmth, rest and end to fear if we would just stop fighting, just accept. The temperature dropped further, frost beginning to spiderweb across the impossible window pane from the inside. The floorboards beneath us groaned, and a low, guttural sound seemed to emanate from the very foundations of the building, vibrating through the soles of my boots. Chloe screamed, clutching her head, stumbling back towards the bed. Mark froze, his brief resurgence of collapsing, his eyes glazing over completely as he stared at the door, captivated by the frost patterns forming there. The knife blade snapped, the rusted metal giving way under the pressure, sending shards flying. One nicked my hand, drawing blood. I stared at the bright red drops welling up, then at the broken hilt in my hand. It was useless. We were trapped. But as I stared at my bleeding hand, at Mark lost to the frost patterns, at Chloe curled on the bed whimpering as the whispers intensified around her, a different kind of resolve hardened within me. The guest book was right. I wouldn't leave here the same. The naive, apprehensive girl who had hiked into these woods was already gone, burned away by terror. But maybe, just maybe, what replaced her could survive. I wouldn't be consumed. I wouldn't become part of the cabin's story like Clue suggested. If I couldn't force my way out, maybe I could trick it. I took a deep breath, trying to shield my mind, focusing on the image of the forest outside, the memory of the sun before the storm. I walked slowly towards the door, ignoring Mark's vacant stare, ignoring the whispers that clawed at my sanity. I placed my hand flat on the cold wood. "All right," I whispered, trying to project calmness, acceptance. "Okay, I understand. I'll stay." For a moment, nothing happened. The whispers continued, the cold pressed in. Then, almost imperceptibly, the pressure in the cabin seemed to lessen slightly. The guttural groan from beneath the floorboards subsided. The frost on the window seemed to recede a fraction. Holding my breath, hardly daring to believe it, I reached for the iron door handle. It felt impossibly cold, burning my skin. I turned it slowly. With a low, resonant groan that sounded like a sigh of contentment, the latch clicked open. I didn't hesitate. I threw the door open, revealing not the impenetrable fog I expected, but a world washed clean by the storm. The sun was breaking through the clouds, dappling the rain-soaked forest floor. The air smelled of wet earth and pine, clean and achingly normal. I didn't look back at Mark or Chulo. I didn't dare. I scrambled out of the doorway and ran. I ran without direction, fueled by adrenaline and raw terror, pushing through dripping branches, stumbling over roots, expecting grasping hands or chilling whispers to follow me. But there was only the sound of my own ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my heart. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, collapsing onto the damp forest floor miles away, sobbing uncontrollably. Eventually, hours later, disoriented and scratched, I stumbled onto a marked trail, then another hiker, then rescue. They asked me what happened to Mark and Clue. I told them we got separated in the storm. I couldn't speak of the cabin, the words wouldn't come. They searched for days, but found nothing. No sign of the cabin, no trace of my friends. It was as if the forest had swallowed them whole. I left the Trinity Alps, but like the book promised, I didn't leave the same. The terror is a part of me now, a cold shard lodged deep inside. I jump at shadows, I can't stand silence, and the smell of wood smoke sends me into a panic. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind blows just right, I think I hear whispers. Sometimes I catch my reflection and see a stranger staring back, her eyes holding a haunted, watchful quality I don't recognize. I'm telling this story, writing it down, because I need someone to know. About the cabin, about Mark and Chloe, about the warning. But even as I write these words, a cold dread creeps in. Am I writing this to warn others? Or am I just fulfilling my part of the story, ensuring the cabin's hunger is known, awaiting for the next lost travelers? Because sometimes I find myself tracing patterns on dusty surfaces. Sometimes a low, tuneless hum escapes my lips unconsciously. Sometimes I look at the door to my room and feel a desperate urge to check if it's locked from the outside. The cabin might be miles away, lost in the wilderness, but I fear it never truly let me go. It doesn't let you leave the same, and I am living proof.